Chapter 301 Tang San recognizes his ancestors and returns to his ancestors, and his son accepts his father's crimes. Tang Tian was not discouraged, but looked at Tang San with a smile and said, "Brother Tang San, your forging skills are really good. I'll ask you for advice after you return to the middle school." Tang San responded with a smile, "I dare not ask for it." Tang Tian then left the ring with a satisfied smile and returned to his disciples. The fifth elder looked at the sun at noon and spoke. "It's noon now, and the subsequent assessment will be carried out after lunch. Dear disciples will stay for 2 hours and gather in the square to witness it together. Let's leave now." The forging furnace was handled by someone, and Tang Xiao and the elders stood up and prepared to leave. Tang San walked towards Tang Xiao and was in a good mood. The assessment content of the first 2 levels was easily passed. Although the forging technique was my weakness, fortunately, the assessment time was long and there was enough time to adjust the state. His body has been tempered by ice and fire, and its strength is stronger than Tang Tian, so the speed of the Chaos Cloak Hammer method can be slightly increased in the subsequent forging. In the end, with these advantages, he completed the forging with Tang Tian in 5 seconds. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San approaching and smiled with satisfaction. "Misery, you did a good job. We will win the afternoon assessment in one go." Tang San nodded, "Uncle, I will do my best." Afterwards, Tang Xiao took Tang San and Tang Yuehua to have lunch. On the way, Tang San was a little confused. Why didn't he see his father? He asked. "Uncle, where have my father and mother been?" Tang Xiao looked at him sideways and said, "They went to your grandfather's grave. When you finish the assessment, you can go and see them." Tang San still didn't understand why the 2 of them didn't watch their own assessment. When he was about to ask again, Tang Yuehua gave him the answer. "Your father was expelled from Haoshan sect, so he is not a disciple of the sect in strict terms. So, he is not qualified to watch your assessment." After listening to my aunt's answer, Tang San didn't ask any more questions. But he was even more sure of his idea of returning his father to the sect. "All the problems are in the Wuhan Hall, why do you let your father bear it? The real enemy of Haoshan sect is the Wuhan Hall, which expelled his father from the sect, which is obviously an incorrect choice. He will definitely avenge this revenge, certainly." Revenge on the Wuhun Palace, this idea became stronger and stronger in Tang San's heart. Tang Yuehua saw a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. "Misery, I hope you don't mislead yourself. The power of the Martial Soul Palace is something that no one can imagine." As his aunt, naturally, she didn't want to watch her nephew go on the wrong path. But she also has another identity, that is Qin wife. Tang Yuehua can only choose not to help each other with this twofold contradictory identity. The lunch at Haoshan sect is relatively simple, and everyone's configuration is 2 dishes and 1 soup. After dinner, Tang San started to rest and activate Xian Tian Gong in a quiet place without hearing anything else. Tang Hao seemed to feel something. When he reached his level, it didn't matter whether he had a meal or not. It seems that the mistress has passed the morning assessment successfully. The 3 levels in the afternoon are the highlights, and he should be able to feel them. His whisper was still heard by Aman, and she was not worried about Tang San's situation at this time. "How, the mistress has her own ideas, and her strength is among the best, so there will be no problem. You are right, let's wait for the results with peace of mind." Tang Hao glanced at the foot of the mountain, and then continued to maintain a silent posture. Qin Yuchen looked at the fireworks rising above Haoshan sect and left temporarily. After eating, take a nap and continue watching the performance of the protagonist Tang San. The 7 ranked candidates who were selected for the day after tomorrow, and then the last 3 candidates for the assessment were Tang Long, Jian Pengzhu and Tang Lai. The purpose of these 3 levels is mainly to test Tang San's practical combat capabilities in 3 different environments. Tang San's performance was naturally very good. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he had experienced thousands of battles. With the training in the City of Killing, there is no need to say about the actual combat ability. Great Elder, the look of looking at Tang San became more and more satisfied, and the same was true for the other elders. Tang Long lost to Tang San for 1 move because of his own strength and martial soul. Jian Pengzhu and Tang San fought for 200 rounds without a winner, and the Haoshan hammer was swung smoother and airtightly in his hands. Tang San's usual control skills such as entangled parasites were ineffective against him, but his body was defeated by the recoil force of the Haoshan hammer. Of course, Jian Pengzhu also knew what to do, and finally tied with Tang San. After the battle, Jian Pengzhi just smiled and signaled to him. Both of them were smart people, so he naturally knew what this meant. Tang San naturally knew that he was grateful to his cousin. He was younger than him, but his strength was a little stronger than him. In the end, he gave his 3 moves to make the result a draw. After unanimous resolution, the elders announced that Tang San's assessment was successfully passed. The last level was Tang Lai's personal action, mainly to assess Tang San's response to an opponent who was stronger than him in actual combat. This kid is really strong, no wonder Tang Long is not his opponent. Tang Lai, who fought with Tang San, had to praise his outstanding talent in his heart. What he showed was beyond his father Tang Hao. Tang Lai and Tang San fought 50 moves and then opened the distance. He looked at the junior with a plain face. Tang San, you passed this last assessment. The strength and character you have shown are enough to prove that you are an excellent disciple. I agree to your ancestors and return to your ancestors. Tang San was also aware of the grudge between his father and the 7th elder, but he was still a little surprised to be recognized by him personally. He bowed and bowed. Tang San thanked the 7th elder. This is proven by your own strength, and there is no need to thank me. After saying this, Tang Lai flashed back to the position of the elders. Several elders looked at each other and walked into the crowd. The great elder took out the family tree from his soul guide and looked at Tang San with a serious expression. Tang San, come forward. After hearing this, Tang San walked 1 meter away from the great elder, with a serious look on his face. The great elder nodded with satisfaction, and Tang San's performance exceeded his expectations. Tang San, today I will announce as the great elder, and agree to your recognition of your ancestors and become a disciple of Haoshan sect. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed his excitement, and said, Tang San, thank you for all the elders, and you will definitely not be humiliated as the disciples of Haoshan sect. After saying this, he felt a little reluctant to speak but stopped. The elder guessed what he wanted to say and said again. If you want to bear the blame for the mistakes your father Tang Hao made back then, you need to complete the 3 conditions set by us and 7 others. If you complete these 3 things, even if you atone for your father, let him return to the section. When Tang San heard this, he immediately knelt down on 1 knee. Great elder, please say, Tang San will do his best to complete it. He had no choice but to accept it. Even though these 3 conditions are very harsh, he will definitely do his best to get his father back to the sect. Today, my father went to the sect to worship his grandfather, just to support him. Chapter 302 5-Year Agreement, Things Change. The great elder seemed to have expected Tang San Hui to agree, showing a hint of kindness. These 3 conditions are not possible for you at the moment, but we give you a long period. The first thing is that you must break through level 80 within 7 years. Tang San's soul power level is currently at level 63, which means he will be upgraded to level 17 in 7 years. This should not be difficult for low-level soul masters to practice hard. The span between the Soul Emperor and the Soul Conqueror is indeed a bit large. Tang San is 20 years old this year, which means he needs to reach the Soul Conqueror realm at the age of 27. It is definitely a horrifying thing in the Soul Master world to be able to achieve this requirement. Okay, I believe I can do it. Tang San agreed without hesitation. He had already accomplished many impossible things and didn't care about this. Old Dallin nodded with satisfaction, and the persistence and confidence in Tang San's eyes made him appreciate it. The second thing is that within 7 years, I want you to bring back ahead of Douluo, the title of the Martial Spirit Hall. We don't look at the process, we just need the result. The second elder said this and Tang San's pupil shrank, and he took a breath of air conditioning. Killing a titled Douluo is not an easy task. Although Tang Hao has restored his titled Douluo cultivation, Tang San is not prepared to ask his father to help him. He was confident of completing this task, so he nodded. When talking about the third thing, the great elder's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, the third thing is that we require you to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring when you are in the 8th soul ring. What? Tang San looked at the elder in shock, feeling that he was joking with him. This third thing gave him a fantasy feeling. Among the titled Douluo he known, only his father and the Pope of the Spirit Hall each have a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, his father's 100,000-year soul ring still comes from his mother. Not to mention how difficult it is to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it is already extremely difficult to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast alone. What's more, it's the 8th soul ring. Seeing his expression, the great elder explained, your 4th soul ring is 10,000 years level, and the 5th and 6th soul rings have exceeded the ages that ordinary soul masters should have. So, with your physical strength, it is not a problem to absorb a 100,000 year soul ring when you reach level 80. We only look at the results of these 3 things, not the process. Of course, the sect will not give you any help. Tang San knew that he had no room for bargaining, and he didn't want to be looked down upon by these elders. He still showed a firm look and said, I promised, I will complete this task seriously. Dai Danglao nodded, and he also hoped to see Tang San's answer like this. After reading the successful introduction of Tang San and the 3 conditions, the great elder took a group of elders away. Tang Xiao came to Tang San and patted him on the shoulder. You are a disciple of Haoshan sect now, go and see your father. Tang San nodded, Uncle, I'll bother you. Qian Yuchen in the sky looked at Tang San successfully joining Haoshan sect, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tiandu City, Shrek Academy. The external buildings of Shrek Academy have not changed much, but the internal facilities have become more complete. In 5 years, under Flanders' active operation, he has become a senior soul master academy that is within his control of the Tiandu Empire. The current limelight of Shrek Academy is above Tiandu Royal Academy. With the help of Prince Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengzi's secret support, the background of Shrek Academy is very solid. It is basically impossible to enter this academy based on your relationship. In 5 years, although there was no such stunning and charming figure as the Shrek 7 monsters, it was also considered to have made a name for itself and produced many young soul masters with great strength. This way of cultivating students made Emperor Sui very satisfied and felt that the investment was worth it. Today is the time when the Shrek 7 monsters agreed to meet again. He was the first to come to Shrek Academy, and there was a man and a woman in front of the gate. Both of them are about 20 years old, and the young are slightly older, and the girl looks younger. The young man was wearing black clothes and long golden hair, and was unrestrainedly dispersed behind his back, with a bit of sharpness in his eyes. The girl had a cold face, which was in sharp contrast to her hot and perfect figure. She was wearing a white casual dress. Although she was loose, her proud figure was still difficult to hide. That's right, the person coming was Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. They did not have a relationship with each other like in the original work, they were just classmates and friends. 2 rotating students at the door saw them, and the person on the left walked forward 1 meter away from them. 2 classmates, you are here to apply for the exam, it will be too late. If there is nothing special, please leave here in time. Dai Mubai raised his eyebrows and smiled, we are not here to sign up. Are Dean Flander and the master here? The student frowned slightly and said, I don't know whether the dean and the vice president are there, but the college has regulations that outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you want to meet the dean, please register first. But if you want to enter the academy through the back door, those 2 can invite them back. We do not welcome such people. After hearing his words, Dai Mubai nodded. You are very conscientious, Junior, but we are graduates. Please inform the president and say that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing are back. The student shook his head and showed disbelief, I'm sorry, are you Senior Dai Mubai not allowed to do it just by saying it? You are already the 23rd batch of people who pretend to be seniors and plan to enter the college, so we will not be fooled. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that the 7 of them were so famous. The student said again, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly, otherwise I will ask the security guard to drive people away. At this time, a couple came over from here. The man had fiery red hair and a bit of evil on his face. The woman was holding a child about 1 year old in her arms, and the magical light shone. This junior is really wise and doesn't know the pearl. He actually wants to drive Boss Dai away. Is it possible that anyone else imitates Boss Dai's eyes and his martial soul? Dai Mubai looked at it with a hint of surprise on his face. Fatty, are you still the fat man I know? He was very familiar with the tone of speaking, but his temperament made Dai Mubai feel a little unbelievable. Ma Hongjun used to be a fat man with a bit of vulgarity on his face, but now he has become a handsome guy with a fiery red hair of 1.8 meters tall. Ma Hongjun curled his lips, can someone else cheat on me, the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun? Dai Mubai's eyes fell on the woman and the child beside him, and asked, this? The woman smiled and said, you are the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai in Hongjun's mouth, right? I am his wife Sa Yasyang, This little guy is our child. While speaking, she also looked at the child in her arms with gentle eyes. This fiery red hair and chubby little face were exactly the same as Ma Hongjun at the beginning. Dai Mubai's mouth opened his head, but he didn't expect that Ma Hongjun had already started a family now. Fatty no, call you Hongjun now. When did you get married? Didn't you mean traveling to the mainland? Ma Hongjun smiled and showed a happy expression on her face. Boss Dai, is there any conflict between the two? I really met my beloved person. In the past, I was young and ignorant. Zhu Zuqing was quite pleased. It was actually quite good that Ma Hongjun was able to become like this now. Sure enough, time can really make a person very different. Chapter 303 Oscars in 5 years. While Dai Mubai was stunned, a crisp female voice came from the other side. Fatty, I haven't seen you for 5 years. I didn't expect you to be married and have children. Ma Hongjun turned around and looked at it in surprise. I have become a big beauty for 5 years. The girl was wearing an emerald green dress, emerald green trousers, her long hair reached her waist, and a faint smile on her face. Yes, the person who came was Ning, one of the 7 monsters. Ning H was indeed a little surprised. Ma Hongjun in front of him was indeed very different from when he was in the college. How to say it, Ma Hongjun has a hint of temperament, very similar to his father. Maybe this is the temperament that men after becoming fathers have. Ning looked at Sayasyang and smiled, don't Fatty introduce us. Ma Hongjun walked to Sayasyang and showed a hint of doting. This is my wife Shaisyang, the martial soul Skyrock Bird, the level 56 Soul King. This is my son, Ma Tianyu, 1 year old. The child in Sayaka's arms looked at Ma Hongjun, and his hands kept placing around, as if he wanted him to hug him. Ma Hongjun reached out and poked his little face, and smiled and said, be good Xiaoyu, Dad has something to do now. The child immediately stopped waving his hands and looked at him quietly in his mother's arms. So good. Ning laughed. Dai Mubai also smiled, and he had a little envy of Ma Hongjun's family in his eyes. Who would have thought that the fat man, now his family is harmonious and has begun to enjoy the joy of his family? He asked, Fatty, you probably haven't fallen behind in practicing for so many years, right? Ma Hongjun smiled proudly, Boss Dai, I haven't forgotten to improve my strength. Now I am also a level 62 Soul Emperor. Hearing this answer, Dai Mubai was not surprised at all. He laughed, Fatty, I knew you must be practicing in secret, but unfortunately you may be at the bottom of us. Ma Hongjun curled his lips, you have the highest level of soul power since you entered the academy. You must be stronger than me now. Maybe you are the strongest among the 7 of us. Dai Mubai shook his head abnormally, keep it confidential for the time being, and I'll talk about it when everyone comes. After saying that, he looked at Ning, and said in confusion, little o'clock, why didn't he come with you? Ning H's face showed a hint of bitterness and longing, and he said, that night 5 years ago, he said he would definitely make himself worthy of me, and then he left. In 5 years, he hasn't conveyed a trace of news to me, alas. She didn't know if the Oscars would come back today, and whether the change in 5 years would be great. He had no news, and his whole body seemed to have evaporated out of thin air. After she separated from Oscar, she truly understood that she loved each other deeply. At that moment, she really wanted to look for the other party regardless of the rules of the sect. Looking at the sadness on her face, Dai Mubai didn't know what to say, so he could only comfort her for the time being. That guy Xiao is full of thoughts. Maybe he was secretly observing you somewhere, and then he jumped out with a swish. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, walked to Ning Hhh and patted her on the shoulder. Xiao, that's fine. 2 years ago, he had already broken through the Soul King and joined a soul hunting team. Her words were not made up. She met Oscar when she went to the ice forest 2 years ago. The two of them just glanced at each other and then left in the opposite direction. She saw Oscar compete with herself as a 5, which implies that he has broken through the Soul King. The speed of the food-based Soul Master and the auxiliary Soul Master's cultivation will gradually slow down. Xiao must be as okay as Boss Dai said. He is quietly observing us somewhere. Ma Hongjun also comforted her, but then sighed, I don't know how the third brother and Xiaohu are doing. Will they come for the 5-year appointment? The few of them only knew that Tang San's father was Tang Hao, the Haoshan Douluo whose reputation spread throughout the continent. Dai Mubai shook his head, they don't know our 5-year appointment, and I'm afraid they won't see it this time. Unfortunately, he was wrong about this. One night when Tang San was studying in Yuexuan, he quietly slipped out and secretly met Yu Xiaogang. I chatted with him briefly, and left after learning the news of the 5-year appointment. Tang San is now only 500 meters away from Shrek Academy. After that, they will meet again. There is also Xiaowu. She had already left the Star Do Forest, just across the street from Shrek Academy, and was quickly heading towards Shrek Academy. This news was naturally brought to her by Qian Yuchen. After all, she has entered the maturity stage and her soul power has reached level 64. In order to be on the safe side, Qian Yuchen also arranged for the Titan giant ape to find a necklace that perfectly concealed her breath. Tang San and Xiaowu looked in the direction of Shrek Academy at the same time and murmured, "Xiaowu, Miss 3, are you okay?" A familiar and unfamiliar voice came from Dai Mubai. "Everyone is here so early, I probably wasn't late, right?" They turned around and saw that the visitor was a young man about the same age as them. The white-haired young man with a height of more than 1.8 meters, wide shoulders and a wide back, and a very well-proportioned figure was looking at them with a smile. Those peach blossom eyes are the most eye-catching. If it were a girl, she would definitely be fascinated by him. He was carrying a black rectangular box behind him, slowly approaching Dai Mubai and his group. Dai Mubai showed a look of joy. He was so familiar with his peach blossom eyes and white hair. He ran to the young man and pounded the other person's chest. "Xiao, where have you been in the past 5 years?" "Boss Dai, I have gained a lot in the past 5 years, and I can prove myself," Oscar said, then looked at Ning. "I'm back." Ning hhhh and tears of excitement rushed to him and hugged him directly. "Xiao, 5 years, do you know how I lived these 5 years? Do you know, you cruel person?" Oscar felt bad, but he knew that he had to become stronger in order to protect the girl he liked. I know it all. Now I'm back and I already have the ability to protect you." He showed strong confidence in his tone and gently patted the girl in his arms on the back. Ning released his arms, took 2 steps back, and carefully looked at his beloved person he hadn't seen for 5 years. The Oscars have become much more mature, with a little more wind and frost in their eyes, but more firm. Such a warm moment was broken again. A magnetic male voice came, with a hint of excitement. "Boss Dai, everyone are here." Chapter 304 The 7 Monsters Reunite, The Excited Flander. This young man is about the same age as them. He is over 1.9 meters tall, has wide shoulders, wide back, and is wearing a light blue casual outfit. He exudes the unique temperament of aristocrats and looks elegant and calm. Dai Mubai frowned slightly, and his eyes kept looking at him. "Who are you, this friend?" Zhu Zuqing looked at him in surprise and had already guessed who the man was. She could no longer know the soul guide on her waist. She was surprised that Tang San's change in 5 years was so big. The transformation from appearance and temperament has been completed, making people feel a little strange. The young man smiled, "Boss Dai, we haven't seen each other for only 5 years, can you recognize me?" He then turned his eyes on Ma Hongjun. "Fatty, I didn't expect that you would have children if you haven't seen each other for 5 years. Dai Mubai was a little stunned. The young man's voice, appearance and temperament had never seen him in his memory. But his intimacy is not pretending. He hears his voice, and he will feel a sense of intimacy in his heart. Ning looked at the young man in surprise and said, "How could you have the third brother's 24 Bridge Moon Knight and Ruyi treasure bags on you?" Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face changed and he looked at the other person with a bad look. "Who are you? How come you have something from a mistress?" "I'm the mistress." Tang San shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to reveal his martial soul. And 8 spider legs appeared on his back, which were the 8 spider spears. Looking at the familiar ghost vine, Dai Mubai believed that he was Tang San. Humans can change, but martial souls and external soul bones cannot change. It turned out to be a false alarm. Dai Mubai said again, "You guy has changed too much." Ma Hongjun also said, "Third brother, why did you change so much in the past 5 years? Even your appearance has changed." He was really curious about what adventures did Tang San encounter? His body changed so much because of the effect of the fairy grass at that time. But Tang San did not take the fairy grass like him at the beginning, so naturally there would not be such abnormal changes. As Tang San was about to speak, a burst of rapid footsteps came. A girl in a pink long skirt was walking towards them quickly, and her scorpion tail braid was the most obvious feature. "Xiaowu." Tang San's eyes showed excitement, and then a sensation of impact came from his arms. Xiao Wu naturally heard their conversation and also saw the martial souls that Tang San showed off. "Miss, it's been 5 years since we finally met again." Looking at the two people hugging each other, Dai Mubai and the others tacitly agreed without disturbing each other. When Oscar walked to Ning, he walked lightly. The two looked at each other, smiled, and then continued to look at Tang San and Xiaohu. "It's a pity that some people still don't understand the charm," and a loud voice came from the academy. "Oh my god, I heard you little monsters are back. Quick, let Lao Zhao take a good look at you guys. What kind of bears are you guys now?" Tang San and Xiao Wu let go of their hugs and turned to look at the gate of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai and the other 6 also looked at a strong man at the gate of Shrek Academy and walked out of it. He had a happy smile on his face and his eyes swept around, as if he was anxious to find someone. Dai Mubai showed a smile on his face and shouted first, "Teacher Zhao, you are still fat after not seeing you for 5 years. Zhao Wuji also looked at him and smiled and said, "Mubai, this college is very busy. As the vice president, I have so many social engagements." After saying that, his eyes also looked at others and stopped at Ma Hongjun, his wife and children for a few more times. The reason why Zhao Wuji came over was that the 2 rotating students felt something was wrong, so he hurried to report to him. He immediately came towards the college gate because it was very likely that this time it was true, and it was not someone who pretended to be his own student. He was very clear about the characteristics of those little monsters. Zhao Wuji walked to the front of several people and patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder. "You boy, you haven't seen each other for 5 years, and you've become much stronger." The violent aura on his body is enough to show that he has been practicing seriously in the past 5 years. To maximize the characteristics of your martial soul, the arrogance and unruly on your body is a manifestation of the momentum of your martial soul. Where, even after graduating from Shrek College, I still haven't forgotten the teachings of the college. It is still my pursuit to use the shortest time to attack the titled Douluo." Dai Mubai responded with a smile. When he saw Zhao Wuji again, he missed the scene he had discussed with him. Zhao Wuji did not exchange any more greetings and said to the few people, "Don't stand outside, so I'll enter the academy." In 5 years, Shrek Academy has changed a lot. Afterwards, they were taken to Shrek Academy by Zhao Wuji. Dai Mubai walked in front, and Zhu Zuqing walked behind him. Then there were Tang San and Xiao Wu, Oscar and Ning, and Ma Hongjun and his family of 3 were at the end. In less than 5 minutes, a few people walked into the teaching building. Dean Flander is sitting leisurely on a chair in the office. His life has been leisurely and contentment in recent years. As the dean, he doesn't have to deal with many things himself. The college affairs were chaired by Lu Erlong, and the students were taught that Yu Xiaogang was the theoretical master. As the dean, he no longer has to worry about the college's funds. The Tiandu Empire specializes in funding for the entire college's operation. The change in his mood has improved a lot of his soul power, and he has now reached level 83. Lu Erlong reached level 79, mainly because he spent less time in practice. She spent half of her time in charge of college affairs. As for Zhao Wuji, this guy has long reached level 88 of Conqueror, and his Vajra indestructible divine art has also been practicing to the 8th level. Because of Qian Yuchen's advice, he hit his soul power at level 81. Just when Flander was leisurely, the office door was knocked. He said lazily, "The door is not locked, come in." There are only a few people who come to his office, all of whom are familiar, so they are naturally very casual. The door opened, and Zhao Wuji walked in with a familiar figure. "Dean, you are very leisurely." Zhao Wuji walked in with a smile. Flander looked up at him and showed a treacherous smile. "You are here just right, I plan to drink tea. Since you are here, let's make a cup for me." "Ah." Zhao Wuji looked at him in amazement. "No, why are you getting lazy?" Fland curled his lips. "I have worked hard for the college for so many years, but I can't enjoy it." Zhao Wuji shook his head and looked outside the door. "Come in and see what your dean looks like now." Flander also looked at the door in a daze, and then a group of 8 people walked in, and there was a girl holding a child in her arms. He stood up and looked at the people excitedly. He was so excited that the Shrek 7 monsters returned to the academy 5 years later. This time, Ma Hongjun walked out first. He held his wife's hand and said, "Teacher, I'm back." Flander saw him and the woman and child beside him. "This is your..." Ma Hongjun smiled shyly and introduced, "This is Xiang Xiang, that is my child Tianyu. Flanders smiled with relief and said, okay, you kid can. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongzhen, who made him worried, has grown into a father. Tang San and the other 6 said in unison, Dean, we are back. Flander looked at them, unable to stop the smile on his face. It's good to come back, it's good to come back. Chapter 305 Zhu Zuqing surprised everyone. Tang San talked about the journey of training. Director Flander, today is the day when our 5-year agreement expires, so of course we all have to come back. Dai Mubai said with a smile, and he was also very happy to see Flander. The other people were the same, and they were very happy to return to the college again, and they all showed a hint of nostalgia. Flander. Sweeping around the people, and finally landing on Tang San. X. His tone was a little puzzled, you are you. Tang San shook his head and said, Dean, I am a mistress. Fland rubbed his eyes in disbelief, are you a mistress? You have changed so much. I'm a little envious. Yu Xiaogang secretly told him that Tang San had changed a lot, but he didn't take it seriously, just thought it was the child who had grown up. But now, just as Tang San was thinking about saying something, Yu Xiaogang's voice came from outside the door. Envy? It's useless to envy you. I can only say that I knew the pearl at the beginning with a wise eye. After receiving the news, he and Lu Erlong rushed over and then pushed the door open. He was very excited to see Yu Xiaogang again. He came to Yu Xiaogang, bowed and said, Teacher. Yu Xiaogang smiled with a stiff face, holding his shoulder. Just come back, you 7 of you should have made great progress, right? Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the other 7 nodded. Their strength has improved a lot in the past 5 years. The child in Sayak Xiang's arms was curious and looked at the adults with his big eyes open. He has a somewhat similar personality to Ma Hongzhen, and he has been timid since childhood. Lu Erlong's eyes fell on the child and was captured by this cute child at once. She came to Sayaxiang and said, is this Hongzhen's child? It's so cute. Ma Hongzhen scratched her head and smiled, this is Xiang, the child's name is Tianyu. Looking at the child, a trace of gloom flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. She also wants a child, but unfortunately she is close relatives with Yu Xiaogang, and the child will have flaws if he is born. Ning looked at several elders of the college and said, Director Flander, where is your tea? I'll make tea for you. Looking at Ning, who had just begun to have the style of a large clan, Flander smiled and said, then I'll have to worry about it. Let the great elders of the 9 treasures glazed Li sect make tea for us. They have received news that Ning H has been designated as the future great elder of the sect. When Ning Rongrong, the next sect leader of the Jubeo glazed Li sect, inherited the position of the sect leader, she was the second only to Ning Rongrong in the Jubeo glazed Li sect. Out of politeness, Zhu Zuqing also said, let me come with you. Dai Mubai didn't say anything, and kept his eyes on the division commanders Flander Zhaowuji and Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang and Flander discovered something was wrong. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's relationship seemed not as close as their family stipulated. But they didn't ask much, and they would know the reason for the matter later. Then, the group sat down in Flan's office. After sitting down, Yu Xiaogang wanted to know how strong the people were. He said, 5 years have passed. With your talent, your soul power level should have reached level 60 or above, right? Tang San took the lead and said, my soul power level has reached level 63. Due to the special training arranged by my father, I have not practiced soul power for a long time. Dai Mubai spoke the second time and said, I received special training from the family. The power of the white tiger martial soul is combined with the fairy grass given by the mistress at that time. All the power of the body has been activated. My soul power level has reached level 67, and I can reach the soul saint in less than a year. This surprised others a little, but it was reasonable to think about it. Dai Mubai was the strongest among them when he was in the academy. It is reasonable to have such a high level of soul power now. Ma Hongzhen was the third one to speak, and he said, because I had been pursuing love and taking care of my family for a while, my soul power level is not high now, it is only 62. His tone was filled with happiness, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with his life now. Flander nodded with relief. Ma Hongzhen's current situation is much better than she thought. His talent is not bad, and it is normal for Tang San to cultivate the immortal grass to the Soul Emperor. The fourth Oscar said, my soul power is now at level 66 and I have combat capabilities. This surprised others. The food-based soul practitioner was very slow, but the Oscar reached level 66, and this talent can be said to be so terrifying. The fifth one is Xiao Wu, she said, my situation is quite special. During the 5 years in Stardew Forest, I have been practicing day and night, and now my soul power has reached level 64. Tang San was very happy to hear the news, which means that Xiao Wu has completely entered the maturity stage. In this way, as long as you don't meet the title Douluo, her identity will not be discovered. The sixth one is Ning. She said, after reaching the Soul King, one needs to receive special training from the section. My soul power level has reached level 66, ranking second among the younger generation of the section. Oscar and Ning have broken the conclusion that the auxiliary soul master is very slow in practicing. The last one is Zhu Zuqing. She said in a cold tone, after 5 years of cultivation, I have already broken through the soul saint. Now the soul power level has reached level 72. As soon as these words came out, the others were in an instant. Soul saint, the level of soul power has been improved too exaggerated. Flander laughed, it's really awesome young man. Zhu Qing, your progress is too great. You. Xiao Gang also looked shocked, which completely refreshed his cognition. In 5 years, the soul power level has been increased by 27 levels. It's so scary. The progress of the Shrek 7 monsters in 5 years has been great, and they can be said to be one of the best graduates. 7 20-year-old soul emperors are shocking in the soul master world. Especially Zhu Zuqing, the 20-year-old soul emperor is also a unique existence on the entire continent. However, what everyone was curious about was why Tang San's appearance and temperament changed so much in 5 years. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and asked, Miss San, what have you experienced in the past 5 years? Let me tell you about it. Tang San seemed to notice that their eyes were all on him, so he began to tell his experiences over the past 5 years. Whether it was experiencing the capital of killing or returning to the sect, he told everyone in detail. When everyone heard his calm story, they felt a sense of terror in their hearts. Oscar originally thought that he had experienced enough, but he didn't expect Tang San to have more. The city of killing that he mentioned was simply not a place for people to stay. Oscar admired Tang San for being able to stay there for 2 years. It was not until they heard Tang San's story about the second awakening of Gui Tang that they completely believed that his appearance had indeed changed a lot. A trace of light flashed in Zhu Zuqing's eyes, and this city of killing made her feel a little interested. I wonder if my master will agree to me to go to the killing capital to make a breakthrough. This place is really suitable for honing the 9 yin scriptures. Chapter 306 Zhao Wuji with itchy hands, Tang Hao goes to the martial soul hall. Zhu Zuqing thought that her training was already very hard, but Tang San was experiencing a real life and death battle. It's no wonder that she always had something hidden under Tang San's noble and gentle face, which turned out to be a strong murderous aura. The realm of the god of killing, the realm skills formed by purely murderous aura are somewhat bonus for me. However, the master said that the netherworld spirit cat is known for its speed, and it is best to be the field of speed. After thinking about it carefully, Zhu Zuqing felt that what she thought just now was a little impulsive. It is not cost-effective to go to the killing capital simply for the killing god realm. If you can awaken the netherworld like a master, your own speed bonus can be increased by 300%. The premise is to practice the 9 yin scriptures to achieve great success, and then take the elixirs specially prepared by master. After Tang San finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Zuqing with curious eyes. Zuqing, how did you practice after you broke through to the Soul Saint in 5 years? Zhu Zuqing glanced at him and said, meditation, special training, practical combat. In 5 years, I only rested for 4 hours a day, and spent the rest of my time improving my strength. Hiss. As soon as this was said, Oscar thought that he was already very strong in meditation for 14 hours during normal times, but he didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing only had 4 hours of rest in 5 years. It's so perverted. It's no exaggeration to say that I really treat myself as a machine for cultivation. Not to mention Dai Mubai, he felt that he was already in pain under the exclusive training of the family, and he did not expect that Zhu Zuqing had worked so hard for 5 years. Based on his understanding of Zhu Zuqing, he said it simply, there was a lot of effort behind it. He still couldn't help but say in surprise, 5 years, this is how you have lived these 5 years. Zhu nodded. Although it was boring, it was worth it to be able to make himself stronger. In 5 years, she has lived a fulfilling life and is very grateful to her master. Seeing that everyone was a little silent, Zhao Wuji smiled and said, "You little monsters, let me see your soul ring." Flander looked at him and said, "It's not suitable here. We'll go outside after we finish the tea." No matter what Zhao Wuji said, he knew that the other party was not holding back. "This old Zhao, if you want to compete with them, just talk." Yu Xiaogang also guessed Zhao Wuji's thoughts, but just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Lu Erlong's eyes fell on Ma Tianyu. She really wanted to take care of this child, which made her wish to be a mother. Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Wuji and smiled and said, "Teacher Zhao, why have you been tactful after you haven't seen him for so many years? Don't worry, I'll have a good conversation with you later." He was too familiar with Zhao Wuji, and what he said just now was a little itchy. The White Tiger's martial soul has both strength and defense, and it is not a problem to fight Zhao Wuji's powerful King Kong bear. Zhao Wuji smiled, "That's good, it's still Mubai who understands my thoughts, hehe." Flander looked at everyone and said, "This is a good tea given by the royal family, try it." Everyone said it was a coincidence that you came back this time, it was a coincidence that you came back. Oscar raised his eyebrows, "Then I have to drink 2 more drinks. Dean, don't you feel sorry for me?" Flander laughed and scolded, "You little brat, do I still need 1 or 2 cups of tea for you?" In this cheerful atmosphere, everyone else smiled and began to taste the tea in front of them. It is worthy of being the best tea gifted by the royal family, and the taste is indeed good. In the Wuhan Hall and the Deacon Hall, Tang Hao and his wife Amon were waiting for someone. The two came to the Martial Spirit Hall, but they claimed the name of Pope Qunyu City. The workers of the Wuhan Hall gave the highest respect to those who knew His Majesty the Pope. "That's why we brought the two." I arrived at the Deacon Hall where I received the distinguished guests, and then went to Qunyu City to report. "How, isn't it too abrupt for us to come to the Martial Soul Hall?" "No, the last time the Pope saw us, he just wanted us to come to the Wuhan Hall." Tang Hao understood that Jian Yuchen just wanted to wait for him to come to the Wuhan Hall to give him an attitude of admitting his mistake. He has always had clear grudges, and he was young and energetic and did make mistakes. It is easy to break through hard work, which is a lesson he has deeply experienced. The domineering power cannot make you go further, and you also need appropriate softness to calm your heart. Amon felt that after Tang Hao recovered his strength, his temperament changed. If he used to be extremely domineering, he now looks like an ordinary middle-aged strong man. Tang Hao is the most dangerous. Because the opponent cannot see his strength, the consequences will be extremely fatal. At this time, a majestic aura came from outside the door, and the two looked over. A man wearing white casual clothes with a blonde hair and blue eyes, with a bit of vicissitudes of his eyes, walked in. Tang Hao clearly felt that the person coming was not Pope Qunyu, but he was very familiar with it. When the man approached, Tang Hao saw the other person clearly. "Why are you, a great offering to worship thousands of miles?" Qian Daoliu looked at Tang Hao, and there was a sense that elders admired the younger generation. "Tang Hao, you are more bold than your grandfather Tang Chen and make faster progress. Unfortunately, level 99 is your limit. If you want to go further, it will be as difficult as climbing the sky. Even if Aiken helps you recover, it will still be the case." Qian Daoliu always admires him, Haoshan Douluo. The difference between Tang Hao and Tang Chen is that he practices the root of one force to reduce 10 times. The domineering power crushes all enemies is his way of fighting. Although it can challenge more than level, it is easy to lose. "Senior Qian, I don't want to talk about the grievances of the past, after all, we are both for our own interests. I came to the Martial Spirit Hall this time just to thank Pope Qunyu." Tang Hao's tone was very plain and he was not interested in Qian Daoliu's inexplicable words. He didn't know what would happen in the future, so he just wanted to cooperate with the Pope to restore his child to normal, and then the family of 3 would just live a good life in Haoshan sect. Qian Daoliu smiled and sat opposite Tang Hao and his wife. "Haoshan Mian has come down and is plagued by official duties, please don't be surprised." The voice of Qunyu came in after Qian Daoluo sat down. Then he walked in, but unexpectedly, Tang Hao was not here alone, and he also brought his wife Amon with him. He walked to the main seat and sat down, asked with a smile, "What happened to Tang San's recognizing his ancestors?" "The 7 elders agreed to his request to return to the sect, but asked me to return to the sect and set 3 conditions for him." Tang Hao briefly explained the matter of Tang San's recognition of his ancestors and returning to his ancestors. After hearing this, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but shake his head, that old man Tang Huishan has been isolated from the world for a long time. He actually wanted a junior to obtain a Douluo title in our palace for 7 years. It was simply overestimating his ability. The Tang Huishan he mentioned was the great elder of Haoshan sect. Tang Hao looked at Qian Yuchen with confusion, not understanding the intention of Qian Daoliu's words. Even if Haoshan sect sealed the mountain and escaped the world, it would not be clear about the changes in the Wuhun Palace. Yuexuan, run by his sister Tang Yuehua, secretly conveys the latest news in the Soul Master world to Haoshan sect. Qian Yuchen looked at the confusion in Tang Hao's eyes and smiled and said, "To be honest, my Wuhun Palace is now at level 99 and has no less than 10 Douluo. As long as they go to Haoshan sect at the same time, the number 1 sect in the world may no longer exist. It can even be said that it will take up to 3 months for my spirit hall to unify the entire continent." Tang Hao and Amon were shocked. The strength of the Wuhun Palace is really so strong? This is really incredible. Chapter 307, Shocking Tang Hao for 2.5 years. Tang Hao knew that the foundation of the martial soul hall was very deep. The 7 elders of the worship hall were all titled Douluo, and their soul power was above level 95. Now Qian Yuchen said that the title of Douluo in the 99th level of the martial soul hall is no less than 10, what a terrifying force. You should know that after the soul power reaches level 95, the speed of cultivation will be extremely slow. Tang Hao's own soul power reached level 95 many years ago, but it was difficult to make progress due to multiple reasons such as serious injuries. For example, it took 20 years for Sword Douluo Chenexin to break through from level 95 to level 96. Later, I also received an adventure and reached the legendary level 100. However, due to some problems, the soul power has retreated back to level 99. Sir Pope, although the foundation of the spirit hall is very strong, it will not reach this level. Tang Hao still deeply doubted his statement. Qian Yuchen smiled and shook his head. Uncle Haoshan, the news you mentioned is Chen Malanguzi. Not to mention anything else, just take the familiar Elder Ju and Elder Ghost for example. Their soul power has reached level 99. Don't you feel strange? Why do you rarely feel the aura of the titled Douluo after entering the martial soul palace? After Qian Yuchen said this, Tang Hao really recalled himself the scene of coming to the Wuhun Hall. After the two of them walked for so long, they saw that the highest level of soul power was a law enforcement elder, probably at the 8th Ring Road. None of the old acquaintances of Moonlight and others seemed to have appeared before, as if they were not in the martial soul hall. His Majesty the Pope, do you say they? Tang Hao also quickly realized that this must have something to do with Qian Yuchen's arrangement. After they reach level 99, they will definitely reach the final realm. They can't wait to see the scenery above level 100. Qian Yuchen's words are also accustomed to them, and all of them are his arrangements. I'll talk about the rest later. Please come with me if you want to go to another place. After he finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave, and looked at Tang Hao with an inexplicable look. It is no exaggeration to say that this is enough to shock Tang Hao for 2.5 years. Tang Hao and his wife looked at each other, then stood up and followed him. The two guessed Qian Yuchen and wanted to take them wherever they wanted to. Qian Daoliu didn't say anything, but just followed behind the three of them silently. The three of them walked for about 15 minutes and arrived at a cemetery. The popes buried here are all the popes of the War Soul Hall, and the place where the 4 of them came was Kyungsunji's cemetery. However, before they arrived, 2 people were waiting here. It was Qian Sunji's wife and children, Yongxiu and Qian Rongxiu. Tang Hao also discovered them, but all he had was peace. He did not regret what he did at the beginning, he just wanted to protect his wife. All of this is a conflict of interest between the two sides and has different positions. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Qian Rongxiu suddenly turned around and looked at the person coming. Looking at the strong man, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. The person who came was Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, the culprit who caused her father to be seriously injured and died. Even though he knew part of the truth about the past, Qian Rongxiu could not let himself forgive Tang Hao. Yun Shui naturally discovered Tang Hao, but she was also very calm. To be honest, she didn't have much feelings for Qian Sunji. She was originally a humble maid, and Chihiroji forced her to have sex with her for other reasons. In the end, he had a child by chance, but before the child was born, Qian Sunji died. Although I have reached the 99th level of titled Douluo, the only thing I care about is my daughter. She has long since lost her grudges in the past. After the Qian Yuchen Juren approached, Yun Shui and his daughter looked different. Sister-in-law, Zioxia Jian Yuchen said first. Tang Hao and his wife also looked at them, but they didn't say anything. Out of politeness, Tang Hao bowed his hand. Tang Hao, I have met Miss. He knew that the mother and daughter in front of him were Chihiroji's wife and daughter. Yun Shui said, I have seen the Haoshan crown. Jian Yuchen had already greeted her in advance, and she was not surprised by Tang Hao's arrival. Amon also took a step forward, I have met Miss. Yun Shui could see her eyes, and with her peerless Douluo's cultivation, she naturally saw Amon's original body. You are the 100,000-year-old soul beast he was chasing back then, but everyone has passed away, so there is nothing to say. After reading the books written by Qin Yuchen, she also realized that humans and soul beasts will eventually move towards a symbiotic situation. Otherwise, one day in the future, either the soul beast will be extinct or the soul master will be the soul master, and this profession will completely disappear. Qian Rongxue did not respond at all, but just looked at Tang Hao with a cold look. Qian Yuchen looked at her and shook his head. Holy light enchantment. The sound came out, and the surroundings were shrouded by the barrier he used. The death of the elder brother is a calculation set by the gods in the divine world to change the future pattern of the continent. The conflict between him and Tang Hao is just the result of his promotion. It just so happens that God can reincarnate a soul from another world into this world and serve as his own spokesperson. This will destroy my spirit hall and change the future pattern of the mainland. Qian Yuchen looked at them and said in a serious tone. Qian Rongxue looked at him with disbelief, the killing of the Avengers is in front of me, but you tell me that the murderer is actually the other person. Tang Hao is a tool man, and he just happened to step into other people's plans. Tang Hao sighed, there is indeed abnormality in Tang San's body now. The couple has confirmed that he is not our child. Amon nodded and said, although I don't know where that child came from, I can tell you clearly that he is indeed a soul from another world. Tang Hao and his wife agreed, and even Qian Daoliu, who was well informed, showed surprise. What did you say? My son's death was actually caused by those gods. Qian Daoliu immediately turned his gaze on Qian Yuchen, feeling that his faith had collapsed. Qian Yuchen saw something wrong with his old father and hurriedly said, this has nothing to do with the angel god of our Qian family, but the plan of a god who is one level higher than her. There is order everywhere, even the god realm is no exception. Like the human world, the divine world is constantly developing and needs to usher in change. Qian Daoliu couldn't help it, and a hint of anger flashed across his face, what's wrong with God? I worked diligently in the spirit hall, after making so many contributions to maintaining peace and stability on the mainland, they just wanted to destroy my spirit hall because of a plan? In the future, when I make a breakthrough, I must go to the gods to find these gods to ask for an explanation. Even Tang Hao couldn't stand the momentum he burst out. Is this the strongest ruling elder in the martial soul hall at that time? Tang Hao has always respected the strong. Qian Daoliu, his grandfather and the female senior of the Sea God Island, are known as the three peerless Douluo. This strength is really powerful. Qian Yuchen knew his father, and he was really angry. The God realm must be gone, but after the 5-year agreement of Tang San ends this time, God will secretly guide him to contact the inheritance of God. This step by step is our opportunity. Chapter 308 Qin Yuchen demonstrates its strength, Tang Hao is willing to cooperate with the situation. Are you calculating God? Tang Hao looked at Qian Yuchen in shock. This Pope was so bold. A mere person from the lower realm dares to plot against the legendary God. Incredible, really incredible. Qin Yuchen didn't think there was anything, after all, any world always needed innovators. Why can't the innovator of Douluo world be him? Why did you have to choose Tang San, the selfish killer? In the end, I treated the entire Douluo world as my back garden and did whatever I wanted. He does not allow this situation. The Douluo world belongs to the entire Douluo continent, not his Tang San's back garden. So what about God? If you stand too high, you will eventually fall even worse. Often the most inconspicuous thing is the most deadly thing. Uncle Haoshan's crown, you must know that only by sacrifice, one must have ambitions, and dare to change the sun and moon to a new sky. The spirit hall will never sit and wait for death, and I will not allow the spirit hall to be passed down in my hands. A trace of cold light flashed in Qin Yuchen's eyes, and the gentle temperament as jade became instantly cold. Tang Hao didn't understand. Where did he get the courage? Just rely on the 200 or 300 level gods in the martial soul palace. Master Pope, the legendary god is beyond everything, and even my grandfather disappeared because he was looking for the inheritance of God. It's not easy to shake a tree with the slightest slight. Qian Yuchen and Qian Daoliu looked at each other and smiled at Tang Hao. Qian Daoliu smiled and said, Aiken, show Haoshan Douluo your strength. Sometimes, only by showing one's own strength can we make people feel more at ease. Qian Rongxiu and her mother were also very curious about what height Qian Yuchen's strength reached. Qian Yuchen nodded and said to himself, then let's show the strength of an ordinary level 100 god first. He tapped him 6 times and directly showed 10 soul rings. 9 red and 1 red gold. Tang Hao looked at the 10 soul rings, his eyes full of shock. 10 rings, this has reached the legendary level 100. The Pope in front of him turned out to be a god-level powerhouse. Qian Rongxiu on the side felt it intuitively. This uncle looked in front of him, but he couldn't feel any of his breath. It is these 10 soul rings that really shocked my eyes. Too shocking. Amon looked at Qian Yuchen and felt surrender in his heart. The soul beast follows the powerful as the supreme, and the aura emitted by curiosity is vast and boundless, which makes people feel scared. After 10 seconds of display, Qian Yuchen's aura returned to its previous appearance. Uncle Haoshan Crown, I never do things that I am unsure of. I am the god-level strong man myself. Of course, there are also many god-level powerhouses in the martial soul hall. This is not easy to shake a tree, but to plan and move. Qian Yuchen looked at Tang Hao with a smile and said slowly. What do you need our husband and wife to do under the Pope's crown? Tang Hao also understood that as a god-level powerful man, it was very easy to treat his injuries. He gave so much sincerity and told himself so many secrets. If he pretended not to understand, he would be really stupid. Qian Rongxiu could also believe that his father died under the scheming of God, and Tang Hao was just a knife in their hands. Sir Haoshan Mian, what you have to do is pretend to know nothing. Write an analysis and tell Tang San that you and your wife will return to the Holy Soul village to live in seclusion. All other things are enough to wait for my notification. Qian Yuchen directly stated his arrangements. Tang Hao and Amon returned to the Holy Soul village, and Tang San would not have any worries. When God knew this news, he would definitely arrange for him to go to the Tiandu Palace to contact the Qunhai Kun shield as soon as possible. We will cooperate with His Majesty the Pope, just hope to rescue my mistress. My husband and I are very grateful. Tang Hao said again. Don't worry, what I promised will definitely be done. Qian Yuchen will naturally meet Tang Hao's requirements. The real Tang San in this world is innocent. Qian Daoliu looked at his second son saying this, which means that he had completely let go of his hatred for Tang Hao. To be honest, he and Tang Chen, who are experts, are unwilling to treat his descendants with hatred. Now everyone is happy. Thous Andren Shui looked at Tang Hao and said, Senior Haoshan, you have a wrongdoing and a debt. I don't blame you for my father's death. One day I will kill the gods and avenge him. Tang Hao looked at Qian Rongxiu and sighed, I no longer care about all the past, right or wrong, or not. In the future, I only want to accompany my wife and children. He had a thorough enlightenment that being with his family is the happiest thing. But it is difficult to do this. Amon also said, Hao and I will not participate in the dispute in the Soul Master world in the future. The original incident can only be said to be a coincidence. Qian Daoliu looked at Tang Hao's mood changes, and was curious about where he could go later. Qian Yuchen raised his hand and dispersed the barrier. He took out 3 incense sticks from the storage soul guide and ignited it with his soul power and inserted it in front of Qian Sunji's tombstone. Brother, the spirit hall will definitely get better and better, sure. At Shrek Academy, Flanders summoned many students to gather because the Shrek 7 monsters are back. You should know that the reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters has spread all over the world, but I have never seen a real person. This is a unique fan meeting, and the opportunity is rare. Soon, the college's playground was full of students, and the eyes showed expectation. When they saw Flander coming with a group of people, they suppressed their excitement and said, I have met the dean, the vice president, and the director of the teaching. Dean Flander, Vice President Lu Erlong Zhaowuji, and Director Yu Xiaogang. Flander brought Dai Mubai and others to the center of the playground and glanced at the classmates with a smile. Dear students, these people around me are the Shrek 7 monsters. Now 5 years have passed, let everyone see their cultivation achievements after leaving the academy. After he finished speaking, Tang San and the other 7 stood in a row, looking at the new faces in the academy with a calm expression. Zhao Wuji said happily, "Okay, little monsters, let them open their eyes." Tang San and others didn't say nonsense, and at the same time showed their martial souls and soul rings. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Hhh, and Xiaowu are all standard ratios of 2 yellows, 2 purples and 2 blacks. Tang San's soul ring was yellow, purple, black and black. The students were stunned by this outrageous soul ring ratio. The most shocking one is Zhu Zuqing, yellow, purple, black and black. She turned out to be the 7-ring soul saint. Her 7th soul ring actually faintly showed a hint of red. This shows that the age is extremely close to 100,000 years, which is incredible. Flander was very satisfied with the shock of the students, and he wanted this effect. Students, hearing is false, seeing is true. This dean has not bragged to you, right? The Shrek 7 monsters are your role models that you strive to pursue. Chapter 309 Tang Hao's Letter. The martial souls of the Shrek 7 monsters were also displayed, including White Tiger, Fire Phoenix, Sausage, 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, Rabbit, Ghost Vine, and Netherworld Spirit Cat. Is that senior who has a bit of arrogance the evil White Tiger Dai Mubai? The one with the fiery red hair is the senior Ma Hongjun with the evil Fire Phoenix? Why don't you look like a fat man? Is senior sister Ning's martial soul the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower? It is worthy of being the first auxiliary martial soul in the mainland. Can the food soul master practice so quickly? Senior Oscar is really a role model for us. Senior Xiaowu looks weird, but I didn't expect that she is so strong. That slender figure and handsome face are Senior Tang San? Thousand-handed Shura is the most mysterious of the 7 monsters. Senior Zhu Zuqing is really amazing. He has reached the Soul Saint in 5 years. It's so terrifying. The students' whispers were heard by the Shrek 7 monsters. They just showed professional smiles and didn't say anything. Flander felt secretly happy, and he was very satisfied with the performance of the Shrek 7 monsters. The shock on the students' faces was also the effect he wanted, so he invisibly advertised another wave of advertisements for his college. Next year's enrollment will get better and better, and the college's funds will be a huge return. Yu Xiaogang glanced at the smile on Flander's face and knew the reason why he made the Shrek 7 monsters appear. This guy has become the dean, and the essence of the profiteer has not changed. However, he didn't say much to be able to recruit more students, but just turned his attention to Tang San. In 5 years, Tang San's growth has far exceeded his expectations. His future upper limit may be higher than the other Shrek 7 monsters. Even though Zhu Zuqing has now reached the Soul Saint, he still feels that Tang San will surpass her and break the title Douluo record that Tang Hao has made. Yu Xiaogang believes that Tang San will also become a god-level strongman, even stronger than the god-level strongman in the Martial Soul Hall. Moreover, the insult brought to him by the Spirit Hall would have been asked to help him find it back. This Soul Master organization that is indifferent to everything is time to disappear into the long river of history. If Jian Yuchen heard Yu Xiaogang's thought, he would probably be so happy that he couldn't straighten his waist. How many peanuts are there? Say nonsense like this. Later, Zhao Wuji had a fight with Dai Mubai again. He controlled his soul power at the level of the Soul Emperor, and the two of them were evenly matched. Zhu Zuqing competed with Lu Erlong. The 2 female soul saints fought fiercely and finally ended in a tie. The 2 games also showed other students a visual feast, and the outcome of the battle between senior soul masters is often in a moment. Of course, before the outcome is decided, every move is extremely dangerous. They also understood that the battle between high-level soul masters was not what they saw in the soul fighting arena. There are also very few battles at the Soul Emperor level in the soul fighting arena, most of them are soul kings. After the battle, Flander gave a chicken soup speech to the students. The students were suddenly excited, their eyes filled with high fighting spirit. In the future, you may be able to become a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, which is exciting to think about. Everyone returned to Flander's dean's office, with happy smiles on their faces. Flander was even more relieved that these children were all real senior soul masters. He looked at the 7 people with a smile. Little monsters, what are your plans behind you? Although Flander was asking them about this, his eyes always fell on Ma Hongjun. Needless to say, Ning Rongrong will definitely return to the 9 Treasures Glazed Li sect to participate in the cultivation of the Great Elder's heirs, and finally assist Ning Rongrong in managing the sect. Oscar likes Ning, and the two of them are in love and will definitely join the Nine Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Daimyo Bai basically determined the position of Emperor Xingluo Empire and must contribute his own strength to the empire. Zhu Zuqing may inherit his family career and his future path has been arranged. Tang San successfully returned to Haoshan sect. Even if Haoshan sect is currently blocked from the mountains and avoids the world, it is an existence that ordinary forces dare not provoke. Xiao Wu's true body is a soul beast, but she has a good relationship with Tang San, and she has invisibly received the protection of Haoshan sect. Only Ma Hongjun is what he is more worried about. Although he is already married and has children, it is not possible to have no clear power behind it. Unless he reaches the titled Douluo, he will not be afraid of any trouble. Ma Hongjun also understood what he said and took the lead in saying, I have also saved some savings when I have been out in the past few years. I have also settled my home in the Lingdu province where Xiangxiang is. My father-in-law and his family are also a famous family in the local area, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. I will practice with peace of mind in the future and reach the title Douluo as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Fland nodded to show that he knows. The Soul Master world is not all about fighting and killing, but also full of human feelings and worldly ways. With Ma Hongjun's talent and the barren position given by the Tiandu Empire, as long as it is not a problem, he can also make his wife and children live a happy life. Just as several people were discussing, a male messenger was brought in by Li Yuzong. He spoke, Dean Flander, the messenger said that he had a special letter to the mistress, so I brought him. He said that the sender's name was Tang Hao, and he wanted to hand the letter in person to a young man named Tang San of Shrek Academy. Hearing the word Tang Hao, Flander's expression became serious. Tang San stood up and came to the messenger, and said politely, Hello, don't you know where my father's letter is? The messenger took out an envelope from his storage soul guide and handed it to him. Mr. Tang San, this is the letter Mr. Tang Hao asked me to give you. Thanks. Tang San took the letter and thanked him. Li Yuzong left with the messenger without disturbing everyone. Yu Xiaogang looked at the messenger's figure leaving and said, This is the fast messenger on the road. His martial soul is a rare pointed-tailed swift. He can send messages in the Tiandu Empire and reach the most remote area in 4 hours. Extremely fast messenger Tang San heard these words and opened the envelope. Tang Hao's familiar handwriting spreads Tang San and quickly start reading. He finished reading it in less than a minute. Yu Xiaogang looked at the expression on his face and asked, Miss San, are you going to leave? Tang San nodded, Teacher, my father has taken his mother back to the Holy Soul village to live in seclusion. I am going to take Xiao Wu to see them. After hearing Tang San's words, Xiaohu felt a little excited and nervous. The others also knew what Tang San meant, and they all smiled at their aunt, looking back and forth between him and Xiao Wu. Flanders stood up, showing a hint of nouveau riche, and smiled and said, If you have anything to do, let's talk about it tomorrow. You have already booked dinner at Tiandu Hotel, and I will pay for all the fees tonight. Ma Hongjun looked at him with some surprise. Is this Dean taken over by someone? Why did he become so arrogant? Or was he the stingy Dean I knew? Chapter 310 The storm suddenly changes and chaos begins. As time comes, Shrek and his teachers and students gathered at the Tiandu Hotel. Flander was very happy to see these old guys and the proud students. The old team of Shrek Academy, Li Yuzong, Xiao Xian, and Zhao Wuji sat next to each other. Flander sat in the center, with Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong on his left and right. Of course there is another person, Qin Ming. The position of the Shrek 7 monsters changed slightly, and Ma Hongjun and his family were sitting at the end. What is strange is that Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong are frowning, and this expression has been maintained since they entered the hotel. Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang's face was wrong and said carelessly, Teacher, you're fine. Var? Did you study too late last night and didn't have a good rest? Yu Xiaogang shook his head, I don't know what's wrong. When it was dark, I always felt very depressed in my heart, as if something had happened. Given that Xiaogang said this, Lu Erlong also echoed, like Xiaogang, I always feel heavy in my heart, but nothing happened on the way to the hotel. She didn't understand why this situation happened. I'm safe, I'm safe. How could something bad happen if you're such a happy day today? Zhao Wuji said with a smile, comforting the two of them with words. In fact, he also knew what would happen next, and this was revealed to him in advance by Qian Yuchen. On the other side, Tang Hao and Amon left Wuhan City and rushed to the border of Fasno province. After looking at the time, the two of them stopped in unison and looked towards the direction of Tiandu city. It's going to change. The Pope's plan will inevitably be tainted with blood. If they are willing to cooperate, there will not be too much blood. Yu Yuanzhen is arrogant, which makes the disciples of the sect all arrogant, which is probably difficult. Hearing his wife say this, Tang Hao shook his head. The sky is getting dark clouds, and it seems that it is going to rain heavily. That's right, Kunyuchen's action is to conquer the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. He had sent someone to discuss it for more than 10 times, but Yu Yuanzhen didn't even give him a good look. As the saying goes, clay man has 3 tempers, let alone him as a pope. A legendary figure like Zhuge Liang, Emperor Lu successfully invited him out of the mountain 3 times, and Yu Yuan was not so big. This time, the 3,000 Soul Kings and 2,000 Soul Emperors were led to the team to form Yueguan, Ghost and Demon Bear. Moreover, the team of 5,000 people is equipped with the latest Hotmart combat soul guides, soul guide mortars and rocket launchers, sniper soul guide guns and gatlins. These soul guides have one common attribute, that is, penetration. This is a targeted response made by Kunyuchen considers that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is a beast with strong defense in terms of martial souls. Yueguan looked at the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family base in front of him and showed a sneer. Humph, the Pope has negotiated with you more than 10 times calmly. If you are so ungrateful, you can only use tough means. Gui Mei's face was also not good looking, and he was angry from the bottom of his heart when Yu Yuanzhen's actions. Do you really think the Spirit Hall is afraid of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? It's just that the Pope was kind and didn't want to see too much bleeding before sending someone to discuss cooperation. It's a pity that Yu Yuanzhen is ungrateful and pretends to be noble. At the same time, the secret whistle outside the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also found traces of the Wuhan Hall army. If there is an enemy attack, go and notify the clan leader immediately. A disciple said to his companion, and then pulled up the signal flare in his hand. Yueguan looked at the rising fireworks and did not stop him. He wanted to defeat Yu Yuanzhen openly and destroy the beliefs in the hearts of everyone in the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Let the enemy die in this despair is the best way to make them unable to resist. The voice of Yueguan sounded, everyone cheered me up. The blue-powered Tyrannosaurus Rex family has repeatedly disrespected me, Lord Pope. No one can be careless in this reclaiming action. All the soldiers showed a hint of solemnity when they heard this. This was their first battle after leaving the seclusion and they had to fight beautifully. They continued to approach the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's base, no longer caring about secret whistles. In the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, a disciple wearing blue and white clothes rushed into the hall of convention. Urgent report. Report to the clan leader, the army of the Wuhan Hall is coming, less than 1 kilometer away from the sect's base. After his words finished, Prophecy, who was sitting in a high position, had already frowned. Yu Luomian, who was sitting under him, got up instantly and said angrily, what is the Spirit Palace trying to do? Do you want to provoke a war between the Soul Master world? He looked at the disciple who reported the news and asked, how many enemies are there invading? Have you ever seen it clearly? The disciple immediately said, Great Elder, they are in a huge crowd, starting at least 2,000. As soon as these words came out, the others in the hall took a breath of air conditioning. With a team of 2,000 people, the Wuhun Palace's move is obviously a bad person. Yu Yuanzhen also made an immediate decision and issued an order. The sect has launched a first-level emergency warning, and all disciples are ready to fight. With a command, the people in the hall took action one after another. Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian stood up and walked out of the hall, looking at the place leading to the sect road with a gloomy face. Brother, the people from the Martial Soul Hall are not good, and the sect may be in danger this time. Yes, this is also the first time that the sect has confronted the head-on battle with the Spirit Hall. Yu Yuanzhen also felt a little uneasy in his heart, and he had no confidence in winning the mountain on the entire continent. There are about 15 titled Douluo displayed on the openly of the Wuhan Hall. Who knows how many are there in the secret? Yueguan came to the front 200 meters away from the base of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Looking at the tall sect city wall, he smiled. Let me see how powerful the martial soul of your continent's #1 beast is. He raised his right hand and signaled everyone to stop. Stop! The neat footsteps stopped instantly, and then the formation was neatly arranged. The 5,000 people looked at the sect walls of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and their powerful aura made them these sects were a little breathless. At this time, a powerful voice came, which also alleviated the powerful momentum that the disciples of the sect had endured. Yuegwen and Gaimei, you two lead such a huge team to my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, what do you mean by? Yu Yuanzhen's figure appeared from the city wall, and the aura of the super-titled Douluo was also revealed. Seeing the real master appear, Yuegwen was not spoiled. Yu Yuanzhen, you stubborn old guy, His Majesty the Pope is kind to discuss with you, but you are ungrateful. Today I will break your proud sect and let your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family disappear on this continent. The irritable Yu Luomian walked out and shouted directly, Hua Pass, you are arrogant. Dear disciples, prepare to face the enemy. Yuegwen shook his head. Yu Luomian was not very capable, but he was not very angry. He raised his right hand and said sternly. Array, the first round of firepower coverage. 500 Soul Emperor level soldiers carrying Soul Guide cannons in front quickly set up guns from the storage Soul Guide and aimed at the tall and solid city wall of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The ghost took out a flag that emitted yellow fluorescent light and waved it downwards. Fire the fire! Chapter 311 The Destroyed Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Family. In an instant, bursts of fire were fired from the muzzle. Yu Yuanzhen felt a strong uneasy and said loudly, release the martial soul and call the defensive soul skills. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion sounded, and the city walls of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family were instantly bombarded. There were also many soul-guided shells falling into other places and violent explosions occurred. Damn it, what kind of weapon is this in the spirit hall? It actually has such great power. Yu Luomian heard the screams of the disciples during the explosion, and his anger became even stronger. Yu Yuanzhen still stood calmly, and the released soul power barrier protected her whole body 8 feet. But he already understood that today's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family may be doomed. Yuegwen smiled at the city wall of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family shrouded in smoke. This is the punishment for offending His Majesty the Pope. I am arrogant? Arrogance requires ability, and I just have the capital of arrogance. Yu Yuanzhen, you old guy, please taste the gift I gave you he 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 he. The corner of the ghost's mouth twitched, and he shouted in his heart, how come you have changed so much, you are not like this before. 3 minutes later, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the city wall of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which had spent 600 years in the wind and rain, finally collapsed. Yuegwen looked at the only fragment of the city wall protected by Yu Yuanzhen and smiled and said, Yu Yuanzhen, you have only this little ability. Ha ha ha, I see when you can persevere. Yu Yuanzhen looked at him, his old brows frowned very deeply, but still seemed very calm. Yuegwen, no matter whether my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can survive this disaster safely today, but I can be sure of it. You guys won't end up with anything good. After he finished speaking, he completed possession of the martial soul. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, possessed. The demon bear looked at his movements and rushed out directly. Yuegwen, you are a plant soul master, don't get involved in the duel between beast martial souls. The demon bear possessed. Looking at the demon bear rushing out, Yuegwen shook his head, you guy with muscles in your mind will definitely suffer a big loss later. Then he looked at the other disciples of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill me, leave no living. After saying that, he and Guimei rose directly into the air. The soldiers behind the two took out their soul guide Gatlin and headed towards the base of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Kill. On the Shrek 7 monsters, the food has already started serving in the luxurious suite sitting together. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong's faces not only did not look good, but instead became even more ugly. Especially Yu Xiaogang, his face was pale and his right hand couldn't stop trembling. Looking at him like this, Flander cared for, Xiaogang, what's wrong with you? Your face is so ugly. Tang San got up, quickly came to Yu Xiaogang's side, and began to diagnose his pulse. His face was full of doubt and he said, the teacher's pulse is full of vitality, not like he is sick or lacking sleep. After hearing this, everyone was confused. What was going on? After Tang San let go of Yu Xiaogang's right hand, he summoned Luo Sanbao uncontrollably. After Luo Sanbao appeared, he hurried to his leg, holding his right leg trembling, as if he had encountered something terrible. Yu Xiaogang was puzzled and said, Sanbao, what are you afraid of? Luo Sanbao did not respond to himself as he had before, but kept shaking. Strange, in theory, how can martial souls appear uncontrollably? Flander asked in confusion, then looked at Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong stood up and went aside with a try attitude, summoned his fire dragon martial spirit. Unlike Yu Xiaogong's Luo Sanbao, Fire Dragon did not react much after appearing. But Lu Erlong obviously felt that it was afraid of something, as if it was something invisible. It's so strange. There's nothing happening recently. Why did the martial soul have abnormal situations? The news published in Mainland Weekly now is all about government affairs news of the two empires, and there are some strange stories. Zhao Wuji pretended not to know and said in confusion. Everyone was silent. This phenomenon was so strange. Flander didn't want to destroy the happy atmosphere, so he stood up and said, "Today is the happy moment for the little monsters to return to the academy. This must be a strange phenomenon." His clever words made Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong look a little better. They didn't want to ruin this welcoming banquet because of their poor condition. Then, they started to eat while talking and laughing. On the other side, in Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, who was meditating on soul power, suddenly vomited blood in his mouth and fainted. Yu Tianxin, who was preparing to have a midnight snack, fainted without knowing it. This made Duguyan, who came to find Yu Tianheng, panicked, and hurriedly summoned other partners to help. Putting the two of them on the bed, Duguyan glanced at Yu Tianheng worriedly, and said to Ye Lingling, "Please, Lingling." Ye Lingling walked to the bed and summoned Jux and Haitang to start healing the two of them. 2.5 minutes later, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin suddenly exclaimed in unison, "No!" The two of them seemed to have a look of fear in their tone, as if they had dreamed of something terrible. Duguyan came to Yu Tianheng and held his hand. "Tianheng, what's wrong with you?" "I suddenly fainted, but I was so worried." Yu Tianheng, who came back to his senses, said in horror, "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is gone, it's gone." Yu Tianxin was also frightened, "Grandpa, Father, Mother, I don't want to leave you." King Guyu looked at the two brothers with an unusual expression and whispered, "Light, soul suppressing." A pure white light emanated, which gradually restored the expressions of the two of them to normal. Yu Tianheng hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help. The sect may be in danger. I need to go back and take a look." Yu Tianxin also said, "Brother and I are going back to see you. It's no coincidence that we suddenly fainted. You are not suitable for traveling now, and it's getting late, so let's set off tomorrow morning." King Guyu said, they were so angry that they needed to rest at least 4 hours. Duguyan also comforted, "Tianheng, I know you are worried about the sect, but your body can't hold on." Others also advised him not to take this risk. In the end, the two brothers suppressed their uneasy mood and agreed to set off tomorrow morning. After leaving, King Guyu just sighed lightly. If you want to achieve extraordinary achievements, you must use extraordinary means. You brothers are the remains of the fire left by the uncle, but the remains of the fire is about to be rekindled, and the journey is long. Obviously, she knew what to do, but it was a pity that she couldn't say it. In the Wuhan Hall, Qinyu City did not rest, but stood in front of the gate of the Pope Hall and looked at the full moon in the sky. This first wind starts with your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I have given you several opportunities, but it's a pity that I'm not good at using it. I am not a bloodthirsty person either. I have left you 4 seeds. In the future, you will replant the mainland again." Chapter 312, Different Joys and Sorrows. Qin stood in front of the Pope's hall all night, and when it was light, he suddenly smiled. The 3 elders are back. It seems that the matter has been resolved. His figure flashed and he arrived at the original meeting place, waiting for Yuegwen and the others to arrive. About half an hour later, Yuegwen returned with the tired soldiers. Everyone was very moved when they saw Qian Yuchen waiting for them in person. In 1 minute, they rectified their formation. Everyone's face was very tired, but they showed excitement. His Majesty the Pope personally received it, this is a supreme honor. Qian Yuchen looked at everyone, walked to Yuegwen, and asked, "Elder Zhu, how much damage did we lose this time?" "Report to His Majesty the Pope, this time our 5,000 soldiers were seriously injured, 120 people, 1,500 people were slightly injured, and killed 327 people. It's my dereliction of duty. Please punish your Majesty." After Yuegwen finished speaking, he knelt down with guilt. Qian Yuchen was shocked and unexpectedly died, with the number as high as more than 300. In the original work, in order to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Bibi Dong dispatched 8,000 soul masters to deal with more than 1,700 people from all their sects, but in the end, 3,000 people were killed. The one who was sent out by Kyunyuchen this time was basically one of the elite legions that were armed in place, and they were still killed. He looked at Yuegwen and said, "Elder Ju, don't blame yourself. These sacrificed warriors are all sacrificed for the future of the Spirit Hall, which is glorious. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I will never forget their efforts. Their family will take good care of the Spirit Hall. I will also create a hero soul monument so that others will remember them forever." These words made the soldiers who were originally a little sad and shocked in an instant. The Pope's words could be said to have shocked their hearts. The Pope himself ordered people to create the hero soul monument, and his comrades were a glorious sacrifice, and everyone remembers it. Word by word, shocked their hearts. I don't know which soldier was the first to shout, "Sacrifice for the temple, it's glorious." Then the other soldiers also shouted, "Sacrifice for the temple, glorious." Kyunyu City treats everyone in the Wuhan Hall very well. From the high-rise of the Wuhan Hall to the people of the Wuhan Hall. He is not groundless, many things are being implemented. He knew clearly that only firm belief can unite everything around him and defeat powerful enemies. You are all the best soldiers in the Martial Spirit Hall, and you are the most important people in my eyes. If you exist in the Spirit Hall, you will be honored. Qian Yuchen said, pausing. You have all experienced a big battle and are very tired. I'll give you 3 days off and report to the Legion's garrison in 3 days. Everyone, disband. After saying that, he looked at the 3 titled Douluo who led the team this time. 3 elders, please follow me. The soldiers disbanded one after another, and Yuegwen and the other 2 followed Kyunyuchen. After coming to a quiet camp, Kyunyu City imposed a barrier. He looked at the 3 and asked, "What is the result of this battle?" Yuegwen immediately said, "His Majesty the Pope, more than 1,700 people in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were destroyed, and all the sect savings were cleared. Such a force that was ignorant of the current affairs should indeed be erased. That old guy Yu Yuanzhen is indeed very strong. He seems to have used a special martial soul secret technique. He actually fought with the 3 of us for 200 rounds without a winner. If it weren't for using the martial soul fusion technique with the old ghost, it would be difficult to kill him." After saying that, he took out 3 encapsulated soul bones from the storage soul guide. A skull, a left arm bone, and a right arm bone. These are his 3 soul bones, and I have brought them all back. Please check it out. Qian Yuchen looked at the 3 soul bones with a hint of emotion. Yu Yuanzhen is also a famous figure in the mainland, but unfortunately he was finally destroyed in the long river of history. With a wave of his right hand, 3 soul bones flew into the storage soul guide. This mission was completed well overall. Thank you for your hard work, 3 elders. You are kind to you, Pope, this is what I should do. Did Yu Yuanzhen lead you to the back mountain of the sect and then your combat effectiveness suddenly increase? Yes, he absorbed 8 strange things, his combat power suddenly increased, and his strength was stronger than my demon bear possession. That thing seems to have 9 pieces, but Yu Yuanzhen cannot call it all for some reason. After a simple exchange, Kyunyuchen understood that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was the descendant of a certain Dragon King. As for the secrets, I will explore them when I have time. By the way, there is also the Ice and Fire Lianjian, and you have to go and have a look if you have time. Qian Yuchen waved his hand again, and 3 fragrant pills were suspended in front of the 3 people in Yuegwen. This is the Qi recovery pill. After taking it, you will recover your lost energy as soon as possible. After Yuegwen and the others took it, they felt their bodies become full of vitality again and said in unison, "Thank you, Lord Pope." Qian Yuchen waved his hand, "You can retreat and have some rest first, and hand over the seized things to the logistics department. We'll take our leave." Yuegwen and the other 2 left. When we came out of the tent, the sun outside just rose. Kyunyuchen looked at the birth of Chao Yang and smiled and said, "A wonderful day has begun." At Shrek Academy, Tang San took Xiaohu away early in the morning. The destination is naturally the Holy Soul village where he lived when he was a child. Just after Flander and others had breakfast, Xiao Xin said hurriedly, "Dean, Sect Master Ning is here, right in your office, and there are 2 other crowned princes accompanying you." He noticed something was wrong and immediately got up and went to his office. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong's expressions were much better than yesterday, and it seemed that they gradually returned to normal after 3 in the morning. But I also knew that Ning Fengzi would not come to the sect without any trouble, so something must have happened. The two followed Flander, wanting to see what happened. The other 5 Shrek 7 monsters also put down the tableware in their hands and followed quickly. Soon, they came to Flander's office. When Ning saw Ning Fengzi, he said in confusion, "Sect Master, what is the urgent matter for you to suddenly come to the academy?" This was the first time she saw a heavy look on the gentle and elegant sect leader, which was unimaginable before. Ning Fengzi saw that they were all here, and said directly, "I'm sorry for bringing you a painful news. The secret spies from the sect came to report that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed overnight." After saying that, his eyes fell on Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang and sighed. "What?" Yu Xiaogang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The news was a bolt from the blue. He was stunned and at a loss. Lu Erlong's whole body became soft. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing reacted quickly and supported her. Fland hurriedly asked, "Zhengzhu Ning, what's going on? There are so many people in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. How could it be overnight?" Ning Fengzi looked at him and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, the news about the spy will not be wrong. The city walls of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are fragmented, and none of the disciples in the sect are spared. Including, Yu Yuanzhen sect master." After he finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang could no longer hold on. Puff! He just fell backwards straight. "Ah!" Lu Erlong screamed, his face turned pale and he fainted. A trace of blood also oozed out from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 313 Arrangement. After sending Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang to their respective rooms, Fland finally breathed a sigh of relief after checking. Fortunately, the two of them were hit and fell into a coma, so they were fine. After returning to the office, he wanted to know what was going on again. Ning Fengzi also told him in detail the news he received. After listening to it, Flander felt a little dizzy. Such a large sect was completely erased in one night. Only 4 direct blood disciples were left, and other disciples outside were also suffering unknown pursuits. How powerful is the power behind it if you want to destroy a huge sect? Ning H on the side couldn't help but speak, which simply refreshed her cognition. It's not Shakun, how could someone destroy the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 sects, in such a short time? Besides, there is also the title Douluo, which is simply incredible. Ning Fengzi Chen Xin Gurong and the other 2 must have been tacit, and immediately guessed which force it was. But this speed did catch them off guard. After all, Qin Yuchen once said that he wanted to win over the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family as allies. But now, it can only be said that things in the world are impermanent, and no one knows what will happen in the next second. Chen Xin said, "According to the information I learned, there are only 4 direct disciples left in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. 2 are at Shrek College, and 2 are at Royal Academy." Oscar reacted instantly and said, "Senior Jian, these 4 people are masters, Ant Erlong, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin, right?" Chen Xin nodded, approving his answer. "This result is really heavy." Ning H asked, "Sect Master, what are you going to do next? Can I help you?" "We got this news and rushed to Tiandu City as soon as possible, and the sect also activated a first-level warning. I'm going to meet the Snow Ye Emperor with the 2 elders now. He may not know about this. You can stay in Shrek first." After saying that, Ning Fengzi got up and prepared to leave. "I'll give you a gift." Flander stood up and said. After they left, the atmosphere in the office became a little heavy. The Heavenly Dou Empire, in the palace. This matter is clearly done by the Wuhun Palace. What do they want to do? Want to unify the continent? Do you really think that my Tiandu Empire dare not declare war with it? After listening to Ning Fengzi's report, Emperor Sui was furious. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 sects, could guess who did it with your toes. Apart from the Spirit Hall, he could not think of other forces. Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other and did not make any comments. In fact, the 2 have surprisingly consistent ideas. Declare war with the Wuhun Palace, stop kidding. You 2 are just 37. 3,000 soul saints are dispatched to the Martial Soul Hall, and you can last for at most 70 minutes. The other party's terrifying foundation, even if the sleepy titled Douluo in the Heavenly Dou Empire cannot withstand it. However, in order to match the atmosphere, the two of them looked gloomy. After all, on the surface, the three sects have the same energy and the destruction of one of them is not good for them. Prince Shueqinghe looked gloomy and said, "Don't calm down. Now we need to send someone to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's residence to learn about the specific situation. We also need to help those disciples get buried in peace, and then think of solutions to prevent the Spirit Hall from attacking again." Emperor Sui was obviously unable to calm down at this time and spoke again. "How can I calm down? As a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the master has helped us train many excellent young soul masters. Now this is happening. The martial soul palace is extremely cruel. As a theoretical master, Yu Xiaogang helped the Tiandu Empire formulate many soul master training plans for 5 years, which benefited the Snow Ye Emperor deeply. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also brought a strong sense of crisis to his Tiandu Empire. Haoshan sect sealed the mountains and escaped the world. Who knows that the next target of the Wuhun Palace is the Tiandu Empire or the 9 Treasures Glazed sect? The top priority is to immediately send an elite force to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Their disciples cannot be exposed to the wilderness after they die. King He, let me give you the supervision of this matter yourself. On the master's side, I'll trouble Master Ning to inform you, and I hope he will feel sorry for me." Emperor Sui still stated his arrangements. After all, the dead are the most important. He still has plenty of time to deal with the Spirit Hall. Shueqing he said, "Please rest assured, I'm here for this matter. Will be arranged." Ning Fengzi also said, "Your Majesty, then we will return to Shrek Academy first. The Master and the second dragon are still in a coma." "Well, I'll say hello to the Master for me." Emperor Sui nodded. Afterwards, Shueqing he, Ning Fengzi and his group left the palace. Yu Xiaogang, who had been sleeping for 2 hours, woke up and looked full of sadness. Flander looked at Yu Xiaogang, not knowing what to say. "The words of comfort came to my mouth, but I couldn't say it. Boss Fu, what's wrong with Erlong?" "She." Before Fland could reply, Lu Erlong broke in. Her eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Yu Xiaogang and said sadly, "Xiaogang, it's gone, nothing is gone." "Woo woo." Yu Xiaogang patted her shoulder lightly and said hoarsely, "You still have me and me. Although he doesn't like this family, he is the place where he grew up. It is all fake to say that there is no emotion. He still wants to wait one day to practice the Soul Emperor and go back and take a look. At least you can prove that you are not a waste and have not lost your family's face. But now, this opportunity is gone, and my father and other relatives are all." He naturally knew the culprit of this matter. The Martial Spirit Hall. The only force that can destroy the family overnight is the Martial Soul Hall. A strong flame of revenge rose in Yu Xiaogang's heart. "If you don't take this revenge, I, Yu Xiaogang, will not be a human being." He looked at Flander and asked, "Boss Fur, please arrange it. I will take Erlong back to the family. Even if the family is destroyed, he will do his best to let those disciples be buried in peace." "Okay, I'll make arrangements now." Flander turned around and left the room. Lu Erlong's sob gradually decreased, replaced by a hint of hatred. "Martial Soul Palace, I, Lu Erlong, will definitely ask you to repay your blood debts." "Ah." Qian Yuchen sneezed and continued to correct the official documents. At this time, Ling Yuan's voice came in, "You did such a big thing last night, I guess those 4 survivors are scolding you." He looked up and shook his head. "It doesn't matter whether he scolds it or not. I just let the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family go where they should go. You don't know how many times I have given you a shock. It's just to change this unfriendly result. Who would have thought of him? This itself is the result of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the original work, and what he said is nothing wrong. There are many fallacies." Ling Yuan walked in, without any idea of continuing to argue with Qian Yuchen. She took out a bowl of tremella lotus seed porridge from her storage soul guide and placed it in front of Qian Yuchen. "You waited all night last night and have something to eat. It's still my Yuan who understands me, don't say it, I'm really a little hungry." Qian Yuchen picked up the bowl and started drinking. "The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is destroyed. What is your next plan?" Ling Yuan was a little curious. Someone would have to come up. Qian Yuchen put down the bowl and smiled. "Of course it's Xiangjia sect. That old guy Hu Yanzan also took in a lot of things in the Spirit Hall. It's time to do his best." Chapter 314 The Spirit Hall, strongly condemns the murderer. Hu Yanzhen. Ling Yuan remembered that after the competition for the Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Continental City ended, Qin Yuchen sent someone to approach Xiangjia sect. Hu Yanzhen, the sect leader, broke through to the title Douluo for this reason. You mean to let Hu Yanzhen hit the front? After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed, and his elephant armor sect was just right to go with the flow. This will also lead to speculation from the outside world that he has reached some kind of cooperation with the Spirit Hall, and he will also participate in this destruction operation. The Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul has obtained the 9th Soul Ring, and its attack power and defense power are stronger than that of the Plate Armor Rhino. Facing challenges from other sects, Hu Yanzhen will definitely show his titled Douluo's strength. In this way, he helped the Spirit Hall attract some firepower. As a theoretical master, Yu Xiaogang naturally knew the strength of the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul gaining the 9th Soul Ring. It's really worth it to face the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul. Hu Yanzhen might have guessed the intention of the Wuhun Palace, but he had no choice. Hu Yanli was in the Spirit Hall, and he himself accepted a lot of resources from the Spirit Hall and broke through to the titled Douluo. Hu Yanzhen is a smart person and knows how to do this. When the news of the Tiandu Empire requesting investigation comes, we can do the superficial work. Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. All of this was as expected. Well, just have a clear idea in your heart. Ling Yuan would not care about these things. She has gained some insights over the years, and the Fire Dance Tornado Sword technique has deduced 18 moves. If the 18 moves are combined into one move and the power is given as a reference object, it is her level 99 level title sealed Douluo cultivation can kill Qian Rongxiu, who had just broken through in the original work. Ling Yuan's move is still based on the novel biography of the beggar's hero So Qin written by Qian Yuchen. He defeated the last enemy Zhao Wuji and put the first 17 palms into one palm. Seeing that your breath has been strengthened again, can you say you have a new understanding? Qian Yuchen put down the empty bowl and looked at Ling Yuan carefully. I have a little insight. I have learned 18 tricks by myself when I learned the sword technique you gave me. You can still match 18 tricks for one move. A force that exceeds level 99 was burst out. Ling Yuan did not hide it, so she briefly said it. Ah! Qian Yuchen was a little surprised now. Someone really practiced the Huowu Tornado Sword technique to the 13th level? Ling Yuan smiled and said, actually, there is still room for progress, but the so-called the way is simple, so I have simplified it to 18 tricks. If I activate my god level strength, the power that bursts out will only be stronger. Qian Yuchen thought about it carefully and felt it was quite reasonable. After all, this place is a fantasy world, and some unscientific behaviors are also normal. It's good to have strong combat power. The stronger our strength, the better, so that the subsequent battle will be smoother. Time flies, and a day has passed. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong accompanied Flander to the base of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and were stunned after getting off the car. The originally majestic sect city walls were directly fragmented into ruins. The soldiers of the Tiandu Empire are collecting the dead disciples. I didn't expect that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, will be gone. Flander sighed in his heart, feeling sad for Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. The future blue-powered Tyrannosaurus Rex needs to be rebuilt by 2 people, so they can no longer be allowed to fall. Xiaogang, Erlong, let's take a look at the internal situation first. You have to let Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian fall into peace. He looked at the sad 2 people and said with a little sad tone. Shweking he happened to come out from inside at this time and happened to see the 3 of them. Dean Flander, Master, you are here. Seeing Shweking he, Yu Xiaogang didn't expect that the Prince of the Tiandu Empire would come to the scene in person. He said hoarsely, Your Highness, thank the Empire for your help. Master, please feel sorry. Shweking He's face was a little comforting. We have already collected the remains of the Jade Sect Master and the Great Elder, and we are waiting for you to see them for the last time. I'm sorry, Your Highness, lead the way. Please ask me to come. Shweking He took the 3 of them to the bodies of Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian. Covered with white cloth, it is impossible to see the specific situation clearly. Yu Xiaogang still found something wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with his father's body, not complete. He stepped forward and opened a corner, and his eyes turned red in an instant. That's right, my father's arms and head were gone. Martial Soul Palace, you are so cruel. I will definitely be incompatible with you. Yu Xiaogang roared angrily, and his figure was a little shaky. Lu Erlong lifted up a white cloth covering Yu Luomian's body. Although he was not interested in his father, he still felt a little sad after he died. Fortunately, her mother was not in the sect. She had a quarrel with the sect at the beginning, and her mother noticed something was wrong and returned to her hometown early. Flander felt the rich bloody atmosphere around him, and still couldn't help frowning. With such a large-scale massacre, the Wuhun Palace has really deteriorated. He also observed it and found that many people had fatal injuries on their chests or heads. Then there is the powerful impact of power, which makes them lose their limbs or shatter their internal organs. Let's discuss this news again. The mistress may know what weapon these disciples were killed by. He had already recorded the general situation at the scene and told him when Tang San returned to Tiandu city. After Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were sad, they covered the white cloth again. Yu Xiaogang looked at Xue Qinghe and said, "Your Highness, please bury them." Xue Qinghe waved, and several soldiers put Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian's bodies into the coffin that had been prepared long ago. It took 3 days to collect the dead people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong became very numb during these 3 days. Everything familiar to the sect turned into ruins, but they were also determined to rebuild the sect in their hearts. On the afternoon of their arrival, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangxin also returned to the sect. But seeing that everything turned into ruins, the 2 brothers really couldn't believe that this was their home. Finally, I saw the tombstones of my grandfather and the senior sect, and I fully realized that I was a lonely man. No, it should be said that the 2 brothers and 2 elders of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong are left in the entire family, totaling 4. Uncle, what should we do? Yu Tianheng was like a helpless child, asking Yu Xiaogang. You 2 have good talents, and it's only a matter of time before you break through Douluo, just practice hard at the Royal Academy. If you don't understand cultivation, come to Shrek to find me. Remember to keep a low profile. The sect is gone and you can't protect you like before. Yu Xiaogang said earnestly. Although these 2 nephews are not as perverted as Shrek's 7 monsters, they are still very talented. The rebuilding of the sect requires long-term considerations, and I will not have such a plan within at least 10 years. You practice hard and don't let the dead tribesmen down. Yu Tianheng endured his grief and nodded, "Uncle, I understand. I will work hard to cultivate the titled Douluo." Jade Tiangxin also said, "I will also work hard to make the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family rise again on the continent." On the other hand, the Wuhun Palace also issued a statement. Strongly condemn the murderer who destroyed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family, and will investigate the causes and consequences of this matter and give a fair explanation to the Soul Master world. The 7 major sects exist for a long time. The Haoshan sect sealed the mountains and escaped the world, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family was destroyed. The 7 major sects need to be reordered, and the method is carried out through force, with a year of preparation time. Chapter 315 The Action of Emperor Snow Knight. Tang Hao goes to the Holy Soul Village. After returning from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family, Yu Tiangxin and Yu Tianheng returned to the Royal Academy. Originally, Yu Tiangxin wanted to go to Thunder Academy to see it, but when he learned that Thunder Academy was gone, he had no expectations at all. Yu Xiaogang and Xue Qinghe went to Tiandu Palace, and Flander took Lu Erlong back to Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong suddenly fell ill on the road, and Flander took her back to the academy early. At this time, Emperor Sui showed a solemn expression on his face in the Tiandu Palace. "Master, if such a thing happens to your family, please feel sorry for your mourning. Everyone knows who did this, but no one can shake it at present." After saying that, Emperor Sui also flashed a hint of helplessness. Although the Tiandu Empire has millions of troops, it is not the same time that ordinary people face the Soul Master warriors. The role of Soul Masters in battle is no exaggeration to say that one can match 10. It is not impossible for a high-level Soul Master to deserve 1,000 or 10,000. Your Majesty, I understand all you said. The role of Soul Masters in battle is huge. This time, the Spirit Hall destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family overnight, and the Soul Masters used should have been more than 3,000. Although Yu Xiaogang looked sad, he still maintained the rationality of a normal person. Only by more than twice the total number of people in the family can all kill more than 1,700 disciples of the sect in a short time. His father, the other party should have sent 3 titled Douluo to target him. The strength of the martial Soul Palace has been too deep in recent years, and the outside world cannot know how many soul masters they have under their command. What is certain is that the soul master warriors in their hands are at least 30,000. The Pope and the Saint of the Spirit Hall should not have participated in this operation in person. Yu Xiaogang expressed his guess. Emperor Shuiye and Shui Qinghe were a little surprised. The team of 30,000 soul masters was a powerful force. Even in the Tiandu Empire, there are only 5,000 soul master warriors. The influence of the Wuhun Palace is far more than that. In recent years, their influence in the mainland has increased year by year, and many civilians support the Wuhun Hall. Many civilian soul masters are willing to join the Wuhun Hall after their martial souls awaken and contribute their own strength to maintaining peace on the mainland. The number of civilians in the mainland is at least 10 million, and the soul masters born every year are of a large base. Looking at the expressions of the two, Yu Xiaogang said again. The Soul Hall is still in contact with those duchy kingdoms behind the scenes. These soul warriors must still be in their army, which is not good for us. We cannot act rashly now. We need to be fully prepared to unite with the Douluo Empire and select a leading figure, which may be able to compete with the Wuhun Hall. Hearing his words, Emperor Sui frowned. United Douluo Empire. That Tiger Emperor will not agree. You must know that he has always been eyeing our Tiandu Empire. His doubts were also what Shui Qinghe thought. Just as the atmosphere was about to fall into silence, Ning Fengzi's voice sounded. Your Majesty, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. The Douluo Empire must have received news of the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and their concerns are consistent with ours now. There is a three-legged tripod between the two empires and the Spirit Hall. Once the balance is broken, it will be a loss of lips and teeth that are cold. So, cooperation between the two countries is inevitable. This time he came to join forces with the two countries of Tianduing and Luo to join forces. The instructions given by Qin were also to help him promote the alliance between the two countries as much as possible. In addition to uniting with the Douluo Empire, we also need to recruit free soul masters to join our camp, which can gradually change the situation that is unfavorable to us. This test of the Martial Soul Palace is the beginning of the sudden change in the situation in the mainland for many years. Ning Fengzi said again, which also expressed his views on the situation in the mainland. Yu Xiaogang also recognized his remarks and said again, Sect Master Ning is right. The Spirit Palace has taken further actions to consolidate its position and control in the Soul Master world, which is extremely unfavorable to us. Emperor Sui also understood that it was a critical moment, so he spoke and asked, I wonder if the Master and the sect leader have any suggestions for recruiting the Soul Master. Yu Xiaogang took the lead in giving his own thoughts. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My heart is very confused when the sect is destroyed and I can't help you with more advice. I will train our soul masters as much as possible so that they can join the battle as soon as possible. Emperor Sui also expressed his understanding. It is indeed not appropriate to ask Yu Xiaogang to help him now. Ning Fengzi also spoke, the 9 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will assist the Empire in simultaneous solicitation, but the specific charter needs to be discussed carefully. Sect. Master Ning said this, then I have confidence. Emperor Sui looked at him with a little close smile. His brother-in-law was still quite reliable at the critical moment. Shui Qinghe, who was quietly listening to the conversation between the three of them, had an undetectable smile on the corner of his mouth. When Tang Hao returned to the Holy Soul Village, the village chief Jack was still very happy. Looking at Tang Hao who had completely changed, Jack showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Tang Hao, I know you are not an ordinary person. A blacksmith has a better murderous aura than the old hunters in the village. This is simply outrageous. Tang Hao is still very grateful to the village chief, after all, he did help him a lot back then. College Jack, identity is just a filter. Thank you for taking care of the mistress. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Jack. Amon beside him also bowed and expressed his gratitude. You're even polite to me. Jack smiled and said again, I have repaired your house for you a long time, it's much cleaner than you did. Even if you and your wife settle down in the Holy Soul Village, it's not a problem. Jack kept Tang Hao's house and believed that Tang San would return to the Holy Soul Village one day. After all, fallen leaves will return to their roots. Unfortunately, in the original work, Tang San took Xiaowu back once after leaving the Holy Soul Village, and never came back. The village chief Jack learned that Tang San, who became a god in the Tiandu Empire, went out of his own village, and finally changed the village to a Shenhun village. Tang San may not care, but in Jack's eyes it was a very honorable thing. A god appeared in his village. After a simple greeting, village chief Jack took Tang Hao to the house where he lived. I won't bother you anymore. It's getting late, and you are tired all the way. Let's take a break early. After Jack finished speaking, he left directly. After Jack left, Tang Hao took Amon into the house. Guardian Jack is really interested. The mistress probably hasn't come back for so many years. Tang Hao sighed, sighing that things changed. There are no ones around that child, except for the people around him, and it is reasonable not to come back. Amon already understood that Tang San was a relatively selfish person and he did not return to the Holy Soul village, so he was not surprised. I received my letter and he should be on the way with that child, and he should be here tomorrow. Soul Beast, our family is really locked tightly by this fate. Amon shook her head helplessly. She really hoped that the person her son liked was an ordinary human girl. In this era, humans and soul beasts will not have good results. Chapter 316 Xiao meets her parents-in-law. Tang Hao guessed right, Tang San and Xiao were very close to the Holy Soul village. The two of them rushed to the road with all their might and had arrived 100 miles away from the Holy Soul village. Now the sky was dim, and Tang San felt a little tired. Xiao, let's take a break in this forest for a while and you will see my parents tomorrow morning. Well, no problem. Xiao had no objection to Tang San's arrangements. Tang San's movements were very straightforward and he arranged the camping site in 10 minutes. Xiao, the battalion commander has already arranged it. Let's take a rest after eating something. The two walked into the tent, and soon ate and replenished their energy, so they were ready to rest. No words all night. The next day, Xiao woke up and found that Tang San was no longer there. Walking out of the tent, he found that Tang San had turned around and looked at her. Tang San still maintained the habit of practicing the purple demon eyes in the early morning, so he got up early every day. Xiao, let's continue on our way after breakfast. Xiao didn't say much, and the closer she was to the Holy Soul village, her heart became more and more nervous. Tang San felt something was wrong with her mood, so he comforted her, my parents are all good, don't be too nervous. My mother is the same as you, so be at ease. Although Xiao heard Tang San talk about his mother's deeds, she was still very nervous. Miss, I know, I will calm my mind. 3 hours later, Tang San and Xiao had already seen the village not far away. Sacred Soul Village, after so many years, I'm back. Tang San said intimately, and looked at Xiao's eyes. At the same time, Tang Hao, who was drinking tea, looked outside the house. The mistress is here. Amon walked out of the room and said in surprise, they are so fast. Just so happened that Jack walked in with a bamboo basket. The basket is the current seasonal vegetables, very fresh. You have nothing in your house. These vegetables are grown by your own home. If you have a lot more, I'll send some to you. Amon walked to Jack and took the basket over. Thank you, village chief, you can sit for a while, I'll make tea for you. Okay. After Jack handed the basket to Amon, he sat opposite Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you kid are really lucky. He married such a virtuous person. Wife. But what happened to you when you were so bare? Tang Hao's current temperament is not like an ordinary blacksmith. It's very similar to the big family children he met when he was young, with a hint of natural arrogance on his body. Tang Hao took a sip of tea and said lightly, Miss San's mother was seriously injured and disappeared. I couldn't find her. In addition, other reasons, I could only live in seclusion here and let the mistress grow up. Fortunately, God has eyes, and the couple finally met again. When Jack heard him say this, he didn't ask much. Since you're back, what are you going to do? Let me tell you, there is no need for blacksmiths in the village now. The new farming method taught to us by the Wuhun Hall is amazing. The vegetables and fruits in our Holy Soul village are so popular in Notting City. Jack talked about the current situation of the Holy Soul village with a proud look on his face, and was very grateful to the Spirit Hall. The children in the village are all white and red. Last year, 5 children with soul power awakened. Listening to Jack's story, Tang Hao naturally knew the difference between the civilian soul master and the noble soul master of the sect. A good physical fitness is also the key to determining whether you can successfully awaken a high-quality martial soul. Children with malnourished nutrition usually have no soul power after awakening their martial souls. Besides, Tang Hao does not plan to be a blacksmith anymore. The 5 children are much better than the mistress and the others at the beginning, and you have worked hard all these years. Jack laughed and said, I'm very energetic now. When will there be another innate soul power appear in the village, I will be able to rest. Amon put the tea in front of him and smiled, Captain Jack, this day will definitely come soon. Jack smiled and said, that old man, I will accept your auspicious words. The 3 of them talked and laughed, and 20 minutes passed quickly. Tang San took Xiaohu to his house according to his memory, heard the familiar voice coming from it, and smiled. He looked at Xiaohu and said, Grandpa Jack seems to be here too. Let's go in. Yet. Xiaohu replied softly. Then she was held by Tang San and walked slowly towards the house. When he arrived at the gate, he said, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Amon in the room came out first when he heard this and smiled when he saw Tang San. Misery, you are back. Then he turned his eyes on Xiaohu and said in confusion. This is. Xiaohu was a little afraid to look at Amon and said shyly, Hello, Auntie, my name is Xiaohu. Village Chief Jack also walked out and looked at Tang San and Xiaohu. Are you a mistress? He looked at Tang San in confusion. This change was too big. Grandpa Jack, it's me. Tang San responded with a smile, you haven't seen each other for so many years, and you are still strong. Jack nodded, looked at Amon and smiled, I, the old man, won't disturb your family's reunion. If there is anything, come to my house to find me. Then, he quickly left Tang Hao's house. Amon also invited Xiaohu and Tang San into the house, and 4 people sat opposite each other on the round table. Tang San sat opposite Tang Hao, and Xiaohu sat opposite Amon. You are going to the appointment in a hurry this time, and you should wait with your classmates and masters for a while. Your mother and I won't leave the Holy Soul village, so don't be so anxious. Tang Hao took the lead in breaking the silence and said. I originally wanted to go to the Stardew Forest to look for Xiaohu, but she also returned to Shrek. The 7 of us reunited again after 5 years. After reading the letter left to me, I thought about bringing Xiaohu to see you earlier. After Tang San finished speaking, he glanced at Xiaohu. Amon looked at Xiaohu with gentle eyes and said. Child, you don't have to be nervous. I am a soul beast that turns into a human form like you. And you have entered the maturity stage, and ordinary people cannot discover your identity. When Xiaohu heard this with her own ear, most of the uneasiness in her heart disappeared. But she was also a little confused and said. Auntie, are you really transformed into a soul beast? I have seen many powerful soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, but I don't seem to have heard of you. Amon smiled and said again, I am not a soul beast in the Stardew Great Forest, so you naturally don't know my situation. I come from the Sunset Forest, and my body is a ghost vine emperor that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Xiaohu nodded, so that's it. There is also a senior of the Plant Soul Beast King in the Stardew Great Forest, called Blue Silver Emperor. It's a pity that she left after she transformed into shape, which is more than 20 years ago. Tang Hao instantly remembered the scene in his mind when he and his elder brother were in the Star Fighting Forest more than 20 years ago. By the river, he and his elder brother Tang Xiao were replenishing the water bag, and a blue-haired woman with a somewhat noble temperament appeared opposite him. At that time, there was a man and a woman next to her. That man seemed to be a bit like the current Pope. In an instant, he seemed to have guessed something amazing. On this side of the Wuhun Palace, Jian Yuchen looked at the information in his hand with a smile. Tang Hao, you should remember it. We've seen it more than 20 years ago, although it's just a quick glance. Chapter 317 Jian Rongxiu starts the divine exam. Tang Hao, who came back to his senses, looked at Xiaohu and asked. Then Blue Silver Emperor, do you know her appearance? Xiaohu told her about Lan Yin Huang that the 2 Mingmings told her love told Tang Hao. The woman who transformed into a Blue Silver Emperor is said to have a soft and smooth blue hair. Okay, Tang Hao can be sure that he had seen the current Pope Qinyu City more than 20 years ago. The new question is, who is the other woman who is following him? Is it a woman transformed from a soul beast? Or someone who protects him? It's terrible to think about it carefully, this is true. Seeing that her husband's face was not right, Amon asked. What's wrong? Are you a little unacceptable to the local environment? Naturally, she couldn't let Tang San notice the abnormality, so she adopted this method. After all, it is normal for me to be unacceptable after being away for so many years. Tang San didn't pay attention to this detail either. He looked at Xiaowu and said, if you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell me in time. Yet. Xiaowu nodded. Tang Hao smiled and said, I haven't come back for so many years, so I may really feel uncomfortable. After all, I've been staying in the wild for a long time, and I feel a little uncomfortable when I move into the house. When Tang San heard this, he felt uncomfortable. It seems that since I was 6 years old, I didn't know what my father's living conditions were. My son is really irresponsible and has never asked about his father's life. Tang Hao and his wife's words made Tang San successfully unaware of the abnormality. They were about to discuss this matter in private. They also quickly changed the topic and began to talk about Shrek's strange gathering. In this warm atmosphere, time passed quickly. Amon smiled and stood up and said, you guys talk first, I'll prepare lunch. Guardian Jack brought a batch of fresh vegetables to let you taste my skills too. A hint of expectation flashed in Tang San's eyes. He could finally have eaten the meal made by his mother. On this side of the Wuhan Hall, Qian Yuchen was having dinner with his family. Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger walked in. They had just finished their cultivation and it was time to come. The two of them just sat down and ate a few bites of Qian Yuchen, looked at it and said, what level has your soul power reached? Qian Rongxiu swallowed the food in her mouth and said, my soul power is now at level 85. Qian Linger put down the chopsticks that were preparing to pick up food and smiled and said, Dad, I am 1 level higher than Sister Shuer. Qian Yuchen nodded with satisfaction. The talent of these two children is indeed beyond imagination. Their 7th and 8th soul rings are suitable 100,000-year soul rings that Qian Yuchen personally found. With the help of Xianko, the two broke through to the title Douluo, which is estimated to be enough for 1 year. But now he needs the two to hit a higher upper limit, so he said again, you two are the most talented direct bloodline children who have been passed down from the 6-winged angel lineage to this day. Xiaoxiu, after dinner, go find Grandpa. It's time for you to complete the inheritance he has protected for many years. Linger, after dinner, I'll take you to a place, which is a good place to make you a super strong man. Neither Qian Rongxiu nor Qian Linger had any objection and believed unconditionally about her father's arrangement. Ling Yuan and Yun Shui looked at each other and knew what would happen next. However, they were just having a quiet meal and did not express their opinions. The reason why Qian Daoliu did not come was that the 7 worshippers gathered together today, and the old men were all communicating their feelings. Regarding Qian Rongxiu's arrangement, Qian Yuchen felt it was time to start her angel god assessment. Qian Linger has other arrangements, and can still break through to level 100 without accepting the inheritance of the gods and become a god-level powerful man. What's more, Qian Daoliu can now leave the body and keep the soul for 100 years without losing its vitality. As long as he has a suitable body, he can be reborn again and will not have any impact on his strength and bloodline. Therefore, when Angel 9 College needs to sacrifice himself in the end, he will not die like in the original work. Qian Yuchen would not let Qian Rongxiu see that Qian Daoliu, the grandfather, died in front of him. Now Tang Hao has guessed about Lan Yinhuang Emperor and Qian Yuchen, and is even more sure that their family has long been involved in the calculation of God. Even though Qian Yuchen took away the Blue-Silver Emperor, he still met the Ghost Vine Queen. This guess will definitely shock him. Of course, what was even more shocking was that Qian Yuchen had discovered the God's calculation more than 20 years ago and began to make arrangements. After lunchtime, Qian Rongxiu came to the worship hall according to Qian Yuchen's arrangement. The only golden crocodile Douluo is left in the current worship hall, and the other 5 people have left. Qian Daoliu smiled when he saw Qian Rongxiu coming. She is still very satisfied with this eldest granddaughter. As the successor of the angel god's inheritance, she performed very well in all aspects. She came here at this time, probably ready to be tested. The golden crocodile Douluo glanced at Qian Rongxiu, then said to Qian Daoliu, I still have something to do, so I will bother you if I have time. After saying that, he turned around and left the worship hall. Qian Rongxiu also said directly at this time, Grandpa, I want to take the Angel 9 test. Thousands of fluid expressions plain, with a hint of smile, Xiaoxiu, it seems that you are ready, so come with me. After he finished speaking, he walked into a secret door on the right side of the worship hall. Qian Rongxiu followed him, and the two of them returned to a quiet state when they entered the secret door. On the side of Qinyu City, Qian Linger came to the ice and fire eyes of the sunset forest. This is the real ice and fire yin eyes, not the one constructed for Tang San before. After traveling through the poisonous miasma, Qian Linger looked at this vibrant place, full of curiosity. She asked sideways, "Dad, is there something that really makes me stronger in this place?" Qian Yuchen nodded and said, "The ice and fire eyes were formed by the death of 2 god-level powerful men. The bodies fell here after the death of them. These 2 are the strongest people in the 2 fields of ice and fire, and this wonder was formed in tens of thousands of years." After answering his daughter, he headed towards the center of the ice and fire eyes. 5 minutes later, a spring with ice and fire balance came into view. And in the center of these 2 springs, 2 herbs grow. Star anise, black ice grass, fiery apricot, and delicate vegetables. Can these 2 herbs make me stronger? Qian Linger looked at the 2 fairy herbs growing in the spring in confusion. Qian Yuchen called out, "Can Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King come out and see you?" Chapter 318 Qian Linger's True Demonic Talent. The sound of Qian Yuchen fell, and 2 distinct springs fluctuated. 2 rays of light, one blue and one red, flew out, suspended above the spring water. Immediately afterwards, 2 rays of light turned into the appearance of 2 young western dragons. The Fire Dragon King looked at Qian City and said, "For tens of thousands of years, humans, you are the first to call us. I'm very curious, where did you know that this is the land of fall?" Although the Ice Dragon King did not speak, his meaning in his eyes was the same as that in the Fire Dragon King. Qian Yuchen looked at the remnant souls of the 2 Dragon Kings and said, "I can't think of any race that has such pure energy in this world except for the ancient Dragon Clan, which can do this." The Fire Dragon King smiled and said, "Hey, you human boy are really a genius. You guessed it right. We are the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings under the command of the Dragon God." Qian Yuchen said in confusion, "Dragon God? Is it very strong?" When the Ice Dragon King heard this question, he could no longer hold back and said, "The Dragon God is the founder of this world. Even the gods you know and the gods they live in were created by the Dragon God." Ah! Qian Linger was shocked by these words and directly refreshed her cognition. This Dragon God is actually the Creator God, or the strongest person in this world. Qian Yuchen pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why dare you ask the 2 Dragon Kings, Dragon God?" At that time, our 9 Dragon Kings fought a war with the gods in the divine world, because we were besieged by Shura, the evil and kind people, and fell early. We don't know what the final result is, but we can tell you clearly that he has fallen. The Fire Dragon King sighed, unwilling to mention the painful years before his death. At that time, the conflict between the Soul Beast God and the Human God was very serious. In addition, the sudden death of the Dragon God Prince, all the clues pointed to the Human God. In the end, a war broke out between the 2 sides, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The Ice Dragon King also shook his head, unwilling to mention what happened. He looked at Qian Yuchen and said again, "Humanity, what do you mean to wake us up this time?" The Fire Dragon King also echoed, "Yes, what are you doing when you wake us up?" Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Linger, and then said, "This is my daughter Qian Linger. The martial soul is a rare mutated martial soul seraphite. He has the ability to control the ultimate fire." Before he could finish his words, the Fire Dragon King interrupted him. "Can this girl control the ultimate fire? You don't want me to help her turn this ability into a power of rules and then break the limits of this world, right?" Qian Yuchen nodded, Senior Fire Dragon King's eyes. The Fire Dragon King curled his lips, "You guy is quite mindful, but why should I help her? Even if you want me to help her, why did you wake us up?" "Yes." King Ice Dragon also echoed. "If you are willing to help my daughter, I will take you to see the Dragon God's clone. She is on Douluo continent, and she is very safe at the moment. In the future, my daughter becomes a god, and you 2 Dragon Kings can return to this world." Qian Yuchen expressed his conditions. There is a relatively perverted rule in this world. After the soul beast sacrifices, its sacrificer breaks through the god level and can restore its soul and body again. After the sacrifice of the 2 Mingmings in the original work, Tang San ascended the divine realm and resurrected them. In the peerless Tang sect, they accepted Tang San's arrangement to enter Haoshan sect, with the pseudonym Niutian and Titan protecting the final foundation of Haoshan sect. A level 99 extreme Douluo, and a level 98 super Douluo. The Ice Dragon King asked in confusion, "Since this girl has a fire attribute, if I enhance her strength, it will only lead to attribute conflicts and cause her body to explode and die. What do you mean?" Qian Yuchen said, Linger, lift your left hand. Thousand spirits nodded and stretched out his left hand. An angel with an ice-like appearance appeared in her palm. My child is a rare double icy body of ice and fire, and the second martial soul is also a rare ice angel. That's why I woke you up and asked for help. Qian Yuchen explained. Ice and fire double spirit body. This is an extremely rare physique, which is enough to withstand the power of the two ice and fire dragon kings. You kid, you are so lucky. The descendants actually produced a double spirit body. It seems that this is a coincidence of fate. The dragon god said it was right at the beginning. We will usher in a new life in the future. So this opportunity actually lies with you, little girl. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King looked at each other and made their own decisions. You kid did a good job. You didn't absorb the soul bones for this girl, otherwise you wouldn't be able to accept the power of the two of us perfectly. Xiao Bing Bing, we finally have to unite in tens of thousands of years. The Fire Dragon King smiled and then returned to the fire spring water. The Ice Dragon King glanced at Qian Linger and then returned to the ice spring water. In less than 20 seconds, 2 complete soul bone sets appeared in each of the 2 springs. What's amazing is that the 2 soul bone suits were actually merged directly together. Finally it turned into a new soul bone suit that exuded red and blue colors. Boy, this is the ice and fire god outfit that combines the power of me. Let this little girl prepare to merge and absorb it. The voice of the Fire Dragon King came, and Qian Yuchen immediately said. Linger, put away your martial soul and prepare to absorb the soul bones. It was only then that Qian Linger understood why her father didn't let her absorb the soul bones. It turned out that he had prepared for himself a long time ago, and she knew that his father loved him. Yet, her face also became serious, and she was ready to absorb her soul bones. This ice and fire god apparel has a total of 7 soul bones, including head, limbs, torso, and back and wings. The 7 soul bones naturally integrated into her body without any discomfort. On the contrary, she felt that her body was extremely good. After absorbing the soul bone, his body floated uncontrollably, and 8 soul rings appeared in the Seraph's martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. A red beam of light enveloped it, and its soul power level was rapidly increasing, reaching the title Douluo in less than 10 seconds. Immediately afterwards, this red beam of light began to condense into the soul ring. This soul ring is not the bright red color of the 100,000-year-old soul beast, but the flame color with flame patterns. Is this the million-year soul ring? But this power seems to have a lot of strength. Qian Yuchen felt that the Fire Dragon King should have spare energy, but the Ice Dragon King had not taken action yet. He should be preparing to work together to allow Qian Linger to break through level 100 later. The red light disappeared, and Qian Linger was already a powerful man of the title Douluo level. The matter was not over yet, and her body was still floating in the air. The voice of the Ice Dragon King came, Little girl, put away your fire-attributed martial soul and summon your ice-attributed martial soul. Qian Linger put away the seraph and summoned the Ice Angel out. No matter what happens, remember to keep your mind. The voice of the Ice Dragon King ended, and a blue light enveloped Qian Linger. A red soul ring condensed into shape and became the first soul ring of the Ice Angel. Not yet, the process continues, and a red soul ring condenses and takes shape. In the end, 8 reds and 1 red soul ring with blue patterns surrounded Qian Linger. The 9 soul rings of the second martial soul were handled so easily. It's not too fast. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak, and she began to doubt her life. Is this still the Soul Master realm that I know? 100,000-year soul ring is really so easy to obtain? Chapter 319 Qian Linger reaches the limit and recalls Tang San's emergency letter. The blue light disappeared, and Qian Linger slowly landed on the ground, with a little unreal feeling in her eyes. Qian Yuchen couldn't help laughing when he looked at him as he was so sensible. What's wrong? You are now a peerless Douluo powerhouse at level 99. Are you unhappy? After hearing Qian Yuchen's words, she slowly came to her senses. Dad, this is simply incredible. In less than an hour, I actually reached level 99. Qian Yuchen smiled and shook his head, saying, this is why I asked you to practice well with your mother before, and I have already arranged your path for you. You have really paid a lot in the past 5 years. I brought you here today to give you a good result. Qian Linger was very moved and put away her martial soul and hugged him. Dad, thank you. Qian Yuchen touched her head and showed the old father's smile. Okay, they are all big girls, why do you look like a little girl who can't grow up? Humph, in front of you, I am a little girl. Qian Linger let go of curiosity and took 3 steps back, looking at him angrily. I'll tell you too, can we finish what's going on? The voice of the Fire Dragon King broke the idea that Qian Yuchen and Qian Linger would continue. This girl's strength is growing too fast now, and it will take at least 2.5 years to prepare for the future. Yes, our 2 of us have activated part of her potential in advance. We need to calm down this help in order to better activate the remaining potential. The words of the Ice Dragon King also came over, with a bit of seriousness in his tone. Qian Yuchen naturally understood this principle and said, I understand. I will definitely let Linger concentrate on stabilizing her strength after she goes back. Please rest assured, the 2 Dragon Kings. The Fire Dragon King's words came again, when her cultivation is stable, I will take her here again, and that will be our last help. After saying that, the Binghuoliangi fell into silence again. Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Linger and said, the 2 Dragon Kings have developed part of your potential, and their strength has also grown too fast. After I go back, I will formulate a consolidation plan for you. Don't slack off, do you understand? Qian Linger understood his father's intention and said, Dad, I will not let you down, I will definitely consolidate my cultivation. Then let's go back to the spirit hall. Qian Yuchen put his right hand on her shoulder, and the 2 disappeared into the eyes of Binghuoliangi. When the 2 left, the Ice and Fire Dragon King appeared again. This human being hides his strength, he should have reached the level of Shura. This guy's motive is impure. He should have some ideas about the divine world. It's a pity that we only have this soul body left. That girl will definitely fight. We didn't help her, but we also participated in the battle. Keep sleeping. Maybe it will take less than 2 years to come, and he will come again. Sleep, I'm really tired this time. 2 dragon souls returned to the depths of the spring and flew into the huge dragon-shaped skeleton and fell asleep. After returning to the spirit hall, Ling Yuan was shocked when she saw Qian Linger again. She looked at her daughter in surprise, and the aura she exuded was at the level above the super Douluo. Linger, you're... Qian Linger was quite determined and soon accepted the fact that she had become a level 99 extreme Douluo. Mom, Dad took me to a magical place, and then I was at level 99. By the way, I'm sorry for hiding you for so long. I'm actually a twin martial soul, one is a seraph and the other is an ice angel. Now both martial souls have 9 soul rings, hee. After hearing his daughter's words, Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen. Brother Cheng, is this true? Qian Yuchen smiled and nodded, saying, Linger said it right. She is the youngest extreme Douluo now. It's just that this body of cultivation needs to be consolidated, and you need your help. His arrangement is very reasonable. After all, Qian Linger's previous training was formulated by Ling Yuan, and now it is very good to stabilize her cultivation. Just in time, Ling Yuan also wanted to try out the actual effect of his 18 moves of Fire Dance Tornado Sword technique. Hee, Mom, I'm different this time. This time you don't need to suppress your soul power level to level 80 to fight me. Qian Linger couldn't wait to try with Ling Yuan. Her strength could force her to have some real level. Qian Yuchen watched her start provoking Ling Yuan again, and prayed to her in his heart. Why does this girl always like to try to rebel against Tian Gang in front of her mother? You know, even the 99 level extreme Douluo is still a gap. Ling Yuan has been concentrating on understanding for many years. Where can you, a rookie who just broke through, get the courage? Qian Linger will immediately understand what the famous scene of mother's love and daughter's filial piety is. After she finished speaking, Ling Yuan's face calmed down. No problem, Mom also wants to see how strong your level 99 strength and twin martial souls are. Qian Linger nodded as if she hadn't noticed it. Okay, I will do my best. Qian Yuchen really wants to say, good, be more energetic, don't lose your weight. He looked at Ling Yuan and said again, then you can arrange it yourself. I will go to the Pope's palace to process the official documents first. After saying that, he left directly. In Holy Soul Village, Tang San was in a very good mood after lunch. After eating the dishes made by his mother, he felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Very warm and considerate. Xiaoa was also very similar to him. After all, she was a soul beast arranged by Qian Yuchen, and her parents didn't know at all. The memories in my mind were all given to her by Qian Yuchen. But this feeling of home made her very obsessed. But the quiet time is always short. When Tang San was about to take Xiaohu around the village chief Jack came to his house with a messenger. Grandpa Jack. Misery, this is the messenger from the capital of the empire. I am looking for you. Tang San looked at the messenger in confusion. He had seen this outfit the day before yesterday, and it was a letter from Tang Hao to him. Hello, Mr. Tang San. I came to deliver the letter by Mr. Shrek Flander. After the messenger finished speaking, he took out an emergency letter from the storage soul guide and handed it to him. Tang San took the letter. Thank you. Your guest. I was so angry. Since the letter was received, I will say goodbye. Village Chief Jack then left with the messenger. Tang San looked at the envelope in his hand and fell into deep thought. What happened? Let the dean send an emergency letter. When I opened the letter, I saw that there were only a simple line of words on it. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed, come back quickly. Chapter 320 Tang San's preliminary thoughts. Tang San walked into the house with a serious expression. Tang Hao didn't understand why and asked, Miss San, is something happening? Dad, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family has been destroyed. Director Flanders sent me an emergency letter. Tang San's tone was a bit heavy, and this matter was really serious. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the three sects, is gone like this? What kind of blow will teachers Yu Xiaogang and Aunt Erlong be so badly? Tang San dared not imagine it. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Dean Flander hurriedly asked him to return to the college. The mainland is about to rise, and I am no longer willing to interfere in this dispute. You may have very little time to go home when you return to Shrek Academy this time. Remember to protect yourself and the people you love. Tang Hao did not stop Tang San from wanting to go back. He was the protagonist throughout the entire incident, and it would definitely not work without him. Miss, no matter what happens, remember to stay calm. Protect yourself and don't put yourself and your friends in danger. Amon also reminded him, revealing some concern in his tone. When the child grows up, she will definitely not stop him. Tang San was very moved, but he also knew that this was not the time for children to have a long relationship. Mom and Dad, things are urgent, so I will return to the academy with Xiao Wu. Be careful on the road. Saying goodbye to his family, Tang San took Xiao Wu with all his strength towards Tiandu City. One day later, they returned to Shrek Academy again. As soon as he walked into the academy, he saw Oscar come up to meet him. Oscar said with a hint of apology on his face, Misery, the matter is urgent, Dean Flander can only call you back urgently. Tang San shook his head and asked, how are the teacher and Aunt Erlong? Oscar sighed, Aunt Erlong was seriously ill and has not recovered yet, the master was much more haggard to the naked eye, alas. Who would have thought that this happened just after a small gathering? It's true that there are unexpected situations. Tang San could also distinguish the priorities of the matter, take me to see Dean Flander first. Then, they came to Flander's office. After sitting down, Tang San asked, what's going on with Dean Flander? How could the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family be destroyed? Fland also sighed a little in his tone, saying, just when we got together that night, an unknown force launched an invasion of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In the end, no more than 1,700 children of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family survived, and the Jade Sect Master also lost his life. With the help of the Empire, it took 3 days to bury all the bodies of these disciples. Tang San was shocked. It was incredible that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed in one night. He quickly locked a target in his mind and said, it's the Spirit Hall, right? It must be them. Flander didn't say anything, which was considered to be acquiesced to this answer. Now there is a response plan. Sect Master Ning and His Majesty have begun to recruit Soul Masters and expand Soul Master Warriors. Shrek Academy is supported by the Empire and must fulfill its responsibilities. How can we finish the eggs when the nest is destroyed? This time we can't stay out of the matter. He said again, expressing his position. In the past, Shrek Academy could ignore these things, but now it is different. After accepting the support of the Tiandu Empire, they are people on the same front and need to advance and retreat together. Where are the others? Tang San came in and didn't see Dai Mubai and the others, and he was a little confused. Oscar answered his doubts, Boss Dai and Zhu Qing returned to the Xingluo Empire, which is said to be discussing the union between the two empires. The fat man sent the child back to his father-in-law's house and then back. He returned to the 9 Treasures Glazed Li sect and will return to the academy tomorrow. Tang San looked at Flander again and said, Director Flander, don't you know what I can help? To be honest, the Tang sect hidden weapon can arm the army of the Tiandu Empire. Especially the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it can at least cause fatal damage to soul masters below the Soul King, and can even directly kill. If we can create hidden weapons such as the Peacock Feather, the Rainy Pear Blossom Needle, and the Buddha's Anger Tang Lotus, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers will be greatly enhanced. In this way, a team with strong combat power can be quickly armed to compete with the Soul Hall. You go and see Xiao Gang first, and then we will talk about the following matters later when Master Ning comes. Flander didn't say much, all these things need to be discussed in the long run. Okay, then I'll go see the teacher. After Tang San finished speaking, he got up and took Xiao Wu away from Flan's office. Oscar said, I'll go and help the master make 2 sausages, allowing him to maintain normal physical condition. Flan nodded and thanked, then please. Oscar then left the office, leaving Flander alone here to sigh secretly. When Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang, he seemed to have grown much older. His hair, which was a little black, has now turned completely white. His eyes were red, he was very haggard and had an unshaven beard. Seeing this scene, Tang San felt very uncomfortable. Teacher, I'm back. Please mourn me, we must revive our power and seek revenge on the Spirit Hall. He couldn't say anything comforting, but at this moment, only with the power of hatred in his heart could Yu Xiaogang find his goal to live. Yu Xiaogang looked up at him, Misery, although I have left the sect for many years, I have always wanted to tell them with my own efforts, but now. My father, brother, tribe members are gone, all are gone. The home that I hate but miss is completely gone. My heart hurts so much. Every night he couldn't sleep. When he closed his eyes, it was all about the tragic deaths of the disciples of the sect. Even if you can fall asleep for a short time, you will be awakened by a nightmare. Teacher, you must cheer up and use your theoretical knowledge to help the Empire train an elite team of soul masters. Only when our strength is strengthened can we have the opportunity to avenge the Spirit Hall. Tang San walked to Yu Xiaogang and said in a deep voice. You're right, I want to take revenge. I want to take revenge. After saying this, Yu Xiaogang could no longer hold on and fainted. Tang San was shocked, and then immediately diagnosed and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Xiaogang was too tired, and his tense mind suddenly causing the feeling of fatigue to surge, and then he fell asleep. Master. Oscar walked in and wanted to ask about Yu Xiaogang's situation, but when he saw him lying on the bed, he stopped talking in time. Tang San helped Yu Xiaogang cover the quilt and turned around and said, Xiao Ao, let the teacher rest quietly for a while first, let's go out and talk. When the two came to the corridor, Oscar sighed. The master has eaten 2 sausages in the past 2 days, so it's time to have a good rest. Thank you, Xiao Ao. A hint of gratitude flashed in Tang San's eyes. Why are we still so polite? Oscar smiled, then asked in a serious tone, what are you going to do next? I will definitely ask for an explanation for this move when the Wuhun Palace is against the trend. But now that we are not strong enough, we still need to make a long-term plan. After Tang San finished speaking, a trace of golden light flashed in his eyes, as if he had already made some preliminary plans. Chapter 321 Tang San is preparing to meet Emperor Sui, and Qin Yuchen's son awakens his evil martial soul. In order not to disturb Yu Xiaogang's rest, Tang San and Oscar came downstairs of the faculty and staff of Shrek College. As soon as they sat down at the stone table downstairs, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin walked over. How is the situation of Master Xiao San? No big problem, right? Thank you, Teacher Zhao, for your concern, teacher, he has fallen asleep now. That's good. He has never eaten or drunk these 2 days, and he has really made people feel worried. Old Zhao is also very worried. Zhao Wuji sat opposite him, and Xiao Xin sat down next to him. Didn't you have a class today? Why is Teacher Zhao so leisurely? Oscar said in confusion. After such a big thing happened, all the students in the senior class had a holiday, and all the students in the junior and intermediate class had a holiday for 3 days. When the plan for this matter is discussed, the normal class order will be restored. Zhao Wuji told him about the situation in the academy, which was a rare leisure time. But what he wanted most was to go back and reunite with his family. I don't know when the task given to him by the Pope will be completed. He has been working diligently over the years, and he has been undercover in his position as vice president. He was really worried that one day he would become the dean of Shrek Academy. If he wanted to get out at that time, it would be difficult to do it. Then the four of them started chatting briefly. About 20 minutes later, Xiaohu also got off the upstairs. After she came over, Tang San immediately asked, "How is Aunt Erlong? Isn't it any better?" Xiaohu sighed, "It should be because of excessive sadness. Her whole mental state is very poor. I guess she will have to rest for a while." Seeing Lu Erlong's appearance, she felt very sad, and suddenly hated the Wuhun Palace. After all, in the memory given by Jian Yuchen, her parents also died at the hands of the Wuhun Palace. The Wuhun Palace does so many evil things and will definitely be punished. Xiaohu said, gritting her teeth. At this moment, Chen Xian's soul power was transmitted. "Tang San, come to Dean Flanders' office. It's Senior Jian Douluo." Tang San and his friends looked at each other and stood up one after another, heading towards Flanders' office. After they came in, Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian sat opposite Flander, waiting for Tang San to arrive. "Zhengzhu Ning and Senior Jian Douluo." Tang San greeted the two of them. "The situation is urgent, and I learned from it that you can create unique weapons, which is a great enhancement to our strength. So I'm going to take you to see your majesty. If it's feasible, the Empire will strongly support you." Ning Fengzi, "No nonsense, just express your intention." When he learned that Tang San could create a weapon to kill the Soul Lord, he was very shocked. Ning H talked about the process of their time in the soul fighting arena and the crazy rhinoceros team. She still can't forget the power of Zudge Divine Crossbow. The key is that this weapon does not require any soul power, and ordinary people can kill soul masters by using it. If this weapon is equipped on a large scale by the army of the Tiandu Empire, its lethality on the battlefield will be very huge. The situation in the Tiandu Empire is critical, and this weapon is urgently needed to enhance its own defensive power. I do have this kind of weapon manufacturing method and am willing to contribute my own strength. Then let's go. Your Majesty should be very happy to hear this news." Seeing that Tang San did not refuse the request, Ning Fengzi stood up and prepared to leave. Tang San looked at Xiaohu and said, "Wait until I come back." Xiaohu, "Yes." Afterwards, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo took Tang San to leave Shrek Academy. Kanshui City, Qunyu City has arrived here, and today is the day when Jian Yunlin's martial soul awakens. This child is already 6 years old and it is time to awaken his martial soul. "Dad, I'm ready." Jian Yunlin looked at the awakening array arranged by Jian Yuchen and said in a plain tone. Jian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun looked at each other and nodded with a smile. "Okay, you walk into the magic circle and I will awaken your martial soul yourself." Zhu Lingyun was very curious about what kind of martial soul her son could awaken. She and Jian Yuchen were both top martial souls, and I think her son's martial soul should be no different. Jian Yunlin walked into the awakening formation. Jian Yuchen took a step forward, stretching out his right hand. "The Bible, come." A book appeared above his right palm, with golden sun and moon patterns on the edge of the book cover. On the front are 2 6-winged angels standing opposite each other, and on the back is some kind of holy light magic array. Then he waved his left hand and the 6 golden soul powers fell into 6 golden awakening stones. This kind of awakening stone is not the kind of ordinary awakening black stone, and it provides a little more energy. If it is a top martial soul, the person who releases soul power will not consume that much. The golden light enveloped Jian Yunlin, and he felt very warm, just like when he was in his mother's arms when he was a child. His eyes emitted a dark black light, and he subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Buzz! The sky quickly became darker, and thunder flashed faintly. "Is this a forbidden martial soul?" Jian Yuchen said in surprise. "What is a taboo martial soul?" Zhu Lingyun didn't understand very much. A Yin, Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo, who noticed the movement, all came here one after another. There is no way, this feeling of oppression is too strong. Jian Yunlin's right hand gradually became dark, and then a 6-winged angel appeared, full of a very strong negative aura. The moment the martial soul appeared, the thunder in the sky struck down. Jian Yuchen waved his hand to resist the thunder, his face suddenly became uneasy. Is this a fallen angel? This aura is completely opposite to the 6-winged angel. How could such an evil martial soul appear on Xiaolin? Yin showed a little puzzled look in his tone, which was so strange. When Xiao Ying'er came here, she also heard Qian Yuchen's words and asked curiously, "Dad, what is a fallen angel?" The fallen angel is a martial soul with the opposite attribute of the six-winged angel. It is an evil martial soul. If the holder is not determined, he will be controlled by the martial soul and becomes a powerful human-shaped puppet. Qian Yuchen explained in a solemn tone. Logically speaking, even the descendants of the six-winged angel bloodline and the Zhu family bloodline are at least dark angels. In that case, the martial soul is only a dark attribute and will not have any negative impact on the soul master himself. The martial souls like the fallen angel are really not what they should exist in this world, and it is normal to reduce the punishment of heaven. However, he would not allow his son to be hurt. The sky thunder slashed down one by one, bombarding the barrier arranged by Qunya city. There is a saying that goes, "Don't draw conclusions easily until the last moment." Qian Yunlin's left hand couldn't help but lift it up, and a six-winged angel emitting sacred light appeared. Arshan Michael. Qian Yuchen was surprised again. Although this six-winged angel is somewhat similar to the Qunjia, it still has a subtle difference. He could feel that the opponent's strength was limited and he could only exert half of his previous strength. It's simply outrageous. Is this still Douluo's martial soul? After this bright six-winged angel appeared, the thunder in the sky disappeared without a trace instantly. Twin martial souls, Liner is a twin martial soul. Zhu Lingyun was very excited. His son is a twin martial soul, but it seems to be a god-level martial soul. The fallen angel and the light angel are also the first existence in the world. Qian Yuchen sighed and walked to his son. "Put your martial soul away, my mother and I will teach you the method of cultivation." Chapter 322 The cooperation plan is confirmed. Tang San notices abnormality. Martial souls with two opposite attributes, depravity and light, are still very rare in Douluo continent. The eldest daughter Qian Ling'er is an angel martial soul with ice and fire attributes, and the second son Qian Yunlin is degenerate. And the angel spirit of light. This is simply outrageous. The martial soul of the second daughter Qian Luiying is the mutation type of Blue-Silver Emperor, the Holy Light Blue-Silver Emperor. It is not a twin martial soul, but it is better than a twin martial soul. The cultivation speed is particularly fast in the light environment, and the martial soul can also be condensed into a set of combat equipment, the Holy Ray armor set. Only the eldest son Qian Pengju is the exception. Although he is also a twin martial soul, it is more normal compared to the other three children. The main martial soul is Haoshan Hammer, and the second martial soul is also an angel martial soul mutation type, Holy Spirit armor. This is a complementary twin martial soul, which really seems normal. Qunyuchen took out the soul power detection crystal ball and said, "Hold it, remember to tighten your mind no matter what happens." As soon as Qian Yunlin touched the crystal, he felt that his soul power was uncontrollably rushing towards it. The crystal ball instantly emitted a dazzling golden light, and Qunyuchen smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, you kids are all innate level 20 soul power, which really gives me a face." Qian Yuchen smiled happily, and his four children were all in the innate level 20. Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo looked at each other and set their eyes on their lower abdomen. They are looking forward to whether their children will also have twin martial souls and soul power innate level 20. Xiao Ying'er looked at her younger brother and smiled sweetly, "Come on, brother, otherwise my sister will beat you up." Qian Yunlin was unhappy in an instant. His second sister knew how to disturb her good mood. What is the key? When facing her, I seem to feel fear and my combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Qian Yuchen, child, this is the blood suppression from my sister. Sister, I will work hard to practice, maybe one day I will surpass you. He still showed no regrets and said in his heart that one day my younger brother will defeat your hateful second sister. Hehe, I want to surpass my sister, you are still 2.5 years away. Xiao Ying'er is not at all guilty and is full of confidence in her strength. Looking at the siblings, Qian Yuchen and others looked at each other and laughed. Tang San followed Ning Fengzi into the Tiandu Empire Palace and met Emperor Sui up close. Emperor Sui was deeply impressed by Tang San, and the fourth soul ring was the Shrek 7 monsters that were 10,000 years old. "See your majesty." Ning Feng told the three of them to bow. "Everyone will sit down." Emperor Sui smiled. This time Ning Fengzi was able to bring Tang San, which was an unexpected surprise for him. After Ning Feng sent the other three to sit down, Emperor Sui asked again, "Sect Master, do you have any good ideas for calling Viscount Tang San this time?" If you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, Ning Fengzi brought him over, and he must have a different intention. Your Majesty, Tang San is also proficient in clever techniques and can design weapons that allow ordinary people to kill the Soul Lord. Ning Fengzi said directly. After the words came, Emperor Sui stood up directly, his eyes fell on Tang San, his eyes full of heat. Vergium Tang San, what the sect master said is true. Tang San stood up and said, Your Majesty, I can indeed make this weapon, but the materials required are very harsh. To build such a weapon, 3 pounds of iron essence without impurities. The metal materials required for higher level weapons are even more demanding. He said this truth. You should know that after 6 years of ironwork in Soto City, the metal materials he saved have barely created a Zudge Divine Crossbow and 5 Silent Sleeve Swords. Only by making ordinary metals into iron essences can an intermediate or above blacksmith do it. Or forging aristocratic families, combined with unique secret techniques, can create qualified iron essence in a short time. Although Emperor Sui was prepared, he was still a little surprised by the consumption. 3 kilograms of iron spirit and 1 weapon, the royal family only had 10,000 kilograms of iron spirit. With the creation of corresponding arrows, how can we build a powerful special legion? It is worthy of being a magic weapon, and forging is not that easy. Emperor Shuiye sat down and his face gradually calmed down. Ning Fengzi naturally understood the difficulties of Emperor Sui and said, the 9 treasures glazed lilac sect will also assist the empire in collecting iron spirits and excellent craftsmen. At this time, we must unite to have a chance to defeat the hidden enemies in the dark. Emperor Sui breathed a sigh of relief. His brother-in-law would always stand up at critical moments. Vishu Tang San, tell me your thoughts. He also understood that Tang San had selfish intentions, but as long as it was not too much, he could accept it. After all, cooperation is about win-win results, so that benefits can be maximized. Tang San was stunned and then expressed his thoughts. I am planning to set up a special institution, and my main business is to forge this special weapon. Balabala said a lot and expressed her idea of establishing the Tang sect. In this way, if the Tiandu Empire provides materials and service fees, it can obtain powerful weapons, which are the Tangmen hidden weapons designed by Tang San. Emperor Sui thought about it carefully. Now that the Empire's personnel are being mobilized too frequently, it will also attract the attention of the Wuhun Palace. He agreed with Tang San's plan. I can give you a month at most, otherwise it will be too late. 1 month is enough for Tang San. Tang San, if you have any difficulties, you can let the message to the 9 treasures glazed Pilai sect. I will do my best to help if you can help. Ning Fengzi's face belt. He looked at Tang San with a smile and said gently. Thank you, Master Ning. Tang San thanked him, not intending to use the power of the 9 treasures glazed sect. To solve this problem, he had already figured out the candidate. The patriarch of the Li clan, Titan. Is the Titan a magic craftsman or a loyal follower of his father, which can greatly help him solve the problems in forging? If you want to build Zudge Divine Crossbow in a short time, the Power Clan is the best help. Ning Fengzi looked at Tang San as if he was confident, and after smiling, he didn't say anything else. Chen Xin is like a transparent person, sitting quietly on the other side. Emperor Sui felt a little tired and said again, I'm going to bother you about this matter. I'm old now, so I can't accept my old age. Hearing Emperor Sui say this, Ning Feng made Tang Sanchen stand up and said, Your Majesty, let's say goodbye. After leaving the palace, Tang San frowned. Chen Xin looked at him and said in confusion, Tang San, what's wrong with you? Why are you browsing? Tang San looked at him and Ning Fengzi and said, I'm not sure. Your Majesty's face gave me a very strange feeling. It's like it's poisoned. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin's faces immediately became solemn. This is not a trivial matter. When the Emperor of Snow Night was poisoned, the news spread, and the entire Tiandu Empire would be in chaos. Chapter 323 Tang San meets Titan. Ning Fengzi winked at Tang San and asked him to come with him. Chen Xin seemed calm on the surface, but in fact he was also wary. Then, the 3 of them came to a hidden industry in the Jubeo glazed Li sect. When he arrived in a quiet secret room, Ning Fengzi's face calmed down a little. He looked at Tang San and said in a serious tone, Tang San, do you know how much impact your words just now will have on the empire if they spread out? Especially in this special period. Tang San sighed, Zhengzhu Ning, Your Majesty's face is really bad. It seems that he is really poisoned, but it is just a chronic poison. It can't be discovered in a short time. His drowsiness is caused by a vague toxic attack. Chen Xin said in a deep voice, only the three of us know about this matter, we must not let others know about it, do you understand? I understand, senior. Tang San naturally understood that it needed to keep it confidential. Ning Fengzi looked at him seriously, unlike the gentleness he had before. Tang San, the mainland is in a resurgence, and many people will be involved. It is impossible for Ivory to be out of the matter. You can implement the matter of weapons as soon as possible. I will ask someone to check it out for him. There is not much time left for us. Tang San nodded, Xingzhu Ning, I will do my best to implement it. As long as the basic structure is completed, I will be able to devote myself to the work I create. Okay, I still say the same thing. If you have any difficulties, come to the 9 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect. After Ning Fengzi said this, he personally sent Tang San away. When he returned to the secret room, there was one more person inside. Brother, why are you here? Ning Fengzi said in surprise. How is it? Tang San should have discovered that Emperor Sui was poisoned. Qian Yuchen turned around and looked at him with a smile on his face. Yes, he is so young, and this insight is indeed very sharp. Ning Fengzi said, this is exactly the same as Qian Yuchen said. He said in confusion, why do I still need to get close to him? What is the weapon he mentioned? Qian Yuchen didn't say anything, and took out a special crossbow from his storage soul guide. The hidden weapon of the Tang sect, Zhuge Divine Crossbow. This is the weapon that Tang San wants to build, called Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Making a fine iron, it is easy to seriously injure soul masters below the soul sect. Ning Fengzi walked forward and looked at it carefully. It has to be said that the shape is indeed exquisite. Tang San will soon establish a force to build such weapons. Once mass-produced, armed soldiers of the Empire will be promoted to a higher level. He also understood the impact of this weapon on the war, but after saying that, he looked at the calm expression on Qian Yuchen's face and knew that things were not that simple. This kind of weapon is a toy for the Spirit Hall, and those advanced weapons are somewhat beneficial. Qian Yuchen smiled and said that the top weapons such as the Tangman hidden weapon, the King of Hell Tai, still have great lethality. Even if Tang San cooperates with the Tiandu Empire, he will not be as sincere as he can. You can do it according to my arrangement first. If the 9 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect cooperates with this drama, they will still maintain their status as the 3 sections. No matter how the mainland is storming, it will still stand. After he said this, he disappeared. This is not nonsense. After all, although the 9 Treasures glazed tower in the original work, it still maintained its own status and did not decline like the Haoshan sect. After Ning Fengzi left, a 9-colored light ball appeared in his right hand, half of which had been filled. 9-colored divine power, I can still reach a level of 100 in my life. So you have arranged everything long ago, and you are worthy of being the eldest brother. Tang San acted very quickly and soon came to the Power Clan to look for titans. Sky south of Dushan, in front of a mansion. Tang San stopped and looked at the thick and tall courtyard wall of the mansion, with a hint of surprise. However, the 2 orangutan stone sculptures in front of the mansion have been lowered. He quickly walked to the gate of the mansion, and the 2 strong men raised their hands at the same time. The person who comes will stop. Hearing this rough voice, Tang San smiled, please also inform Senior Titan, just say that old friends are visiting. The 2 strong men looked at him a few times, and the man on the left said, wait. After saying that, he turned around and pushed open the door and walked in. The thick door made Tang San secretly shocked. If you don't have enough strength, you can't open this door. You are worthy of being a clan of strength. Soon, a tall middle-aged man walked out. This is also a characteristic of the Li clan, and the disciples are all complaining about their bodies. Young man, what's the matter with us leader? Tang San did not say anything more, but showed the Haoshan hammer in his left hand. Uncle, can you know my martial soul? Haoshan hammer. The middle-aged man was shocked, and he still understood the relationship between Haoshan hammer and Li Yi. He said respectfully, little brother, please come in. 3 minutes later, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, Tang San met the Titan. The grandfather and grandson all came in from outside, and Titan looked at Tang San in confusion, who are you from Haoshan sect? In his memory, the disciples of Haoshan sect all looked straight, and this was the first time that such a handsome man had seen him. Tang San smiled and said, "Senior Titan, have you not met me for 5 years?" As he said that, he also showed off his martial soul ghost vine. "Are you the young master?" Titan was stunned. This change was too big. "My appearance has changed because of the second awakening of the ghost vine. There are not many people on the twin martial soul continent. My Haoshan hammer is not the time to attach a soul ring, so it is still empty." After Tang San finished speaking, he took out the Zhuge divine crossbow from his storage soul guide. Only then did Titan believe that the young man in front of him was the young master Tang San. "Young master, are you doing well over the years?" "My father is very good. Not only is his injury healed, but his soul power has reached level 96. "That's good, then he now." Looking at the look of expectation in Titan's eyes, Tang San shook his head. "My father will no longer participate in mainland disputes. He made a mistake back then and affected Haoshan sect and you. He had already taken fame and threatened his reputation and lived in seclusion with his mother." This. Titan was a little surprised. Tang Hao actually chose to retire when he was the strongest. "Maybe for my father, this is the best result. Senior Titan, I am here this time to set up a new sect called Tang Sect." Tang San did not hide anything and told Titan his thoughts. Titan was a little confused. "Tang Sect, you are ready to?" "I have already recognized my ancestors, but I am still very free in my actions." The Tang Sect was established to cooperate with the Tiandu Empire. The situation is tense now, and this is also an opportunity for the rise of the Tang Sect. Tang San said again. "Alas, the martial soul palace is powerful, I wonder if the empire can survive this crisis." Titan naturally understands that the current situation is not optimistic. The power displayed in the Wuhan Hall has the meaning of swallowing the continent. "Young master, your sect, my power clan naturally has full support. But the power of my clan alone cannot expand the influence of your new sect, so you still need to unite with 3 other old guys." As the leader of a clan, Titan naturally understands the difficulty of managing a sect. Therefore, he also made his own suggestions to Tang San. The other 3 old guys are naturally 3 of the 4 single attribute families. The Yu clan, the Min clan and the Po clan. Chapter 324 Titan tells the past, Qin Yuchen meets Douluo again. Tang San had heard Titan mention it before that the other 3 old guys should be the patriarchs of the other 4 single attribute families. In addition to the single attribute of martial souls, these families also have their own fields of expertise. However, Titan did not explain in detail at the beginning, and he didn't know much. "One of my power clan must have unconditionally supported you. Since the master has retired, he will naturally respect the young master." Titan's loyalty to Tang Hao was nothing to say. Even after leaving Haoshan sect for so many years, there was no resentment in his heart. Tang San's eyes showed a hint of joy. The sect of this clan of the Li clan is the south of Tiandu city. Although it covers a large area, it is not conspicuous. The key is that the temple of the heavenly Do city of the Wuhun Palace is located in the north of the city and will not pay much attention to it here. It is naturally the most appropriate to choose this place as the foundation of the Tang sect. But Tang San still needs one more thing to answer for him. "I'll talk about this matter later on the Tang sect. Senior Titan, can you tell me about the other 3 major families?" He was very curious about the other 3 single attribute families. What are the characteristics of martial souls and what fields each was good at? "It's a coincidence that you came this time. If you come tomorrow, you might not see me. Tomorrow is the time when our 4 single attribute sects gather every 2 years, so I need to go on a long trip." Titan smiled and continued. The 4 single attribute sects are the Li clan, the Yu clan, the Min clan and the Po clan. After the Haoshan clan announced its closure, we all retreated one after another. Out. Even so, we have always been watching and helping each other and will be together once every 2 years. The martial soul inherited by the one of the power clan is the great orangutan, the Wu clan is the martial spirit inherited by the big armor, the martial spirit inherited by the Min clan is the sharp-tailed swift, and the martial spirit inherited by the one of the poker clan is the soul-breaking gun. The 4 families also have their own fields of expertise. The power clan is good at forging, the imperial clan is good at construction, the intelligent clan is good at detecting, and the cracking clan is good at refining medicine. After listening to the Titan's speech, Tang San instantly showed joy. These 4 single attribute families are simply the best support for their Tang sect. The two core cores of the Tang sect are hidden weapons and refining medicine, among which poison is the first. Using invisible poisons to solve the target is the highest level of assassination in the Tang sect. The other three families must be included in their own Tang sect. Tang San was so excited that he became more and more determined. He looked at Titan and asked with a hint of request. Senior Titan, if I go with you at this party, I wonder if Fang is not convenient. I also understand that the four single attribute sects had no choice but to leave the Haoshan sect. Because of the grudge between Haoshan sect and the Wuhan Hall over the years, it might not be easy. I want to try to get in touch with them, maybe. The Titan was startled first, then smiled bitterly. Young master, you can go with me, it's just that the leader of the other three groups has a deep resentment towards Haoshan sect. They are also extremely stubborn. They have not only been disappointing these years, but they can even be said to be embarrassed. If they knew you were a disciple of Haoshan sect, your ideas would probably be shattered. Taino added, especially for the Po family, they have the deepest resentment towards the Haoshan sect. The sect was once attacked by the Spirit Hall and was damaged by nearly half, but it has not recovered its vitality until now. In order to protect itself, Haoshan sect also disappointed the hearts of the four major families. Tang San didn't know how to say anything more. The right and wrong in this was not something that could be explained in just a few words. But he believed that if the other party saw a bright future, he would definitely choose to join his Tang sect. At the very least, you don't have to lead your tribe members to live such a low-key and embarrassing life. After thinking about it over and over again, he said again, it's Haoshan sect that I'm sorry for them. What should be resolved must be tried to resolve. Even if they won't return to Haoshan sect, I hope to try to do something for them and make up for the trauma they have suffered over the years. What do you think? Titan nodded with satisfaction, his expression softened a little. With this young master's words, I will do my best to help you. I just remind you not to have too much hope. Tang San felt that this meeting should be almost done, so he planned to leave. The Tang sect affairs will be put on hold for the time being. I will go back first and come to meet you early tomorrow morning. In the end, the three Titans' grandchildren sent Tang San to the gate and watched him leave. Tang San is acting, and Qun Yuchen is acting too. After he left Ning Fengzi, he came to Douluo's mansion. He called out at the top of his throat, "Old Poison, come out to pick up customers." Douluo, who was about to drink tea in the house, put down the tea in his hand, then stood up and came quickly towards the gate. Seeing Qun Yuchen, he said angrily, "What are you doing here? How can you lead the Spirit Hall as a good person when you are so ungrateful?" Qian Yuchen felt that Douluo's aura had increased and smiled and said, "Why has your mouth become poisonous after not seeing each other in the past few years? It seems that the poison attack has helped you a lot. It has completely controlled the Via Phosphorus Snake Emperor poison and transformed it into your own strength. This soul power level should be level 96. Hearing his words, Douluo also smiled. "It's thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have such an opportunity. It's no regret to be able to break through to level 96 in your lifetime." Then, he took Qun Yuchen into the mansion. "You did what happened to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family?" Douluo asked immediately after pouring a cup of tea for Qun Yuchen. He didn't understand why Qun Yuchen did this, so he directly destroyed the blue-powered Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the three sects. He believed that the strength of the Martial Soul Palace could be easily done. But this incident happened so suddenly that all forces were caught off guard. Qian Yuchen picked up the tea and took a sip, and said in a plain tone, "Actually, I didn't want to do this, but Yuan Zhen is really too stubborn." This also confirms the saying that the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Since this matter is difficult to deal with, I can only take the most unfriendly approach. What he said was very simple, but Douluo also knew that Qun Yuchen had tried his best to negotiate with the other party. "After you do this, the entire Soul Master world will be in a panic. I guess the two empires will unite to deal with your Spirit Hall. And those waiting and watching will also take the opportunity to find a position that suits them, and now everything is in an undercurrent." Douluo shook his head, he was a little resistant to participating in this dispute. "I'll come this time. I want you to go to Shrek Academy and tell him the secrets of the Heavenly Do Empire. Tang San is now aware of the poisoning of Emperor Sui, so I'll give him some guidance." Qian Yuchen still wants Douluo not to participate in this dispute as much as possible and just be an NPC-style character. "Hey!" Douluo was confused by these words and said in surprise, "Emperor Shuiye was poisoned? Then weren't the princes who died suddenly before?" After hearing what he said, the mysteries he encountered before would be solved one by one. What a prince, then I will leave this matter to me. Of course, he had not passed by the royal family for a long time, so he was not sure about the physical condition of Emperor Sui. Tang San could see that he was poisoned, which made him look a little more respectful. He asked again, by the way, what is Tang San's strength now? Qian Yuchen put down the teacup and said lightly, Soul Emperor, level 63. Douluo, what? Chapter 325 The secret of the royal family shocked Tang San. After leaving Douluo's mansion, he returned to the Wu Soul Hall. At this time, Douluo was walking on the way to Shrek Academy. While walking, he exclaimed in his heart, Tang San Wu was actually the Soul Emperor in 5 years, he is really a little monster. Wouldn't that mean that the other 6 little monsters are all at this level? In about half an hour, he arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy. When the rotating student saw Douluo coming, he shouted respectfully, Hello, Elder. Although he rarely appears in Shrek Academy, as the honorary dean and the titled Douluo, he still has a deep impression among students. Yet, Douluo nodded and responded, then walked straight into the academy. He came to Flanders' office and came back as soon as he sat down. Senior Douluo. Tang San said politely. Douluo looked at Tang San in surprise. His changes were too big. It's exactly 2 people like before. You are Tang San. Flanders smiled and said, Senior Douluo is a mistress. Because of the second awakening of the martial soul, his appearance has changed. Tang San sat opposite Douluo and asked in confusion, Senior Douluo, is there anything you have to do when you come to Shrek Academy? Since I had no contact with Douluo after the Soul Master competition, I must have something to do when I come to the academy now. Although he is the honorary dean of the college, he rarely appears and basically studies his own poison. Douluo asked Flander, how is the sound insulation effect here? After hearing what he said, Flander knew that there was something important. He smiled and said, my office has great sound insulation. Douluo looked at Tang San again, with a solemn look on his face. He asked, what do you think of Prince Shueqinghe? Shueqinghe. Tang San was still a little unexpected about Douluo's answer, but he quickly thought about how he got along with Shueqinghe. It's a bit like Master Ning, and it gives people a gentle and elegant feeling. But I always feel that he is very purposeful. I have only met him a few times and I don't communicate much with him. Tang San expressed his impression of Shueqinghe. Your perception is still too shallow. Whether it is Prince Shueqinghe or Sect Master Ning, if you can hold a high position, you will naturally not be a kind person. Douluo shook his head and continued. The Prince Shueqinghe is not as simple as he imagined. He is the eldest son of Emperor Sui, but he is not the best son of the royal family. The Emperor of Snowy Night has a total of 4 children. The Prince Shueqinghe and the 4th prince have avalanches, and the 2nd prince and the 3rd prince have died long ago. The most outstanding child of the royal family was the 2nd prince. He could be said to be amazing and beautiful. He may not be as good as you in the cultivation of soul masters, but his wisdom is still above you. Maybe God is jealous of the talent, but he suddenly died when he was 12 years old. The 3rd prince is the most outstanding in the soul master's talent for cultivation. Unfortunately, he died the next year. So, originally, there are only 2 of the 4 sons of Emperor Sui. Tang San said in confusion, what did you mean by the senior? Avalanche deliberately pretended to be a playboy and then escaped the disaster. Douluo nodded and said, yes, because Avalanche was young at that time, he later learned about this and was protected by the Bloody Prince. Tang San thought for a while and said, is it possible that the 2 princes died by the people behind Prince Shueqinghe? As soon as he said this, Douluo denied it. The 4 princes all lived in the palace, and all their diets were strictly inspected at that time, and there was no possibility of poisoning. The person who does this must be the people inside the palace, and outsiders will never be able to get close to it. Those servants and maids are the most trusted confidants of Emperor Sui. Ah! Tang San knew how difficult this way of poisoning was, and said, then who is the vested interest in this matter has the greatest motivation? You are right. When Emperor Shuye asked Prince Shuexing to investigate, there was no problem, so the deaths of the 2 princes became a headless case. The avalanche turned into a playboy because he didn't want to die. This is the life-saving trick that Prince Shuexing taught him. Douluo said again that these inside stories were told by Prince Shuexing. Emperor Shuye has a problem with his physical condition during this period. I was invited by the Bloody Prince and went to see it and found that he was infected with a chronic poison. After careful investigation, he found that he had a mixed poison. The basic poison was in his usual food, but the trigger came from a spice. There is only one person in the palace to use this spice, and that is Prince Shueqing He. He gave Tang San another piece of harsh information, which shocked Tang San directly. To be honest, I asked the sect leader to take me to visit Emperor Sui, and I also noticed that he seemed to be poisoned. It's just that there is no close contact and I dare not make a conclusion. Tang San also told him about meeting Emperor Sui. I communicated with you before, and this made me realize this kind of toxic existence. Combining the past, do you think Shueqing will have no problem? After Douluo finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile. I came to the academy this time and felt something. Maybe it was the sensing between the old poison and the little monster. I didn't expect to meet you, but this change surprised me a little. Hunpox Tang San's face suddenly became solemn. This was the first time he heard it in this world. He also used this poison on the emperors of an empire, which shows how good the poisoned person is. Looking back on Shueqing He's modest, gentle, and respectful appearance, Tang San still finds it difficult to accept it. He looked at Douluo and asked, "So this is the reason why you are very close to Prince Shueqing? In addition to saving your life, do you want to support Avalanche as the next generation of empire heir?" Douluo showed a smile on his lips and said, "Avalanche is an extremely smart guy, but he is hiding very deeply. He seems to have only a level of 46 soul power, but in fact he deliberately does not practice, so that his soul power will stagnate. I just told him that he was temporarily poisoned and pretended to continue to be poisoned after taking the detox pill. Immediately afterwards, he expressed his truest thoughts. The royal family matters are too complicated. I am not a nosy person either. I tell you this time I just hope you will be prepared to measure the pros and cons in your heart. If you want to do your own business, the royal family is a hurdle that you can't get around." Tang San also understood Douluo's personality. He was a relatively introverted person and he was indeed unwilling to interfere in secular chores. Entering the palace to help Emperor Sui check, it was just to accept Prince Shueqing's favor. "Thank you for telling me so much. I will make my own choice." Tang San thanked him, and actually made a decision in his heart. Do your best to help Emperor Sui detoxify. However, the premise is that he has to come back from the 4 major families. Chapter 326, set off for the gathering of 4 major families. After Douluo left, Tang San's heart was no longer so calm. He suddenly felt that his shoulders became heavy. The things left by my father at that time, the affairs of the Tiandu Empire, the establishment of the Tang sect and the hatred with the Wuhan Hall. These things made Tang San clearly feel that he could no longer waste his time. It was the first time that Flanders saw Tang San frowning, and said, "Things are prioritized. Take steps not to put too much psychological pressure on yourself." This situation is a test for Tang San. If you want to achieve great things, you will definitely accept tests that ordinary people cannot imagine. In addition to luck, you also need to have strong strength. The reason why Flanders can take up the position of Shrek Dean is just to rely on the luck of the Shrek 7 monsters. "Dean, I will do these things step by step. I need to go on a long trip tomorrow. It may take some time to come back. Things are very important." Tang San suppressed his complex mood and talked about his plans for tomorrow. It is not something that can be handled in a short while when going to the 4 major clans with titans. It may even involve a fight. He doesn't want to take Xiaowu with him to avoid meeting people from the Spirit Hall. Now that he has changed his appearance, the people in the Wuhun Palace cannot recognize him. But Xiaowu's appearance did not change very much, and he could not guarantee whether his aura would be noticed by the other parties titled Douluo. "No problem, Xiao Gang and Xiaowu are at ease in the academy. I can still do this. Be careful when you go out and come back soon." Flanders did not ask too much, but instead asked Tang San to go out with peace of mind. "Well, then I'll check it out for the teacher." After saying that, Tang San left directly. At the foot of Haoshan Sect Mountain, Qian Pengzhu and Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Xiao and the 7 elders. "Yuehua, this time I'll ask you to take Pengzhu to find the 4 affiliated clans." When Haoshan Sect sealed the mountains and avoided the world, they really felt their hearts. "I will not avoid this." After Tang Xiao finished speaking, his tone was more of helpless. Especially the Min clan, that is still Tang Xiao's mother's family. At that time, he had just taken over the position of sect leader and could not resist the 7 elders. "Uncle, I will definitely let the 4 major families return to Haoshan sect again." Qian Pengzhe showed a confident look on his face, but he was a little confused, so he said again. "But the Li clan is loyal to his second uncle. If his cousin Tang San asks them to help him, Tai Grandpa Tan may do his best to help him." The elder said, "Haoshan sect is sorry to them, Yue Hua, you have the full power to make decisions on this negotiation." As soon as he opened his mouth, it represented the attitude of Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao and the others did not refute, that was to agree with this statement. "Okay." Tang Yuehua answered and took Qian Pengzhe away. The 4 affiliated families returned to Haoshan sect, which was also the instructions given by Qin. Although the previous plan was to cut off the 9 treasures glazed sect and simply let the 4 affiliated sects support Tang San to establish the Tang sect. But Qian Yuchen thought about it carefully and found that this was not right. "My son will inherit the Haoshan sect in the future, so why should Tang San get the support of the 4 affiliated sect leaders? Can't they be my son's help? Let the 9 treasures glazed lilac sect cooperate with the Tiandu royal family and the private support of titans, and let Tang San be glorious for a while." After all, the 4 affiliated sects still blocked the mountain and escaped the world, which led to the current result. The corresponding compensation Qin was handed over to Tang Yuehua, and they would definitely be moved. The 4 clan leaders are all conqueror, but what if they have the chance to achieve the titled Douluo? Who said that the soul-breaking spear can only be cultivated to level 89? Because the martial souls are born with a soul ring, they will never reach level 90. If others have no choice, it doesn't mean that Qin has no choice. "Mom, my uncle and the others must have a lot of resentment towards Haoshan sect, and this trip will definitely not go smoothly." Qian Pengzhe looked at Tang Yuehua and was also a little confused about the result of this trip. "Child, this is the lesson that my brother wants to teach you. The most important thing in managing a sect is to balance the interests represented by those representing them. Whether it is the 7 elders or the 4 affiliated families, it is for the people behind you. We have given sufficient conditions. Resentment is just passing by, but it is nothing more than giving more. Of course, you can't let them think that you are a good person. You need to show your strength and express your tough side at critical moments, so that you can grasp the overall situation." Tang Yu said earnestly in Chinese. Qian Pengzhe has only read these remarks in books, but there is no real practice. Qian Pengzhe shook his head. "Mom, what you said I don't understand very much." Tang Yuehua said again, "Take Grandpa Qi, who is usually very close to you, he takes good care of you, just to let you succeed to his grandson after inheriting the position of sect leader. The 7th elder's grandson has an average talent, and his son died because of the dispute between the sect and the Wuhun Hall, so he must think about what is behind him. You have to understand that except for parents, there is no stranger in the world who loves for no reason." She understood that her son had an innocent heart, but living in this world, her body could never avoid being polluted. He still needs to understand these principles so that he can think more and make the best decisions after he takes the position of sect leader. "Then Sister Rong and I, may we say?" Qian Pengzhe suddenly asked back, and he was quick in his mind, so he asked this question by the way. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "Dad, my father, and you Uncle Ning, I just wanted to let you 2 juniors have a contact, but who would have thought you were quite destined to be?" She also sighed, "If you don't have a fate, we won't force it, but parents like us who can give you solid support are only a few. Most clan marriages are a union of interests, at least this is the case for your grandfather and your future father-in-law." Qian Pengzhe said in confusion, "Mom, what about you and Dad? Where are you and other aunts? This is a very heavy topic." Tang Yuehua doesn't want to answer it very much, but when facing her son, she cannot tell a lie with kindness. "When I meet your father, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, and the benefits exceed love." Qian Pengzhe suddenly remembered that his mother could not practice before, and she could not break through again after level 9 of her soul power. Later, with the help of his father, his soul power cultivation increased sharply, and he is now a titled Douluo. And so many years have passed, her appearance has not changed much. It must be related to his father's help, but thinking that his father and mother were very loving for so many years, he could understand what he said just now. Not all feelings are pure, but when you meet someone whose feelings outweigh your interests, you may be a lucky person. "Mom, thank you for telling me so much. Let them see my strength this time. I need to trouble you if you are talking about things." Qian Pengzhu looked at Tang Yuehua and said with a smile. Seeing that he understood what he said, Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "If we join forces with our mother and son, we will definitely succeed." Chapter 327 Arrival at Longxing City. The next day, Tang San went to the Li tribe's residence alone, not taking Ma Hongjun with him like the original work. Titan transferred 2 carriages, 3 grandfathers and Tang San, and 4 tribe members were on the other one. Sitting in the car, Tang San asked excitedly, "Grandpa Titan, where will we meet with the other 3 tribes this time?" Titan said, "The journey this time is still a bit long. You have to travel through half of the Tiandu Empire and enter the Xingluo Empire. You can meet them in Longxing City, which is not far from the border between the 2 empires." This party was hosted by the Yi clan. They took root in Longxing City, which is the only 2 who have lived well. After you have talked about some things about the 4 major families. In short, except for the Min clan, all the other 3 tribes have lived well. If it weren't for the help of our 3 tribes, the Min tribe would have had a hard time. Tang San has a preliminary understanding of these families and has already figured out a preliminary plan yesterday. He asked again, "How many clans are there in the 4 clans now?" Titan thought for 3 seconds and said, "Our Li clan has more than 200 direct tribes, including more than 500 family members. Among the other 3 tribes, the Min tribe and the Yu tribe are similar to ours. The direct tribe of the Poker tribe has just exceeded 100, but after all, the vitality has not recovered." Tang San said in surprise, "Will there be a total of thousands of people in total?" Titan sighed and said again, "At the time of the heyday of Haoshan sect, there were more than 300 direct children, but the soul masters attached were close to 5,000. Unfortunately, Haoshan sect announced that it would be closed to the mountains and avoid the world, and this momentum was weaker, and the affiliated sects broke away one after another." After the words ended, the carriage seemed a little quiet. After a while of silence, he said again, "I also understand that this choice of the sect is the most correct. After all, the old sect leader passed away and the new sect leader had just succeeded to the throne. Haoshan Douluo killed the Pope, which made a deadly feud. The power of the Wuhun Palace is coming, so there is a legitimate reason. Even if the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were willing to take action, the Haoshan sect could not avoid this disaster. So choosing to block the mountains and hide from the world not only retains one's own strength, but also does not suffer much loss." Tang San was silent after hearing Titan's words. The way of Haoshan sect is to treat the affiliated sects as pawns and can be abandoned at any time. This is also why after so long, the 4 major clans still have great resentment towards the Haoshan sect. "Grandpa Titan, I know what to do. My Tang sect will not cooperate with Haoshan sect. Tang San will not do such a abandoned thing, and he will definitely live and die with you." Tang San said in a firm tone. "Qianyuchen, you fart." Titan's expression relaxed a little and nodded, "Young master, I'm looking forward to the successful establishment of your Tang sect." How could Tang San let the Tang sect merge with Haoshan sect? This is his only obsession with coming to this world. The Tang sect's right to speak can only be in his hands. He immediately changed the topic and took out the Zudge Divine Crossbow from the storage soul guide. "Grandpa Titan, this weapon is called Zudge Shenbiao. If there are drawings, how long does it take for the craftsmen of the Power Clan to create such a weapon?" Titan looked at the Zudge Divine Crossbow with a novel shape and took it over and looked at it carefully. Then, his right hand became black and began to disassemble quickly. Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu are only 10 kilometers away from Longxing City. Thousands of yuchen have been arranged along the way, and the one-stop service for food and accommodation is full. At noon, the mother and son were having dinner in this small town called Anshen Town. Qian Pengzhu looked at Tang Yuehua and said in confusion, "Mom, many civilians in the Wuhan Hall praise it very much, but why do those luxuriously dressed people hate it?" Along the way, he discovered this strange phenomenon. The Wuhan Hall has always had a good impression among the civilians, especially after your father came to power. He did a lot of good things. Over the years, under his guidance, civilian villages have a bumper harvest of food and supplemented their children's nutrition, and the chance of becoming soul masters has been higher. Many of them have chosen the Spirit Hall, which has touched the interests of those nobles, so you understand. Tang Yuehua just said a few simple words, and Qian Pengzhu understood. I didn't ask any more, but continued to eat my own food. Xiaoju, don't think about those messy things. All you have to do is to successfully succeed as the next sect leader of Haoshan sect. You have to remember that no matter what happens, your dad is always your most solid backing. Tang Yuehua understood his son's intelligence, but now is not the time to think about these special things. After dinner, after paying the bill, Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu continued to move forward. The trip was still very far, and they didn't feel tired. The route formulated by Qinyu City can directly avoid border inspections, which also ensures the concealment of the operation. An hour later, they saw the city ahead. That's Longxing City, and it's also the destination of our trip. It's been almost half a month. Tang Yuehua and Qianpeng looked at each other and smiled. Tang San also passed the border smoothly, not far from Longxing City. There is no more thing about meeting the three Muslims in the original work. After all, under the arrangement of Qinyu City, the Shrek 7 monsters directly killed the killer at that time, and this incident also became an unsolved case in Soto City. Titan's face became solemn as he watched the changes on the road. It seems that this continent is indeed about to make a comeback. These soldiers on the border have changed a lot from previous years. These principalities and kingdoms may also be a little ready to move. Hearing these words, Tang San said in confusion, they are all forces below the two empires, how dare they do this? Titan shook his head and said they are directly affiliated with the two empires, but in fact they are no longer under the control of the empire, and even control many economic centers. Maybe looking at the silent attitude of the two empires, they temporarily intimidated them and did not dare to be so blatant. Of course, if they dare to do this, there must be support from major forces behind them, and the biggest suspect is the Wuhan Hall. When Tang San heard this, he felt that what he said made sense. The only one who dares to compete with the two empires is the only one who dares to compete with the Wuhan Hall. The 7 major sects are not right. Now they should be said to be the 6 major sects, but they do not have such great energy. I soon arrived at the gate of Longxing City and entered the city successfully after paying the city gate tax. Tang San was still a little surprised. The tax revenue was too high. For the Soul Master, it's nothing, but for those civilians, it's just a sigh of relief. Horsehead is also considered a quota for one person, each person has 1 golden soul coin and 3 golden soul coins in the carriage. This price is simply outrageous. When Tang San first entered the city gate, Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu had already arrived in front of the sect of the imperial clan. Looking at the familiar plaque, Tang Yuehua looked at the 2 gate guards and said, "Please report to Master Niu, just say that old friends are coming to visit and ask for a meeting." Chapter 328 3 Sect Masters. The 2 guards were not fools either, so the one on the left immediately opened the door and walked in. "Please wait." The guard on the right said lightly. Although they are direct children of the Yu clan, they have never seen anyone from the Haoshan sect. Although Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu dressed simply, their temperament was not comparable to that of ordinary people. The Yu tribe is also well known in Longxing City. He has seen all kinds of people, but he dare not slack you on them. Niu Gao was drinking tea when he saw the servant saying that his old friend was visiting. Strange, except for the old gorilla family, how can I have any old friends? He was very curious about where old friends would come to Longxingchange to meet. When he arrived at the gate, he saw Tang Yuehua coming, and his face showed shock. "You are Xiao Yuehua." Niu Gao still has some impression of Tang Yuehua. As the only female disciple of Haoshan sect who cannot practice, many people in the affiliated sects feel sorry for her. Tang Yuehua smiled, "Uncle Niu, it's been a long time since we saw each other." Niu Gao showed a hint of sighing, "Yes, I haven't seen you for a long time." Although he had a lot of resentment towards Haoshan sect, he did not have that kind of hatred look when facing Tang Yuehua. That kind of thing was not something she could decide, a direct disciple who could not practice. Besides, I cannot practice myself, so I have to collect information about the Soul Master world for Haoshan sect in Tiandu City. Haoshan sect has been blocked from the world in recent years, and a large part of its source of funds must have come from Yuexuan. Although the Yu clan is in Longxing City, it does not mean that he will not pay attention to the movements of the Soul Master world. Tang Yuehua was able to build Yuexuan into the Royal Court Etiquette Academy, which also shows that his management ability is excellent. Unfortunately, I cannot practice, otherwise I can still compete for the position of the leader of the Haoshan sect. Niu Gao's eyes quickly fell on Qian Pengzhu, and he said in confusion, "Who is this child?" Tang Yuehua smiled and introduced, "This is my son Pengzhu, a direct disciple of the section." Qian Pengzhu said politely, "Hello Grandpa Niu." Niu Gao laughed, "You kid, you have to be successful. Your mother suffered a lot of grievances at the beginning. Go and walk around, come in, and say. Then, he brought Tang Yuehua and his son into the sect. When he arrived at the sect hall, he asked the two to sit down and sit in the head position. Yuehua, I see that your breath is stable and your soul power fluctuates vaguely. What is this situation? Niu Gao was a man of great spirits, so he naturally discovered this strange thing about Tang Yuehua. Like Titan, he looks rough on the surface, but in fact he is as meticulous as a hare. To be honest, after so many years, I have been able to practice my soul power normally. Tang Yuehua said, showing off his Haoshan hammer. A small hammer with silver, diamond patterns on the body and inlaid with red, green, and blue gems, floating on the palm of her right hand. Unlike the flashing arcs of Haoshan hammer, another direct disciple of Haoshan sect, her Haoshan hammer exudes a kind of nobleness. Niu Gao widened his eyes and said in disbelief. This is Haoshan hammer. Has your martial soul mutation been solved? Tang Yuehua nodded, it's a coincidence that the problem of martial soul mutation has been solved. Okay, that's so good. Are you so amazing? Niu Gao laughed loudly, but two old voices suddenly came from outside the door. Old Rhino, why are you giggling foolishly? How about trying my new medicine and guarantee he can't speak for a day? After the words came, the two old men walked in. The thin old man on the left is somewhat similar to the white crane, but he is one head taller than the old man next to him. His hair was not as white as the old man beside him, but had black hair, a rosy complexion, but a little gloomy expression. The eyes of the Yinkaiu give people a stern feeling, and they always keep a cold look. The old man on the right is thin, but he looks very well proportioned, with a rosy face like a baby. The long hair was draped behind her, but her hair was already snow white. Although her face was gentle, the arrogance in her eyes could not be concealed. Niu Gao was naturally familiar with the voices of these two people and said angrily, Old Mountain. Sheep. An old white bird, you two still can't control your mouths for so many years. That's right, these two are Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Po clan, and Bai He, the patriarch of the Min clan. Bai He immediately fell on Tang Yuehua, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was unexpected that Tang Yuehua came here. Moonlight. Tang Yuehua stood up and bowed, Uncle. Qian Pengju also stood up and shouted, Uncle. Bai He was stunned and hadn't reacted for a while. When did you get married? This child's words were unexpected. It was quite surprising that I suddenly had a grandson. Yang Wudi also met Tang Yuehua and realized that she was not as simple as she seemed. It's just that I have a child. The wedding hasn't started yet. Both the elder brother and the old men know about it. Tang Yuehua did not say much, but instead turned his attention to Qian Pengju. Bai He looked at Qian Pengju carefully, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. This body has obviously been specially trained by Haoshan sect, and his eyes are bright and energetic. It is obviously not an ordinary direct descendant of Haoshan sect. What's your name? How old is it? What's the level of soul power? Qian Pengju said respectfully in a tone, Uncle, my name is Tang Pengju, Wuhun Haoshan Hammer, level 65 strong attack soul emperor, I am 16 years old this year. Mr. Snatchit. Bai He came to him instantly and stared at him with a bright look. This speed is even worse than that of Tang Yuehua. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were also shocked, which was simply unheard of. The 16-year-old soul emperor, isn't that the first among the second-generation disciples of the Haoshan sect? Tang Yuehua said, Xiaoju, let your martial soul be revealed for uncle to see. Okay, Mom. Qian Pengju stretched out his right hand and showed off his martial soul and soul ring. The dark golden Haoshan hammer appeared, and 6 soul rings appeared one after another, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. This is really the Soul Emperor. Niu Gao's eyes were glaring. A 16-year-old Soul Emperor is simply rare. Yang Wudi felt the aura on his body and actually had the urge to compete. Fortunately, I still held back. After all, the other party is still a child, so it is not good to bully the young by the big one. Okay, it's a pity that I can still see such a talented person in my lifetime. Although Bai He had complaints about Haoshan sect, he still had nothing to say to Tang Yuehua. As an elder, I am still very happy to see such an excellent junior. This time you are the two of you. You can't practice, and the chaos in the mainland has gradually begun to arise recently. You are very dangerous. Bai he was a little confused and was curious about how Tang Yuehua came to Longxing City. I can practice, and our lineage is a Douluo, the inheritance of the 3 generations of inheritance, and the title of the Douluo. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, the aura on her body was no longer hidden. 3 old men looked at her in shock. This ability is actually a titled Douluo. Chapter 329 Meeting the 4 clan leaders. Tang San, my father Tang Hao. 10-100,000 year soul ring. Niu Gao's big eyes were glaring at the boss again. This time, it was a double shock. Tang Yuehua not only reached the level of titled Douluo, but also had 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. This is simply terrifying. It's really the back waves that beat the front waves, and one wave is stronger than the other. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you're already a titled Douluo. Bai he showed a look of emotion on his face, but his tone was relieved for Tang Yuehua from the bottom of his heart. The little girl who was unable to cultivate soul power and loved to cry because of her martial soul mutation has now become the titled Douluo. It can only be said that Haoshan sect is worthy of being the #1 sect in the world. From the first generation of Tang Chen to the generation of Tang Yuehua, they are all titled Douluo. Her child is the sole emperor at a young age, and this is a sure titled Douluo in the future. If it is passed on for a few generations, it will be a legend in Douluo continent. That will be the second only to the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi looked at Tang Yuehua's titled Douluo's strength, and a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. He has had 2 major hobbies in his life, likes to challenge the strong and refine medicine. The soul-breaking spear and his fighting style have made him never lose any results in battles of the same level. Even Tang Hao, who had reached Conqueror at the beginning, could have the ability to fight. Niu Gao looked at Yang Wudi's appearance and smiled and said, "Old goat, Yuehua is here today as a guest, so you can't have any unfriendly ideas." Yang Wudi gave him a blank look. "Old rhino, what I have in my brain is not muscles, you don't need to worry about." Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "I want to ask Uncle Yang for some advice when I have time, but I don't know if you are willing to give me some advice." Yang Wudi nodded with a smile, "You kid, you still speak well, much better than the old rhino." Niu Gao glared at him without being outdone and said, "If you two have something to sit down, let's talk about it. Look, you will be excited." Yang Wudi and Bai He looked at each other, and then sat opposite Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu. Why haven't the old gorilla arrived yet? He always came to the previous party very early. Niu Gao couldn't help but mutter, even though the Li clan was far away in Tiandu City, it had almost half a month passed and it should have arrived. According to his itinerary, he should have arrived in Longxing City now. Maybe you'll come in a while. Bai He seemed relatively calm, and he still knew Titan's character very well. Although they are far apart over the years, they will still support their own sects. Although Minzi family has services for sending letters and delivering messages, it is still not enough to maintain a whole family. Every time the messenger passes by Tiandu City, he will help him. You 2 muscular men are really in a bad mood. I really don't know how I met you. Yang Wudi snorted coldly, but also hoped that the Titan could arrive as soon as possible. Uncle Tai is also well known in Tiandu City. As the president of the Blacksmith Association, I don't think there will be any surprises. Tang Yuehua said that Qin also helped her pass on a lot of Titans' whereabouts along the way. They have not encountered any trouble along the way. According to the itinerary, it only takes more than 10 or 20 minutes, and you should be at the base of the Imperial clan. I'm a little anxious, so I'll sit down first and try my latest good tea." Niu Gao's expression also calmed down and said to the few people. Shortly after these people sat down, Titan's cheerful voice came from outside. "The old rhino hasn't seen him for so long, and his ears are getting bigger." Niu Gao drank the tea in the cup in one sip, got up and walked outside angrily. "This old gorilla dares to tease me as I am here." Yang Wudi and Bai He looked at each other, got up and walked out. Tang Yuehua said, "Xiaoju, let's get up and go and have a look." She hasn't seen people from the 4 single attribute families in many years. As soon as they went out, they saw Titan and Niu Gao colliding with each other, and then there was a very strong collision sound. Looking at Qian Pengzhu's surprised look, Bai He smiled and explained, "The old rhino and the old gorilla have a good relationship. This is their special way to meet. Just get used to it." On the other side, Tai Long whispered to Tang San, "Grandpa and Grandpa Niu are loyal friends. They grew up together. This is how they meet every time they meet." After Tang San's eyes looked at him, he instantly showed surprise. Why are my aunt and cousin here? Tai Long did not notice his abnormality, and Titan and Niu Gao hugged each other after the collision. The two laughed at the same time, but the muscles revealed on Titan's arm could tell that the retribution was not that simple. Oh, you old gorilla, your strength has improved. But although I am not as strong as you can't break my old bones. Niu Gao smiled and clapped his hands. Who doesn't know that you, an old rhino, has thick skin? Titan said angrily, then looked at his grandson, Tyrone, come here. Give your Grandpa Niu a gift. Tai Long hurried forward and saluted respectfully, hello Grandpa Niu. Niu Gao hit him and nodded. Why are there so many clichés? We are all a family. After saying that, he patted him and became more and more satisfied. You boy is very strong, with the style of your grandfather back then. The last party was with your father and your grandfather. I think your achievements will definitely surpass your father in the future. That boy Tylenol is still a little thinner. Tang San was secretly surprised. Just Tylenol's figure is still quite thin? Compared with the large lattice of Titan and Niu Gao, it is indeed incomparable. Old gorilla, why are you late this time? Bai He took a step, looked at Titan with a smile, and then looked at Tang San. This child is so pretty, I'm afraid he is not from the Yali clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wudi instantly locked in Tang San. The young man seemed to have a calm expression, but he still exuded a faint murderous aura on his body. There was also a faint smell of herbs on him, and this young man didn't look that simple. Yang Wudi also echoed, that's right, the gorilla family is full of big bodies, how could such a pretty junior appear? Titan and Tang San looked at each other, Tang 3 nodded and then took a step forward. He introduced himself, Senior Niu, Senior Bai, Senior Yang, Junior Tang San, you are polite. The surname is Tang? The three old men all turned around and looked at Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua walked forward and looked at Tang San with a smile, Miss San, you are here too. Tang San saluted again, Aunt. Niu Gao? Yang Wudi? Bai He, ah? Niu Gao, where am I? What do I want to ask? Bai He first reacted and asked, he is A Xiao's child, he doesn't look like this at all. Tang San shook his head, Senior Bai, my father Tang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became terrible. Chapter 330 Tang Yuehua's Chips. What? Niu Gao's face suddenly became gloomy and he looked at Titan with a bad look. Old gorilla, what do you mean? Has Haoshan sect not hurt us enough? Tang Yuehua was speechless and said to herself, Uncle Niu, I am still here. Isn't it good for you to say this? Titan hurriedly comforted, Old Rhino, calm down. Will the Spirit Palace let Haoshan sect go without the Master's incident? What they want is just a reason, we are also victims. Even this Niu Gao's face did not change much. If someone else came, I would have driven him out long ago. You might as well let him leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Bai He noticed something was wrong. Tang San's face was calm from beginning to end, as if Niu Gao's reaction was already within his expectations. As he was about to speak, a glimmer flashed in Yang Wudi's eyes and he asked, Boy Tang San, how old are you this year? What is your martial soul? What is your level now? It is abnormal for young people to have murderous aura. Thinking of Tang Hao's experience back then, his son would definitely receive this kind of training. Tang San stretched out his right hand and showed off his martial soul ghost vine. I am 20 years old this year, the martial soul ghost vine, and the 63rd level control soul emperor. As soon as these words were said, Yang Wudi and the other two caught off guard. Bai He said in surprise, isn't your martial soul Haoshan hammer? Tang Yuehua helped them answer their questions and said, Miss San is the third soul master on the mainland to have twin martial souls, and the other martial soul is Haoshan hammer. Twin martial souls? Hearing this word, a trace of shock flashed in Niu Gao and Yang Wudi Bai He and the other two. Tang San stretched out his left hand and showed the Haoshan hammer without a soul ring attached. Looking at the little hammer with a black flashing arc, they believed that Tang San was the real owner of the twin martial soul. He said sincerely, I came here this time just to make some compensation for the mistakes my father made that year. Niu Gao snorted coldly, Haoshan sect has been unsealed? This matter has nothing to do with you, and you don't need your compensation. Tang Yuehua sighed and said, before his father passed away, the four uncles were the most worried about. He repeatedly reminded his elder brother to advance and retreat with his 3 uncles and uncles after inheriting the section. But my elder brother was also hurriedly sitting in that position, unable to fully control the collapse of the section. In the end, the 7 elders unanimously decided that Haoshan sect would block the mountain and escape from the world, and all direct disciples would return to the sect to be isolated from the world. In a sect as big as Haoshan sect, even if Tang Xiao took up the position of sect leader, he had no final say in many things. But how much harm will they do to the 4 affiliated sects by doing this? How did they survive that difficult time? Does Haoshan sect know? He still respects Bai He and the other 4. Niece, you can tell us about this, and the 3 of us old men are very touched. But the Haoshan sect has caused too much damage to us. If you came this time to get us back, I'm really sorry. Niu Gao already understood at this time that Tang Yuehua came to this party with a purpose. He also understood the reason why Titan brought Tang San, and his mood became less good. There is nothing wrong with not entering the 3 treasure hall without any trouble. Old Rhino, can you just want to talk about something that a few of us stand outside? Titan looked at Niu Gao and said with a smile. Then let me see what you guys are trying to keep. Niu Gao turned around and took them into the hall of the sect. After several people sat down one after another, Bai He looked at Tang San and said first, Tang San, from the perspective of generations, I am your uncle. Even if you are your father, you have to call me uncle. When Haoshan sect was unkind, I abandoned us, so I led the Min clan away. We were still full of resentment towards Haoshan sect. How is your father Tang Hao now? He made a mistake and could not hide for the rest of his life, right? The news I know is that he appeared in the Soul Master competition 5 years ago. Tang San was silent for 10 seconds and said, Uncle, after my special training has been completed, my father asked me to return the 2 soul bones he had obtained from Haoshan sect and recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. Although Titan had heard it once, when he heard this again, he felt like he was stabbed in his heart. Bai He, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi looked at each other, but they didn't expect Tang Hao to do such a thing. The 2 soul bones that Tang Hao obtained are the inherited soul bones of Haoshan sect. The second one he obtained already represents the future heir to the sect leader. It's a pity that things in the world are impermanent, and he was expelled from the sect because of that incident. Bai He sighed, he is always arrogant in his nature, but he is also loyal to the Haoshan sect, which can be regarded as a cause and effect. Tang San continued, later, my father received an adventure, not only did he recover from his broken limbs, but his soul power also broke through to level 96. Bai He felt that he sighed in vain just now. Boy, aren't you talking nonsense? Niu Gao widened his eyes and stared at Tang San. How dare I lie? After my father recovered, he took his mother to live in seclusion. He has seen through the battles in the Soul Master world and does not want to get involved in these disputes anymore. After Tang San finished speaking, his tone also had a hint of regret. Bai He snorted coldly, humph. Now I understand what I did. When he broke through Kanra, I repeatedly warned him not to be too domineering in his actions, otherwise he would suffer a great loss. But what's the result? He not only implicated his relatives, but also implicated the entire sect and our affiliated sects. Between the lines, they reveal their dissatisfaction with Tang Hao and their resentment towards Haoshan sect. I didn't expect the second brother to make this choice. But my elder brother and I respect his choice. At present, the martial Soul Palace is still true. It is not a wise move for him to return to Haoshan sect, it takes time. Tang Yuehua also said. Okay, I don't want to hear what he is doing now. What are your aunts and nephews who come to us this time? Niu Gao waved his hand and looked at Tang Yuehua and Tang San with serious eyes. Tang Hao and Tang San looked at each other, and in the end she spoke first, Brother, I know I'm sorry for you, but I still hope you can return to Haoshan sect. As compensation, we will allocate 1/3 of Yuexuan's income to you every year, and these things. After saying that, she took out 4 jade boxes from her storage soul guide. Yang Wudi had a sensitive sense of smell of medicinal herbs, and his eyes lit up, and he looked at the 4 jade boxes with some enthusiasm. The things that are contained in these 4 black spies are rare things that can allow you to break through. Qianpeng raised his body and distributed the boxes to Niu Gao, Bai He, Yang Wudi and Titan in turn. The 4 of them looked at each other and opened the box. Tang Yuehua began to introduce the things in the box of the 4 of them one by one. Uncle Niu, what you are in your hand is the rare 8-petaled fairy orchid. It has the effect of tempering muscles and bones, and the medicinal properties are gentle and suitable for you. Uncle Tai, this plant in your hand is a 7th level snake heart rose, which can strengthen muscles and bones and strengthen strength. The plant in my uncle's hand is a 6-patterned bamboo orchid. After taking it, it can not only open up the 7 meridians and 8 meridians, but also have a wind-like speed. Uncle Yang, the reason why you broke the martial soul of a clan is that you will never be able to break through level 89 in your life. This Douluo tulip contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I think you should know the intention. Tang San was shocked long ago when she said these words. How could my aunt know the purpose of these immortal herbs? Tang Yuehua also took out a contract and used his soul power to hang in the center. This is a compensation agreement for the 4 affiliated sects signed by the eldest brother and the 7 elders. As for how to make a decision, it depends on the choice of the 3 uncles and uncles. By the way, I obtained these herbs through special channels. After returning to the sect, those who perform well among your juniors are eligible to receive herbal rewards again. Chapter 331 The 4 clan leaders' intentions. Hu Yanzhen came to the door. Yang Wudi was more aware of the goods than the other 3, and he took the lead in saying, Yuehua, I didn't expect you to give me such a huge surprise. I have been studying herbal medicine for the rest of my life to break the innate limitations of the soul-breaking spear from the root, so that future generations can successfully break through level 89. You fairy grass, have helped me a lot. The breaking clan is proficient in refining medicine and can maximize the effect of Douluo tulips. It can also be distributed to other excellent tribe members, thus breaking the limit of the soul-breaking gun. Old goat, is this thing really that magical? Niu Gao scratched his head and said in confusion. Old rhino, you should know what the limitations of single attribute martial souls are. After absorbing these herbs, you can break the last level and attack the titled Douluo. These herbs are the best among the best, and there are no side effects after taking them. I have been studying pharmacology for many years, and I can see this clearly. Yang Wudi said to Niu Gao with contemptuous eyes. Such a good thing is rare on the whole continent. He has been studying herbs for so many years and has only seen the best herbs once. Niu Gao, who reacted, said happily, didn't that mean that we old men can also achieve the titled Douluo? After hearing Yang Wudi's confirmation, Titan was really moved. Haoshan sect's sincerity this time is very great. Yuexuan's income is 1/3 of the year, which is very huge. The 4 major clans combined may be only 1/5 of this part. With sufficient funds, they can naturally develop better with their families. Isn't that saying that although Haoshan sect has sealed the mountains and avoided the world over the years, the cultivation of disciples has never stopped? Bai Hefa asked, are those old men from Haoshan sect okay now? Tang Yuehua looked at him and said, now, with me and my eldest brother, there are a total of 9 titled Douluo in the sect. What? That old guy is not dead yet? Bai he said in surprise. The old guy he mentioned was the great elder of Haoshan sect. The elder is still in good health, but he can't be as active as others. He spends a lot of time raising flowers and taking a walk. Tang Yuehua said again, after all, the eldest elder is indeed very old, 8 years older than her grandfather Tang Chen. Haha, he really witnessed the rise and fall of Haoshan sect in person. I believe there is a big gap and unwillingness in his heart. Although I am a junior, he is one of the people who most admire in Haoshan sect. After Bai he said this, he remained silent. Qian Pengju also said, Uncle, Grandpa Niu, Grandpa Yang, Grandpa Tai, this time I came with my mother to get you back to Haoshan sect. And it can be guaranteed that after you 4 return to the sect, you will have some power to make decisions on major matters. This was thrown out, but it was a deep water bomb, which surprised Niu Gao and the other 2. Although the sound has not been loud for so long, it is full of confidence. Bai he looked at him in confusion and said, how old are you? Tell me if you come, don't be afraid of your tongue. Your mother's right to speak in Haoshan sect is not that strong yet. Qian Peng raised himself up and came to the center, directly revealing his soul ring and martial soul. Haoshan hammer, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black 6 soul rings, appeared in their eyes. I'm only 16 years old this year, and my soul power is 64th level. After hearing these words, they all knew what this meant. Even more surprised than hearing Tang San's strength, this talent is simply terrifying. At the same time, an idea flashed in the eyes of the 4 people, this kid is the next heir to Haoshan sect. Tang San didn't expect that this incident was so coincidental. His aunt and cousin came over and were actually here to be lobbyists, hoping that the 4 major clans would return to Haoshan sect. It seems that my uncle also wants to make up for the mistakes he did back then. Whether it is the fairy grass or the compensation given, it is worthy of being the big deal of the number 1 sect in the world. Then there is no need for Tang San to tell his follow-up ideas. He established the Tang sect himself, but he couldn't come up with so many things to let them support him. Although there are a few fairy grasses in his Ruyi treasure bag, they cannot be taken out easily. Even though Titan really wants to support Tang San's plan to establish the Tang sect, the price offered by Haoshan sect is really too high. Although the Li Yi clan is living a good life, the funds from Haoshan sect will increase the lives of the clan members to a higher level. The Haoshan sect is full of sincerity. Although we are the patriarch of this matter, we still need to discuss it with the clansmen before we can make a decision. Yang Wudi thought about it over and over again and said this. After all, the Haoshan sect made him seriously injured his clan's energy. The clans must have been dissatisfied with the ambition of this matter. Bai He also spoke, Yuehua, I already know your sincerity. Like the old goat, we need to go back to the clan to discuss before we can give a reply. Niu Gao originally wanted to say something, but a young tribe member hurriedly walked in. Clan leader, Xiangjia sect leader Hu Yanzhen, came with 5 soul saint elders. What? Niu Gao stood up with a serious expression. This guy is here in person, so I have to give him some face. Titan stood up and said, I'll accompany you, it's not appropriate for the old goat and the old white bird to come forward. Niu Gao looked at Tang Yuehua and his son and Tang San, and said, you guys sit for a while, I'll see what this guy wants to do when he comes here. Okay, Uncle Niu, please be careful. Tang Yuehua said. This celestial phenomenon is so cool, the person who comes is not good. Bai He frowned. It was obvious that he had no intention of coming to the door at this time. Perhaps he wanted to take this opportunity to use the power of the imperial clan to prepare for the ranking of the 7 major sects a year later. The old rhinoceros will handle it well. They are all old things with thick skin and flesh. With the help of the old gorilla, it should not be a problem. Yang Wudi seemed more relaxed. After all, Hu Yanzhen didn't take it seriously. Niu Gao and Titan walked to the outer courtyard and saw 5 huge bodies standing there. The leader is about 70 years old and his height is estimated to be at least 2.5 meters tall. Standing there is like a mountain of meat. Hu Yanzhen is still the same as before, and there has not been much change in 5 years. Niu Gao obviously knew him for a long time. When Hu Yanzhen saw him coming out, he laughed and said, Brother Niu, how about not seeing each other some days? Are you doing well recently? Niu Gao returned the favor with a smile, I thank you for your blessing, my body is quite strong, I don't know what the hell is coming, what's the price? He then introduced the Titan and said, this is my eldest brother Titan, the martial soul power gorilla. Hu Yanzhen obviously had heard of the Li clan and smiled and said, I have met the Tai clan leader. I'm so polite. Titan said with a fake smile, you are polite. I have heard of the name of the celestial phenomena for a long time. It is true that it is worthy of its reputation when I see it today. Niu Gao said with a smile, Brother Huan won't go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing. What's the point of coming here this time? Because of breaking through to the titled Douluo, Hu Yanzhen's confidence was much stronger than the original work. I have some ideas about this re-election conference. I want to further the status of Elephant A. I hope to get the support of my elder brother this time. You and I join forces in the martial soul world, and no one competes with us in defense. In this way, our status will naturally rise on the side of the martial soul hall, and it is not a problem to become an overlord. As long as the elder brother nods, the position of the deputy leader of the Xiangjia sect is yours. We are on an equal footing. What do you think? After hearing this, Brother Niu's face suddenly became gloomy. Isn't this naked desire to annex his own imperial clan? Humph! He snorted coldly and said angrily, did you forget who forced us like a betrayal dog and almost couldn't gain a foothold? Hu Yanzhen was not angry either, and said word by word. It's been so many years since things happened, and there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Can't you still see the strength of the Spirit Hall? Who else can compete with the Spirit Hall today? You and I know the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If you don't unite and have the right to speak, you will really be completely defeated by the Spirit Hall. Niu Gao stomped the ground with one foot and raised his hand to stop Hu Yanzhen. Don't say it anymore, I want to be a lackey in the martial Spirit Hall. You are called a celestial phenomenon. Where is your backbone? Chapter 332 Niu Gao's Arrogance, another purpose of Tang Yuehua. Hu Yanzhen is at least one of the sect leaders of the lower four sects, so he naturally has his own temper. Niu Gao's strength is not as strong as him. Just now, he just gave him a little bit of shame. Now that he was so dismissed, his face also darkened. Niu Gao, I respect you as a big brother, I give you face. Do you think your royal clan can compare with them for the end of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Niu Gao naturally knew the purpose of his visit this time, and said coldly, of course, although Haoshan sect is sorry for us belonging to the four clans, we also developed it based on them. Although we have separated, it is impossible to cooperate with the Wuhun Hall. Hu Yan said angrily, Niu Gao, don't be shameless. What's wrong with giving me a face? Hu Yanzhen, you're just a lackey in the spirit hall. Niu Gao burst out with his momentum, not at all. The Titan also burst out his own momentum, and the two of them put pressure on Hu Yanzhen at the same time. Okay, you really don't want toast and eat the punishment. Hu Yanzhen took a step back and directly erupted with an even more terrifying momentum, which instead shook Niu Gao and Titan 2 steps back. Yang Wudi and Bai He in the hall changed their faces. This momentum was not as exuded by Conra. Yang Wudi said in surprise, impossible, how could that old thing Hu Yanzhen reach level 90? Tang Yuehua came to the Imperial clan this time to help them solve this problem. Of course, this has to be thanked to Qun Yuchen. On this side of the spirit hall, Qun Yuchen was sitting in the Pope's position, and a light curtain in front of him was watching the situation of the Yu clan. He looked at it with relish. Tisk tisk, this tastes that way. After saying that, he took out the melon seeds from the storage soul guide. Hu Yanzhen is indeed quite arrogant. The titled Douluo's strength is enough to shock Titan and Niu Gao. Back at the Imperial clan, Niu Gao and Titan looked at Hu Yanzhen with serious eyes. Tisk, no wonder I defected to the spirit hall. They let you break through to the titled Douluo. So what if you have one more soul ring? Even if I have a titled Douluo, I can't break my defense. Niu Gao pressed forward and prepared for the battle. You really decided? Fight, don't want the base of your Imperial clan. Hu Yanzhen smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with a playful look. The house can be rebuilt when it is gone, but once the backbone is gone, it will be really gone. Niu Gao, regardless of whether he was a titled Douluo or not, he planned to take action. However, Tang Yuehua suddenly appeared in front of Niu Gao. Master Huyan, you are not the attitude that a guest should have. She smiled and said, her own momentum emanating, directly shaking Hu Yanzhen's momentum. Are you Mrs. Tang of Yuexuan? Hu Yanzhen said unsure. After all, Tang Yuehua had only met once, and his temperament could not be concealed. The opponent can easily avoid his momentum, which means that the soul power level is still above him. The Master Huyan has good eyesight, it's my own. Tang Yuehua looked at him with a smile. Hu Yan exclaimed in shock, showing a look of shock, are you a titled Douluo? Impossible, absolutely impossible, you are just an ordinary noble lady. Tang Yuehua's face darkened, and she stretched out her right hand, and the Haoshan hammer was held in her hand. Of course, the weight of Haoshan hammer caused cracks to appear on the thick floor tiles under her feet. At the same time, 9 soul rings were also revealed, and the powerful aura burst out instantly, directly forcing Hu Yanzhen and the other 5 strong men to retreat 5 steps. Master Huyan, do you want to taste the taste of Haoshan hammer? I don't mind using the sect's unique skills. Let's see if my name is the best sect in the world of Haoshan sect is good. Hu Yanzhen was shocked and could not speak, especially Tang Yuehua's 2 100,000-year soul rings, which scared him directly. Mrs. Tang is so serious. Although Haoshan sect is not active in the Soul Master realm, I still maintain a high respect in my heart. We are saying goodbye now, we are being reckless. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left with the 4 tribe members. Of course, Tang Yuehua naturally saw the resentment flashing in his eyes. She snorted coldly in her heart, if Brother Cheng hadn't told me to try not to do anything as much as possible, I wouldn't beat you into a pig's head. Turning around and looking at Titan and Niu Gao, he said, 2 uncles, the situation is urgent now. Make a decision as soon as possible after this party. Hu Yanzhen, this guy, broke through to the titled Douluo. The other 3 sect leaders of the next 4 sects might also break through with the help of the Spirit Hall. Tang Yonghua's words were not alarmist. According to Qun Yuchen's style of conduct, he would definitely make the other 3 people from the next 4 sects break through. Of course, these were all done by people from the Wuhan Hall, and even if you look up, the Pope. Let's talk about it when you go in. Niu Gao sighed. Several people returned to the conference hall again, and Yang Wudi hurriedly asked. What happened just now? Did Hu Yanzhen leave? After the Titan sat down, he said in a deep voice, that guy broke through the titled Douluo. It must be that the Spirit Hall had taken action secretly, and the situation was getting worse and worse. If Yue Hua hadn't taken action, then today would have been inevitable. The 4 of them were at the same time take action, there is still no problem dealing with Hu Yanzhen and the other 5. It will cause a huge shock in Longxing City and attract the attention of many people, which will result in a lot of losses. The reordering of the 7 major sects naturally gave him the opportunity. This is also the purpose of my brother asking me to predict the clan this time, which is to worry that the people from the next 4 sects will come to you and cause unnecessary trouble. Tang Yuehua also took advantage of the opportunity to express another purpose of coming here this time, which is to help them stop trouble. The Haoshan sect and the titled Douluo are enough to shock those villains. Faced with this situation, Tang San could only completely dispel the idea of pulling the 4 major clans into the Tang sect. However, cooperation should not be a big problem. After all, Titan is still very supportive of himself. Although it may not be so smooth, his wish to establish the Tang sect was achieved. Uncle, 3 grandpas, you can make a decision as soon as possible after this party. I guess the Martial Soul Palace will definitely show off its fangs after the reselection of the 7 major sections. At that time, the mainland and even the Soul Master world will really be the world of the Spirit Hall. Qian Peng raised his body, showed a bit of steady expression, and expressed his analysis. The Haoshan sect has sealed the mountain and escaped from the world for many years, but its own strength cannot be underestimated. In addition to the 9 titled Douluo, there are more than 200 direct disciples above the Soul Emperor, which is enough to suppress any sect that cannot raise its head. No matter how bad we are, we have more than enough to unite to protect ourselves. These words meant to be in the hearts of Niu Gao and the others. They have lived so much that they have already put aside their lives and deaths, and the only thing they cannot let go of is their clan members. Boy, we will think about it carefully, but if you want to take that position, there is still a long way to go. Bai He looked at Qian Pengju and smiled with relief. This grandson is quite interesting. Tang San felt that although he could not win over them, he could do some effort, just treat it as making some insignificant compensation for his father. Uncle, this is a weapon I have studied in my spare time, and I think it should be helpful to you. After saying that, he took out the Zudge divine crossbow. Bai He did not speak, but looked at Titan. The meaning is very clear, you brought it to him, and you didn't prepare this thing for him? Titan naturally understood what he meant and said, the master is a top craftsman who is on par with that guy. Besides, the young master is not bad in forging. This is a weapon he designed, which just makes up for the shortcomings of your family's lack of attack. Tang Hao is a person who can compare with Shenzhong Tower. He even says that the metal material tower he created is inferior to. Of course, if it is in design and manufacturing, then the tower height can be regarded as the #1 person in the mainland. How powerful is this weapon? It's not a problem for an ordinary person to shoot the Soul Lord with it. Chapter 333 The Gathering begins. Tang San's introduction made Bai He look surprised. Is this little machine box so magical? Old White Bird, I have been studying this weapon for a long time along the way, and I can indeed do what the young master said. Titan explained. Bai He knew that Titan was a famous craftsman on the continent, so this statement naturally could not be false. This cost is definitely not low. How much is it for one? The cheapest 80 golden soul coins. Bai He was slightly shocked. The price was really not low. If the Min clan is equipped, it will be a bit unstoppable. Titan naturally noticed his embarrassment and said, I will transform this with the young master. The power can be improved, so it is not worth the price. It is no exaggeration to say that Zudge divine crossbow is at least a crushing weapon in this era. But what Tang San didn't know was that the Spirit Hall had developed a hot martial soul guide. Tang Yuehua knew these things and said, if my uncle returns to the sect, these weapons are not very useful. After all, reconnaissance missions do not require such weapons. Let's talk about these things later. Today is the gathering of the 4 major clans, so you can also get to know the young people in our clan. Niu Gao wanted to distract this topic in time, and he smiled. Those juniors are all on the other side, I'll take you to see you. Soon, a few people finished drinking the tea and came to the activity square of the Yu tribe. There are not many young people coming this time, but they are all familiar with each other and they are talking and laughing. When Niu Gao brought his group over, all the people who attended the party stopped. They said in unison, I have met the patriarch. You keep going, we old men have no habit of disturbing your interests. Niu Gao waved his hand and laughed. But at this time a girl ran over and came to Bai He, Grandpa, you all finished the negotiation. Bai He looked at her lovingly and smiled, Xiang, how could we have that many words? Bai Xiang nodded and was a little surprised when she looked at Tang Yuehua. Obviously, she knew Tang Yuehua. Bai He naturally discovered the gaze of his granddaughter and introduced with a smile, this is Aunt Yuehua, her surname is Tang, and she is her family. Bai Xiang was a little surprised, very surprised Tang Yuehua is a relative of himself. She turned into Yufeng and went to Tiandu Royal Academy to study, and also knew many things between the nobles in Tiandu city. So he said politely, hello Aunt Yuehua. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, sweet fragrance is good. After saying that, he took out a necklace from the storage soul guide and handed it to her. I didn't prepare any gifts for the first time. You can keep this necklace. Bai Xiang subconsciously looked at Bai He and nodded. Then she linked the item, thank you Aunt. Tang Yuehua glanced at Tang San and his son and introduced, this is my nephew Tang San, who is 21 years old this year. This is my son Pengzhu, who is 16 years old this year. Bai Xiang also immediately said, Auntie, I am 19 years old this year. Tang San said, I have seen Xiang's sister. Qian Pengzhu, sister Xiang. The two of them are among the best among boys, but Bai Xiang did not have much interest. Even though it is a relative, it is the first time we meet. Tai Long smiled silly, sister Xiang, we're meeting again. Bai Xiang was not accustomed to it, silly, if you don't come, they would think you are afraid. How could I be afraid? Let them know how powerful I am later. Bai He smiled and said, you can bring them to know each other for a while. After all, it's your first time here, and you're not familiar with them. Okay, Grandpa. After Bai Xiang finished speaking, she looked at Tang San and Qian Pengzhu with a smile on her face, come with me. Then, the four of them left and sat with the younger generation of the four major families. Tang San and Qian Pengzhu sat down and found that these young men looked at them with a smile. A strong young man stood up and said, two brothers, we must have a couple together. He looked at Qian Pengzhu again, this little brother looks like he is not a grown-up. We won't be able to force others. When you are 18, we will have the chance to make a good couple. Qian Pengzhu's face was too young and looked like a minor. On the contrary, Tang San seemed mature when he raised his hands and feet, and this looked like an adult. Tang San also understood that such a thing could not be refused. He smiled and said, how could Tang San refuse the kindness of all brothers? But I'm not good at drinking and have poor alcohol tolerance, so please forgive me. After saying that, he stuffed the glass of wine in front of him, and his face turned red in an instant. The young man laughed, brothers Tang San are so generous. We don't force it, we mainly want to have an atmosphere. Bai Xiang gave the other party a blank look, Niu Fen, you just like to do this. If someone else had to beat you up. The young man named Niu Fen smiled and said, we are all in one mind, there are many brothers. Who can be unfriendly to us when we are united? Tai Long also said, Niuzi, you are much more courageous. Could it be that Uncle Niu beat you too hard and make you brave? Niu Fen looked at Tai Long and said angrily, what are you talking about? If you don't wait to gesture, you haven't seen each other for 2.5 years, you will be much louder. Tairan's hands were also itchy and said, I graduated from Shrek Academy. Now there are 5 soul rings. Are you sure you want to compare? Oh. Niu Fen was also excited and said, isn't it just 5 rings? Who is not 5 rings? Tang San was secretly surprised when he heard the conversation between the two. The disciples of these 4 major clans have good talents. They are all in their 20s, and reaching the Soul King realm can be considered a genius. Dad once said that the Soul King in his 20s is a genius among ordinary people. It seems that the younger generation of the 4 major clans are not bad in terms of talent. They are also my assistant when they are classified as Haoshan sect. Qian Pengzhu was also observing them secretly, and this time it was worth it. After Tang San sat down, he started to dispel his drunkenness by using Xiantian Gong. The rosy caused by alcohol on the face gradually dissipated and gradually turned into a normal rosy complexion of skin. Qian Pengzhu saw the change in his face and said to himself, what kind of Xiantian Gong is this? He only felt novel, but he was not interested in this. Qian Yuchen told him that as long as you need to seriously practice your soul power and master the unique skills of the Tang sect, you can be invincible in the soul master world. Niu Gao and the others and Tang Yuehua came to another place, and there was already someone waiting for them. Niu Ben, that is, Niu Gao's son, said respectfully, Dad, hello, 3 uncles. Bai he smiled, you kid is strong again. Are you reaching level 70? Niu Ben was still relatively humble and smiled and said, where is Uncle Bai? I'm a little bitch, and there are many places to learn from you. Niu Gao interrupted him directly and said, okay, boy, go in and say something. After the few people sat down, he said generously, we haven't been together for so long. Today is delicious and good enough. What's going on tomorrow? Chapter 334 When Tang Yuehua learns the truth. Time flies quickly, and the gathering of the 4 major clans is over. Tang San was still a little disappointed, but not frustrated. In the carriage, Titan seemed to see that something was wrong with his expression. Young master, although things have changed, I will still support you. As the president of the Tiandu City Blacksmith Association, I will assign you a group of excellent craftsmen to help you build the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San was still very moved when he heard Titan's words and said, Grandpa Tai, thank you. Then he can only seek the 9 treasures glazed sect now with the help of the Tang sect, let the Tang sect be operated as soon as possible. All this has become completely different from the original work. After all, Xiaoren is still fine now and has not made sacrifices. On the other side, Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu were also on the way back to Haoshan sect. At this party, she already understood that the 4 major sect leaders were moved. They could not refuse the price offered by Haoshan sect. What's more, the 4 sects have already attracted supporters everywhere for the ranking of the 7 major sects. There is no titled Douluo among the 4 major sect masters, so they will inevitably be targeted by those who are interested. Hu Yanzhen was shocked by himself this time and he will definitely come again next time. Mom, the situation is urgent now. Do you think my uncle and the others will return to the sect? Hearing his son's words, Tang Yuehua said. Yes, only by joining forces with Haoshan sect again can they preserve their respective strengths in the turbulent situation. Although your cousin Tang San's skills can increase some defense power, they still cannot stop them from facing high-level soul masters. Returning to Haoshan sect is their best choice. When the 2 walked 10 kilometers away from Longxing City, Qunyu City suddenly appeared. Qian Pengzhu didn't expect to see his father here and said, Dad, why are you here? Qian Yuchen smiled and said, how is it? Is this action going smoothly? Tang Yuehua said, I thank you all for the fairy grass you provided. All 4 of them were very moved. But the mistress also went there, which I didn't expect. Qian Yuchen said again, your nephew is not an ordinary person. He wants to establish an independent Haoshan sect's power, and he is very determined. What? Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengzhu were both surprised. This is not a place to talk, let's find a suitable place to talk about it. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he walked in the other direction. About 10 minutes later, the 3 of them came under a big tree. Qian Yuchen took out a table and 3 stools and displayed the holy light barrier again. The conversation between the 3 of them will not be heard by others. After sitting down, Tang Yuehua immediately asked, what's wrong with the mistress? It's great to study etiquette in my place. Qian Yuchen smiled and shook his head, saying, don't you think this child is too sensible? In the year you studied in Yuexuan, he shouldn't cause you any trouble, and he can't even see the attitude that his peers should have. For more novels, 107411, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastch. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yuehua was stunned. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was the case. It is no exaggeration to say that Tang San is so mature that it makes people feel distressed. Tang Yuehua asked in confusion, is it not because of his childhood experience? Qian Yuchen nodded and said something that shocked her. Yes, only a truly mature soul can make mature actions. Do you understand? Qian Pengzhu also expressed his opinion on Tang San for so long, cousin Tang San always has a sense of vigilance around him. Only when he is close to others can he not have this look. Tang Yuehua asked again, what's the problem with the mistress? Is it related to the second brother's seclusion? Qian Yuchen said again, he is a soul in another world, and it is normal for him to act differently from ordinary people. Did he take out a special weapon at this party? That thing has never appeared on Douluo continent. He is a young man under 20 years old, can he know how to make these things? Only at this moment did Tang Yuehua realize that Tang San was a visitor from another world. She asked a unique question, but, I don't understand why he has a problem. The continent is changing because there are forces that do not belong to the mainland and will rewrite the pattern of the mainland. When Qian Yuchen said this, a trace of light flashed in his eyes. Tang Yuehua thought of his grandfather's affairs at this time and subconsciously said, God. Who else can do such a profound calculation and this ability besides God? And the stepping stone of Tang San that has been completed is the martial soul hall that has been passed down for thousands of years. Qian Yuchen's tone was full of reluctance, even anger. After pausing, he continued, the good cause that has benefited the mainland for many years will also allow him to take on this evil consequence. The foundation he established will definitely decline 10,000 years after leaving the mainland. Karma and effect are endless, but he will be entangled with this world. Qian Pengzhu's immature mind was severely impacted at this moment. The legendary god actually did such a thing. And his cousin is the one they chose. I can't stand it, can't accept it, can't let it happen. This is Qian Pengzhu's most direct idea. He has never been as eager as he is now, and he wants to make himself as powerful as God. He could not accept this kind of tragedy. Dad, I want to become a god, not only for the Haoshan sect, but also for protecting you and the Spirit Hall. Qian Pengzhu's, for more novels, 144,143, join, https://discord.gg/skstgastk. The tone has never been as firm as it is now. Tang Yuehua looked at her son in surprise, as if she was a little unfamiliar. Child, it's a good thing for you to become stronger. Qian Yuchen looked at him with relief and said, but my dad is the tall man. No matter what happens, I will withstand and protect the safety of my family. As for those gods, I have already had a solution. Tang Yuehua looked at him in shock. The man in front of him was so strange at this moment. Since the day he traded with him, it seems that he has not really seen who he is after so many years. Although there is a bridge of love between the two, it is formed after the combination of interests. What you want to do most over the years is to kill God. And you have found that God has long been chosen by God as the second brother's child. She suddenly felt that Qian Yuchen's thinking was at an invisible height. Immediately afterwards, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes and he said, your biological elder brother, the previous Pope Chihiroji, did not die at the hands of my second brother, right? Qian Yuchen did not answer positively, but said, he was bound to die, thus establishing the grudge between Tang San and the Wuhun Hall. Even Yu Xiaogang, all this is God's arrangement, but who can guess that it's not a coincidence? Tang Yuehua understood that after all this, it was linked together, which was terrifying to think about it carefully. What are the conditions for becoming a god? I want to successfully surpass him after reaching the realm of my grandfather. She wants to become a god and to crush the manipulated shackles of fate. Qian Yuchen gave her another dose of strong medicine. Your grandfather, that is, Senior Tang Chen, is still alive. It's a pity that I fell into God's plan, which is regrettable. Chapter 335 The four clan leaders join the Haoshan sect. Do you know Grandpa's whereabouts? Tang Yuehua's face was full of shock. After returning to the sect this time, let Yu Pengzhu go to the capital of killing. The old sect leader Tang Chen is there. If you bring him back, no one can shake Pengzhu's sect leader position. Qian Yuchen did not hide it from Tang Yuehua. He didn't tell her before, but the timing was not right. There is no need to hide it from her at this time, after all, the plot has reached its final peak. Why was my grandfather in that place? Tang Yonghua understood something as soon as he said this, and asked again, is there an inheritance of gods in the city of killing? Yes, that place does have a god's inheritance. Your grandfather should have failed the god's exam at the most critical moment. Then I got lost in the capital of killing and haven't come out yet. Qian Yuchen must have known Tang Chen's whereabouts, which is also one of the plans of the Shura god. How could the Shura god not know that his inheritance was interfered with by the Rakshasa god? He could change this situation with just a slight move. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. After Xiaoju takes him out, I will take you to see him. He said again that he must be involved in Tang Chen's matter. I wonder if this wish will be disappointed if God Shura wants to build a strong man with 2 gods under his intervention. In other words, the Shura god will use other methods to make Tang San become one of the 2 gods again. Overall, Tang San's success may be a foregone conclusion. I don't know how the Sea God and Shura God arranged the route, but Kunyuchen is still planning to intervene according to the original plot. Since the mistress is a chosen person by God, aren't you and him standing opposite each other? What are you going to do? Tang Yuehua knew that since Kunyuchen had paid attention to Tang San, he would definitely have his own plans. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, the road to becoming a god is not that simple. I just made his path a little bumpy. Seeing how simple he said, Tang Yuehua knew what he was holding on to his big move. When she was originally trying to say something, Qian Yuchen said again, Tang San in this world has not completely disappeared. I have promised your second brother to rescue him. These words made Tang Yuehua's uneasy heart gradually relax, and she said to herself, it seems that he has reached some kind of agreement with his second brother, so it's better if the mistress is still there. Qian Pengzhu said, Dad, it will take me a month to set out to the capital of killing. The martial arts passed down to him by Kunyuchen have not yet been cultivated to the specified level, and it will take another month. A month is enough. When you are ready, go to Yuexuan to wait for me. I will personally take you to that place and take him out. Qian Yuchen was still very relieved about his son. Although he was young, he was very sensible. Since you have made the arrangements, I won't say anything more. Grandpa was able to return to Haoshan sect safely, which could be considered as letting go of a big stone in the hearts of the 7 elders. Tang Yuehua didn't ask more questions, after all, Kunyu City had already been arranged. Okay, I've said so much, it's time to go back. Qian Yuchen stood up, his purpose of coming here had been achieved, and it was time to leave. Tang Yuehua and Qian Peng raised up and he put away the things. Then he walked to them and put his hands on the shoulders of the 2. Let's go. After the words came, the 3 of them disappeared under the big tree. 7 days have passed, and the 4 clan leaders of the 4 major clans came to the foot of the Haoshan sect's headquarters. Tang Yuehua met them, and Tang Xiao was also with him. Uncle. He was still a little excited when he saw Bai He. Xiao, you are much older. Bai He looked at Tang Xiao's vicissitudes of face and couldn't help but sigh. Niu Gao, Titan and Yang Wudi looked at the original address of the Haoshan sect, and shook their heads and sighed. Then, the group came to a room. After the few people sat down, Bai He was the representative selected by the 4 major clans. He took the lead and said, we came this time and made careful plans. The sincerity given by Haoshan sect is very strong, and we can agree to return to the section. Now the mainland is about to rise, and we really need to unite to settle down. Tang Xiao also said, Uncle, 3 uncles, Haoshan sect will not do the same thing back then. To be honest, Pengzhu, as the next candidate for the sect leader, needs to reintegrate his own strength. He is a better heir than me. Bai He and the other 2 looked at each other, but they didn't expect that Tang Xiao had already set the tone of the future of the sect at this time. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he took out the Haoshan token. This is what Brother Hao gave me when he returned to the sect. He expressed his support for the sect's decision and would not interfere in anything anymore. Seeing Haoshan order, Titan finally realized that Tang Hao had completely let go. His feelings for the Haoshan sect have never changed at all, but he no longer wants to do too much trouble. It is the wish of fading out of the Soul Master world and accompanying your loved ones. You are all familiar with this token. I am going to end my experience in Zaijiu and pass it on to him. The Haoshan sect can no longer respond to emergencies in a hurry like it did back then, which leads to being in an awkward position. Tang Xiao's tone was full of firmness, and he didn't want the original mistake to happen again. The Haoshan sect currently has 9 titled Douluo, and even the 2 empires dare not act rashly. Reorganize the power, and the power of the spirit hall and subordinates dare not jump too happily. Titan said, expressing his thoughts. After all, the Li clan is in Tiandu city and has a lot of information. Uncle Tai said something reasonable, but there is one key thing that needs to be discussed. Tang Yuehua spoke at this time, and her face became solemn. According to the information I found out, Emperor Sui was poisoned. It's still a mixed poison that even poison Douluo cannot detect. So far, he can only take detoxification pill to relieve it. As soon as he said this, Tang Xiao, Titan, Niu Gao and Bai He looked at Yang Wudi in unison. Yang Wudi said speechlessly, "Why do you see me doing? Although the clan of my destruction is studying poison, no one of the clans disappeared or betrayed. There is no way, the poison of the clan is so famous." But this made Yang Wudi feel something was wrong. The mixed poison was first studied by their clan, and there was no external rumor. Yang Wudi thought of something. "No, is it him?" He looked at Tang Yuehua and said, "Niece Yuehua, I need to go to Tiandu Palace with you to meet Emperor Sui. I want to see who is so powerful with poison." Titan smiled and said, "Old goat, then when you come to Tiandu city, remember to visit the Li clan." "Uncle Yang, if you say this, I will feel relieved." This time, Tang Yuehua wanted to take Yang Wudi to see what poison was in the Snow Knight Emperor. Tang Xiao stood up and took out 4 and 5 diamond black gold cards from his storage soul guide. "You can accept these 4 black gold cards and let the disciples in the clan change their appearance. This black gold card is 500,000 gold soul coins." It can be said that the move was very big. Chapter 336 3 Great Poison Masters gather together. The 4 of them did not refuse and put the cards away. The buildings outside this sect still need to be renovated. The 4 major families have more than 1,000 people, and this place is still a little smaller. When Niu Gao entered the village, he carefully looked at the surrounding buildings. People from the 4 major clans come over, and this cannot be accommodated. "I'll trouble you, Uncle Niu, for this matter, all the expenses will be paid. The present is not the time when Haoshan sect was born, so you still need to guard the foot of the mountain." Tang Xiao said again, "After all, this is the current situation of Haoshan sect. Bai He and the other 4 also understand that if Haoshan sect provides a guarantee, these things are all minor problems. It's okay to leave these things to us. As the first line of defense of Haoshan sect, it's really time to take care of it here." Niu Gao said, "This is the strength of his imperial clan. Okay, I'll bother Uncle Niu if you do this." After some careful discussion, Yang Wudi and his friends promised to complete the concentration of their clan members within half a month and move them all over after the construction of Haoshan sect is completed. The location of Tang sect on Tang San was originally planning to give him the station of the Li clan, but due to the changes in the situation, the startup funds were insufficient, so Titan gave him a manor 3 kilometers away as the station. Tang San himself also acted very quickly. With the assistance of 100 outstanding blacksmiths assigned by Titan, he had already begun to build the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Ning Fengzi and Snowy Knight the Emperor also drafted a contract and had delivered the first batch of deposits and materials, just waiting for Tang San's finished product. The other people from the Shrek 7 monsters also returned to Shrek Academy one after another. After meeting again, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar and Ma Hongjun rejected Tang San's request to invite them to be the head of the Tang sect. The reason also made Tang San and the other 3 monsters feel that it is okay, and the 3 of them also made a guarantee that they would definitely come forward to help when the Tang sect is in danger. In the end, the structure of the Tang sect was decided. The sect leader Tang San, the deputy sect leaders Iao and Ning, the martial arts master Dai Mubai, and the sect leader Tai Long. Although the architecture is simple, Tang San is full of confidence. Oscar and his friends have been assisting Tang San in the Tang sect for the past 7 days. Of course, they can't get in touch with the core things. By the way, there is one more thing. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong have recovered. They hated the Spirit Hall extremely and thought about revenge at all times. At this time, Tang San and others gathered in the conference hall. Tang San took the lead and said, "Xiao Ao, Zhu Qing, Fatty, thank you for your help these days, otherwise the Tang sect, would be really a mess." "Misery, what are you talking about? Although we didn't join in, there is no need to be polite about where we should help. Third brother, you're too disgusting when we say this in a fight." Oscar and Ma Hongjun said that this is all a trivial matter, and there is no need to be a secret to helping brothers. Tang San was still very grateful to the 3 of them, and smiled and looked at Tai Long. "Tyrone, how about the hidden weapon casting in Litang? Master of the sect, in 5 days, we have created 80 Zhuge Divine Crossbows. Because we were not skilled in the early stage, our speed has increased now." After hearing Tai Long's answer, Tang San was quite satisfied. The 100 craftsmen have a very high standard, and he also handed over the assembly to Tyrone, and 100 of them were completed so quickly. "After the first batch is delivered, I will expand the scale of Litang, and you will need to work hard at that time. Thank you for your trust from the sect leader, I will definitely do better." Tai Long's joining the Tang sect was also instructed by Titan, which is also a training in the cultivation of his future inheritance clan. He has also been exposed to forging techniques and is also of an intermediate blacksmith. In terms of talent, he is better than Titan. He joined the Tang sect and wanted to surpass his grandfather in this regard. The master of the sect, there is actually someone who is more suitable to be the master of the Litang than me. He is known as the two great masters with his grandfather, and he is extremely obsessed with studying various weapons. The Tang sect's hidden weapons are profound, and I believe they can attract him. Tai Long expressed his plans for the past few days, choosing a truly suitable person to serve as the Lord of Litang. After all, he is young. Although he has some talent in forging, he still focuses on soul power cultivation. A person's name flashed through Zhu Zuking's mind. She had learned about the famous craftsmen on the mainland. One was not named, the other was Talon's grandfather Titan, and the last one was the god craft Tower Gao. He is the president of the Mainland Blacksmith Association. He has been in the metal capital for a long time and likes to create various objects. Lu Gao, the hidden weapon in Tang San's hand may really attract him to it, which is interesting. Tang San's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said, "Who is this senior? I want to see him in person." Tai Long said again, "The magic craftsman, the tower is high." After Tang Yuehua and the others separated from Haoshan sect, she brought Yang Wudi to Tiandu city. After arranging Yang Wudi's residence, she also explained her plan. "Uncle Yang, Emperor Sui needs 2 other people to help him because he is poisoned." "Hey? Apart from Douluo, who else in Tiandu city is proficient in one of the poisons?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Yang Wudi's eyes. "My nephew, Tang San." Tang Yuehua said again. As soon as he said this, Yang Wudi didn't expect it. How could a 20-year-old young man have a deep understanding of the use of poison? If he is proficient in forging techniques, then he thinks it is normal. After all, Tang Hao is also a famous craftsman. But this use of poison cannot be understood overnight. The Destroy clan has only gained the current experience of using poison after 100 years of accumulation. Is it true or not, I won't know when they arrive. Tang Yuehua has always been aware of speaking with facts, which has made Yang Wudi become a little interested in Tang San. How long will it take for them to arrive? It's estimated that it's 2/4 of an hour, and it's still a bit far away from here. At the same time, Qian Yuchen came to the door again in Douluo's mansion and handed over the invitation Tang Yuehua invited him. "Old poison, this time everyone is here to use poison. You can have a good exchange. In addition, Tang San will also go. You 3 happen to go to Wuhun Palace to give Emperor Sui a 3-party consultation. I think this will definitely help you discover the mastermind behind it." After hearing Qian Yuchen's words, Douluo knew that nothing good was going on. "To be honest, I can untie it in a moment, just that mixed toxin. What are you selling in this gourd?" Douluo looked at him in confusion, very puzzled. "You're done. Go back and give your granddaughter a soul bone of the 10,000-year-old green phosphorus snake." Qian Yuchen didn't say nonsense and said the reward directly. "Why are you still polite to me?" Douluo was revealed in an instant smile, "Don't regret it." After saying that, he left the mansion directly, and his speed was extremely fast. On the Tang sect, Tang San also received a notice from Tang Yuehua, so he hurriedly got up and went to the place above the invitation letter. Chapter 337 The change in the palace is really a culprit behind the scenes. Tang San came to the location on the invitation letter, and Douluo also happened to have arrived. "Old poison, little monster, why are you here? The Lord of Yuexuan invited me to come." The two almost spoke in unison, and then they understood. "Let's go, Master Yuexuan asked us to come. There must be a special situation." Douluo then knocked on the door. It was Tang Yuehua who opened the door. When she saw the two of them coming, she said, "You are finally here, come in quickly." After she finished speaking, she let the two of them walk in with him. When they saw the person sitting in the room, Douluo and Tang San both showed a hint of surprise. "Why are Senior Yang coming?" Tang San said intimately. Douluo felt that the old man, who was almost the same as him, had a faint smell of herbs on his body. "Is this person also proficient in herbal medicine?" Tang Yuehua said, "Douluo, mistress, sit down and talk." After sitting down, she said again, "I asked you to come this time just to find out what poison Emperor Sui was infected." Douluo saw Yang Wudi and introduced himself, "Your Excellency, I'm under Douluo, I'll be banned from poison, and I have a little understanding of poison. Then he said again, the Emperor of Snow Night was poisoned by the mixture of 7 different non-toxic substances, and it is extremely concealed. Hearing this, Yang Wudi's heart sank instantly, as if he had guessed something. I didn't expect that he was a titled Douluo, without any medicine fragrance or poisonous gas on his body. I think this level is beyond me. Yang Wudi felt a little more admiration for Douluo's level of poison use. Tang San also said, I just saw that Emperor Sui was poisoned and I have never seen him again, but the poison is extremely complicated and requires on-site verification. Yang Wudi said a key sentence, how should we enter the palace? Tang Yuehua said, the 4th Prince Avalanche and Prince Swexing will take us in, and Sect Master Ning will be with you. Yang Wudi has no problem. He now wants to confirm whether the toxin is the kind of poison he guessed. Douluo didn't say nonsense, since that's the case, let's go. Tang Yuehua had already made preparations, and Ning Fengzi and the others had already discovered something was wrong in the palace. Of course, these are all Kunyuchen who works as an intermediary in it. All of this is in line with the development of the original plot, but there is no trace of him taking action. The 4 of them came to the palace, and Ning Fengzi was already waiting. Let's go, Your Majesty's situation is really not optimistic. After entering the palace, the 5 people were not stopped. But when he arrived at the Snow Ye Emperor's bedroom, he was stopped by fully armed forces. Ning Fengzi felt something was wrong and said nothing. On the contrary, Douluo took out his guest gold medal, go aside. We have urgent matters to meet Your Majesty. The leader of the soldiers said coldly, Your Majesty has rested. Your Highness the Crown Prince has ordered that no one should enter the palace to disturb you. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Ning Fengzi still did not say anything, but Tang San used his soul power to transmit voice, have you seen these soldiers? Douluo shook his head, his meaning was very clear. Yang Wudi said, let's talk about it later, something is wrong. The 5 people arrived at a safe location, and Tang San said in confusion, Senior Yang, what's wrong? Yang Wudi said in a deep voice, these soldiers are not imperial guards, but teams composed of soul masters. And his strength is not low, at least at the level of the soul sect or above. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly shocked Tang San and others. Ning Fengzi looked at the soldiers without leaving any trace, as if he understood something. Brother Cheng, what are you selling in the gourd? Just as they were discussing how to enter the Snow Night Emperor's bedroom, a gentle male voice came. Tang Yin is Tang San, who is worthy of being the child of Haoshan Douluo. I was actually misunderstood when I was in Yuexuan. Auntie Yuehua, your aunt is really dedicated to your duties. The soldiers around them knelt down one after another and said in unison, see Your Highness the Crown Prince. Shueking he had a smile on his face, followed by 2 men in black robes, and slowly walked to the Snow Ye Emperor's bedroom. Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and Ning Fengzi and Tang Yuehua seemed relatively calm. Tang San noticed Douluo's expression change and said to himself, these 2 men in black robe are actually titled Douluo. The old poisonous creature has met an opponent. He looked at Shueking and said, Your Highness, you haven't seen him for a long time. Shueking looked calm and said, it's true that I haven't seen you for a long time. Many things in the palace have made me feel a little haggard during this period, and Shueking misses you very much. Tang San smiled, but did not answer the question, but went straight to the point. No need to talk nonsense. These are all people from the Spirit Hall. The 2 titled Douluo around you do indeed have big problems. Seeing that Tang San was talking directly, Shueking smiled allo. It's worthy of being Tang San, but unfortunately you 5 can't change anything at all. Don't talk too much before things come to a true conclusion, Your Highness. Tang San threw something out of his storage soul guide and was ready for battle. Shueking clapped his hands, and the soldiers surrounded the 5 of them on 3 floors. The 2 men in black robe also showed their true faces. Tang San looked at the other party in surprise, a little unbelievable. The old man with a gloomy face on the left looked at Tang San and said, he, Tang San, are you surprised to see me? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San and asked in confusion, who is this person? How could you know him? Tang San also said with confusion, this person was the leader of Kanghui Academy. According to principles, he is already dead. Douluo felt the other party's aura and said, this person is obviously a titled Douluo, not a soul saint level. Shi Nian smiled and said, I have also had an adventure, but now I have the strength of the 9 rings. The person beside him made Yang Wudi's face quickly become gloomy. Yang Wudi asked, Washuan, when did you become a lackey in the Martial Soul Palace? Yang Washuan's face is very similar to Yang Wudi, but the two have different hairstyles. He tied his hair up and tied a hairband on his forehead. Yang Wudi had loose hair and sharp eyes. Brother, do you understand what it means to be a hero? My eldest nephew was seriously injured at the beginning. If it weren't for me, he would have died long ago. Have you ever looked for him as a father? Yang Washuan's words directly controlled Yang Wudi. His son died in a conflict with the spirit hall, how could he still be alive? Yang Washuan looked at Xue Qinghe and said, Your Highness, Prince, please retreat further, so as not to affect you. Xue Qinghe cooperated and took 2 steps back, in a safe position. Yang Washuan looked at Yang Wudi and laughed, Brother, I have surpassed you. In an instant, he showed off his martial soul and soul ring. Soul-breaking gun. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Yang Wudi looked at his brother in horror and said in shock. How is it possible that you actually broke the limit of martial souls? Chapter 338 Duel. That black soul ring is the soul ring that comes with the soul-breaking gun. However, the original color was grey, but now it has turned into black. Looking at Yang Wudi's horrified expression, Yang Washuan's mouth outlined a smile. Brother, what you think is impossible is really happening now. Titled Douluo, I am also titled Douluo now. His eyes then became sharp, with an upbeat fighting spirit. Brother, come and fight. The soul-breaking gun pointed at Yang Wudi, which was a duel between the 2 strongest guns and martial souls of the world. Yang Wudi's belief is to be strong when he meets strong. Although his younger brother's realm is titled Douluo, he will not feel afraid or retreat. He took a step forward and the soul-breaking spear appeared in his right hand. The soul ring also lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 grey. The momentum burst out, not inferior to Yang Washuan's titled Douluo's momentum. Brush. Yang Washuan and Yang Wudi moved at the same time, and their figure turned into 2 black lights in the air, accompanied by the sound of iron tools hitting. Is this Senior Yang's true strength? Such a terrifying aura is actually close to the titled Douluo. Tang San was a little shocked. The power burst out from this single attribute martial soul was really powerful. But his eyes only stopped for a short time and continued to fall on Shinian. This person was born in the King of Hell, logically speaking, it was impossible for him to survive. But he was safe and sound and even reached the titled Douluo, which was incredible. Douluo looked at Shinian and his face was a little wrong. There is a huge poisonous gas in your body. Have you never asked for a name? Hearing this, Shinian laughed, it is worthy of being the famous poison Douluo, and his perception of toxins is indeed very strong. The King of Hell told you to die in the 3rd update, how can you keep you until the 5th update? I am a poisonous Yama, and I am a title of Yama. Tang San looked at Douluo and said, Old Poison, this person is the leader of Kanghui Academy, and I can't admit my mistake. Poisonous Yan Luo looked at Tang San and shook his head, Tang San, I don't want to discuss the right and wrong anymore. I'm already dead at the age of a year, and now there is only Poisonous Yan Luo. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was filled with dark purple patterns. These lines happened to be the location of the blood vessels. His soul rings also emerged one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. What kind of martial soul is this? Why have you never seen it? A trace of golden light flashed across Tang San's eyes, and he could only find that he had toxins with the same root and origin as the King of Hell. Drug man, no, this is the power of the body's activation. His martial soul is those blood vessels full of toxins. This is a martial soul of human tissue structure. Douluo instantly discovered something was wrong. No wonder the other party was able to control such a powerful toxin. Do not kill, this title is not wrong. He looked at Tang San and Tang Yuehua, this man is full of poison, don't contact him easily. After saying that, his martial soul also revealed. The Snake Emperor of Green Phosphorus. Douluo's soul the ring configuration is very ordinary, with a standard ratio. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Tang Yuehua protected Tang San behind him and said, Miss San, you can't interfere in this battle. With your aunt here, no one can hurt you. Tang San also understands very well. He is a soul emperor, and with the help of hidden weapons, he can at most hold the soul saint. He really has no choice but to be named Douluo. We must reach the title Douluo as soon as possible, so that we can truly protect ourselves. The desire to become stronger in the heart is getting stronger and stronger. Douluo's martial soul possessed, and with the assistance of the poison meridian, he already has a strong toxin immunity. He can still easily deal with the attack when the poison Yan Luo launches an attack. Bang! The two collided and both took 3 steps back. I am worthy of being a poison Douluo, and I have taken into account this bodybuilding. Come again. After saying that, poison Yan Luo rushed towards Douluo again. Maid, why is this man a reckless man? Douluo was so irritated. Fortunately, he followed Jian Yuchen's advice and had been polishing his body's strength over the years. Otherwise, the old bones in his body would not be able to withstand the end of the attack with Du Yan Luo. The second soul skill, Biphosphorus, protects the body. The emerald green scales covered his whole body, and he also met the other party's fist. Shueking he looked at Tang Yuehua and smiled and said, Aunt Tang, please give Tang San to me. This time the matter has nothing to do with Yuexuan, so please don't make it difficult for me. I promise that the status of Yuexuan Royal Court Etiquette Academy will not change in any way. He knew clearly that Tang Yuehua could not practice, and it was completely unnecessary for her to get involved in this matter. Ning Fengzi, no, I am such a big auxiliary department with a title Douluo so invisible? Tang Yuehua looked at Ning Fengzi with a smile and said, Sect Master Ning, let him see the power of the world's #1 auxiliary weapon, the 9 treasures glazed tower. Ning Fengzi nodded, and his eyes looking at Shueking he were filled with disappointment. If you do more unrighteous things, you will die. He stretched out his right hand and a 9-story glazed tower appeared. Oh no, why did you forget that he is the titled Douluo? Shueking he felt very uncomfortable. There are glasses when the 9 treasures are transferred. 1 is strength, 2 is speed, 3 is soul. The 2 amplification streams fell into Douluo and Yang Wudi respectively, and their combat power doubled in an instant. Yang Wudi felt the changes in his body and the speed of waving the spear in his hand increased again. It's really satisfying. Is this the battle at the titled Douluo realm? It's really satisfying. Yang Washuan naturally became even more excited as he watched Yang Wudi's increasing momentum. Brother, this is interesting, come on. Clammed. 2 soul-breaking guns collided again, and the 2 of them flew backwards at a rapid speed, and then stabilized their bodies. The 7th soul skill, the soul-breaking true body. The 2 brothers shouted loudly at the same time, and the soul-breaking gun in their hands appeared in black flames, and the whole person was rendered with a layer of black like martial souls. The 2 looked at each other and rushed towards each other. The battle between Douluo and Poison Yan Luo is difficult to solve, and each move is mixed with toxins, which is even more intense and exciting than the battle between Yang Wudi and Yang Washuan. The 7th soul skill, the true body of Yan Luo. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor. The battle between the 4 caused a lot of noise, and Prince Swexing immediately asked the soldiers to accelerate their advance. Hurry, the prince is planning a bad plan and wants to harm your majesty, so I will speed up the king. Avalanche looked worried and murmured, Father, you must not be in trouble. At the same time, a sword light quickly came towards the Tiandu Palace. In the opposite direction, there is a sharp golden light, and its target is also the Tiandu Palace. In the Wuhan Hall, Qin Yuchen watched the battle between the 2 sides and felt that the time was almost over. The vast sea of universe covers. Poseidon, I won't stop Tang San from becoming a god, but I can't let you eliminate him in the soul of Tang San in the original world. Chapter 339 Snake Spear Amp 7 Killing Sword. When Prince Swexing was about to arrive at the Snow Knight Emperor's bedroom, he saw a sword light flying over his head and immediately showed a look of joy. Sword Douluo, your majesty's safety is guaranteed. But outside the bedroom, Shueking he stopped him. He looked at the rebels ahead, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You traitors, kill them. Ning Fengzi felt the familiar aura approaching and smiled. People Lord Tang, Uncle Jian is here. As the words fell, a serious voice came. The 5th soul skill, Megatron 4. The actual sword energy turned into 2 parts, heading towards Yang Wudi and Douluo. The fourth soul skill, both ends of the snake's head. Two golden snake shadows appeared, instantly blocking the two sword energy emitted by Chen Xin. Chen Xin was a little surprised, and then slowly landed in front of Ning Fengzi. The titled Douluo has never seen it before. He was a little curious about who this titled Douluo was. A golden-purple snake spear fell from the sky and landed behind Shui Qinghe, and then a man wearing golden scales appeared. His eyes were filled with it is a bit sharp and also has a bit of the shadow of snakes. Chen Xin asked directly, which titled Douluo are you from the Spirit Hall? Shi Long looked at Chen Xin and smiled slightly, Snake Spear Douluo, I have seen Sword Douluo. What a Snake Spear Douluo, the Wuhun Palace has really emerged with many talents. Chen Xin praised. It is worthy of being the Martial Spirit Hall, and now there are 3 titled Douluo. In addition to those in the Soul Master competition, as well as the 7 worshippers. Doesn't this Douluo have more than 15? At this moment, Tang San felt that the strength of the Wuhan Hall was really terrifying. It is very difficult for him to create a force and get the support of the title Douluo. After all, Douluo is the honorary dean of Shrek Academy. If he wants him to join the Tang sect, it would be unkind. I have long heard that the sword Douluo sword technique has reached the level of superb level. Please give me some advice. Shi Long held the snake spear tightly in his right hand, and a trace of fighting spirit flashed across his face. I dare not take the advice, come on. Chen Xin held a 3-foot blue edge in his right hand, his silver hair moved without wind, and his sword intent surrounded him. Ha! Shi Long showed his soul ring. 2 yellows, 2 purples, 5 blacks, standard soul ring ratio, but the bursting momentum is not comparable to Yang Wushuan and Poison Yan Luo. This is extreme Douluo. After Chen Xin broke through the divine level, with the help of Qian Yuchen, he temporarily sent a seal of divine power, and his strength remained at level 99. He was naturally very familiar with the momentum that Shi Long burst out. But I was also surprised, but I quickly retreated. After all, it is a person from Qinyu City, so it is normal for his subordinates to gain such strong strength. What a snake spear, I will see your true strength. Chen Xion's breath was no longer concealed, and a majestic sword intent erupted. 7 Killing Sword Domain. The surrounding environment changed instantly, an abiding feeling surrounded people except Chen Xian. Shi Long felt that his strength was suppressed by 30%, and looked at Chen Xian in surprise. Domain skills are worthy of being Sword Douluo. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the snake spear. He was not afraid, and directly summoned the true body of the martial soul and prepared to try it. After the true body of the martial soul appeared, Shi Long waved the snake spear and stabbed Chen Xian. A powerful and sharp breath seemed to pierce the air and hit the Chen Xin. Okay. Chen Xian felt her body full of fighting spirit, I agree with your move. 7 Killing Sword, Thorn. The pure sword intent attached to the 7 Killing Sword and stabbed towards the snake spear. Although 1 inch long and 1 inch stronger, the first move of the 2 is pure power competition, and there is no weapon gap. Ding! The powerful impact of power directly separated Yang Wudi and others who were fighting. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated directly under this collision force. It's so scary. Tang San had to admit that even if he practiced Xiantian technique to the 9th level, he could not create such terrifying power. And, how can Senior Sword Douluo and that Snake Spear Douluo be better than Senior Dogu? This it doesn't seem to be a simple soul power level gap. He looked at Tang Yuehua and expressed his doubts. There is also a realm of division of strength between mistresses and titled Douluo. From 90 to 94, it is called ordinary titled Douluo, from level 95 to level 98, it is called Super Douluo, from level 99, it is also the strongest soul master level, it is called Extreme Douluo. The founder of Haoshan sect was one of the 3 peerless Douluos at that time, which is also the reason why Haoshan sect was called the #1 sect in the world. Tang Yuehua explained. Tang San knew that Haoshan hammer was powerful, but he didn't expect that his grandfather was so powerful. Level 99 title Captain Douluo 3 Peerless Douluo. Wouldn't that mean that this Snake Spear Douluo has reached level 99? Yes, Uncle Jian's strength has reached level 99. That Snake Spear Douluo must be a Peerless Douluo, otherwise he would not dare to challenge Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi replied. He concealed a little, that is, his strength is also a level 99 level titled Douluo. So, in this way, there must be more than one extreme Douluo in the Spirit Hall, this. Tang San's eyes showed shock. Isn't the so-called idea of overthrowing the Wuhun Palace too ridiculous? Extreme Douluo has reached the limit of the Soul Master's cultivation level. The strength revealed by the martial Soul Palace is simply suffocating. This news must be made clear to the two empires. The peerless Douluo is definitely not an existence that ordinary titled Douluo can defeat by relying on quantity. Neither Ning Fengzi nor Tang Yuehua answered him, obviously accusing Tang San's guess. Now Chen Xin and Shi Long are fighting on the field. Compared with Yang Wudi and his team's battle just now, it was like a child playing house. A powerful impact appeared again, and Chen Xin and Shi Long took a few steps back. The 7 killing sword is worthy of being called the strongest weapon in martial soul. Take another move. Shi Long smiled heroically, and the spear in his hand swung quickly. A snake shadow with horns gradually condensed, and its momentum became stronger and stronger. The sky snake is angry and thorny. In an instant, both Tang San and Xue Qinghe felt their hearts tight, as if they were being targeted by a poisonous snake. It turned out to be intentional. It seems that he saw that barrier. Chen Xin moved slightly, and she already knew where Shi Long had reached the extreme Douluo. The 7 killing sword he held in his right hand shouted. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the 7 killings. Looking at Shi Long's eyes, she showed a white light and said. The 7 killings thunder rose, and a sword broke through the sky. Chen Xin's soul power turned into a 4-armed troll, holding 4 7 killing swords in hand, wielding them at the same time to form a crescent slash. Wherever he passed, he tore the space and crashed towards Shi Long's attack. Boom! Tang Yuehua, Ning Fengzi and Douluo Bo's faces changed, and at the same time, they released a soul barrier to protect Tang San and Yang Wudi. On the side of Swekine, Yang Wushuan and Poison Yan Luo stood in front and released the soul power barrier to protect him. The dazzling white light flashed instantly, and Tang San felt that he had become deaf for a moment. Then I heard the sound of the snake spear Douluo. It's worthy of being the heart of Jiandao Chen, I lost this time. I will take Swekine away first, and there will be a period of time later. After everything returned to normal, Tang San only saw the floor tiles in front of him shattered, and Xue Qinghe and the others were gone. Chen Xin frowned slightly and said, Fengzi, the matter here is handled, and you will return to the sect as soon as possible. Ning Fengzi nodded, and Chen Xin turned into a sword light and disappeared. Ning Fengzi looked at Douluo Bo and the others and said, Let's go and see how your majesty is doing. Chapter 340, Colorful, Yang Wudi detoxifies. When he entered the Snowy Night Emperor's bedroom, Tang San frowned slightly. Douluo Bo and Yang Wudi were the same, and they also set their eyes on the daffodils in front of the Snowy Night Palace. The two looked at each other and said in unison, This is the cause. Ning Fengzi said in surprise, It is this flower that has made His Majesty unconscious for so long. This daffodil is an introduction. There is no abnormality on the surface, but in fact it is an important trigger for several other factors to turn into poison. Yang Wudi explained. Yes, I have carefully studied the poison that Your Majesty has been poisoned and found that it was formed after mixing 7 non-toxic substances. This is the first time I have seen this technique. Douluo Bo also expressed his discovery. As a poison Douluo and the assistance of the Poison Sutra, he couldn't tell it. It was a bit ridiculous. After saying this, Yang Wudi sighed and said, This poison is made of my Yang family's private medicine refining method, and is called Colorful. When my traitor brother appeared, I knew that this matter had something to do with him. But he has actually defected to the spirit hall, alas. Ning Fengzi said, Zhengzhu Yang, is there a solution to the poison that Your Majesty planted? I'm leaving this matter to me, but Emperor Shuya can't stand too much emotional fluctuation. At least, you have to meditate and cultivate for 3 months. In the last sentence, Yang Wudi said it very seriously. He has long been familiar with removing the colorful poison, but Emperor Sui is old after all, and he really can't stand the tossing. Ning Fengzi said, I will discuss this matter with His Majesty. Please start with Sect Master Yang. A hint of curiosity flashed in Douluo Bo's eyes, and he also wanted to see this unique technique. Tang Yuehua was an outsider and said that I just watched and didn't say anything. Tang San was also very curious. He also understood the mixed poison. He had also refined a lot of Tang sect in his previous life, but he didn't know whether the detoxification method of the Destruction clan was similar to the Tang sect. Yang Wudi adjusted his breathing and walked to the edge of Emperor Sui's bed. Immediately afterwards, his eyes became sharp and serious. This is, Master of Alchemy. Tang San was very shocked. He had seen the elderly alchemy elder in the Tang sect, who was almost the same as Yang Wudi's expression. Yang Wudi moved his hands quickly, and after tying several key acupoints of Emperor Sui, he began to activate his soul power. A strange situation happened. Snow Knight Emperor gradually had 7 colors on his face, not the 7 colors he found, but the mixed colors. Tang San used Xian Tiangong to find that Emperor Sui's heartbeat gradually returned to normal, which shows that Yang Wudi's detoxification is taking effect. Dugubo looked at Yang Wudi's movements with great enthusiasm, and smiled from time to time. After about 20 minutes, slight sweat appeared on Yang Wudi's face. Emperor Sui suddenly opened his eyes, then straightened his upper body and coughed suddenly to the other side. Ahem! A stream of black and fishy blood was spit out, and the colors on his face instantly faded. Yang Wudi looked at Ning Fengzi and said, "The poison has been solved. Now you only need to rest, there is no big problem. This poisonous blood is treated with a water-absorbing cloth, and then replace the floor tiles." Ning Fengzi nodded and said to the outside of the bedroom, "It's okay, come in." The door of the bedroom opened again, and Prince Swexing and Prince Avalanche walked in. Avalanche asked with a worried look on his face, "Xingzhu Ning, what is the situation of his father?" Ning Fengzi signaled him to rest and said, "The poison on your Majesty's body has been relieved, and you need to rest now." Prince Swexing and Avalanche looked at Tang San and Yang Wudi, and Ning Fengzi also understood it very well. This old man is Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Poi clan. His Majesty's poison is thanks to his help. This is Tang San, the son of Haoshan Douluo. He has a deep understanding of pharmacology and I invited him to help. Haoshan Douluo Avalanche naturally knew the value of these 4 words. Although the War Spirit Hall announced the original story, he still admired the youngest titled Douluo in history. Since Tang San is the other party's child, he must be a talented person. Tang San and Avalanche looked at each other, and they seemed to have some inexplicable sense of familiarity in their hearts. Unlike the original work, there was no conflict between them. Prince Swexing made a secret decision in his heart, he must make friends with Tang San and win over more talents for the Avalanche Inheritance Empire. He did have conflicts with Shrek Academy in the past, but that was all the past. At Shrek Academy now, his attitude towards Flander and others is completely different. Even his grandson was sent to Shrek Academy. As for Tiandu Royal Academy, he must be paying attention to those talented students and wants them to be the help of Tiandu Empire. "Since your Majesty is fine, let's retreat first." Prince Swexing spoke. "I have arranged all the palace maids who take care of your Majesty. What do you think, Master Ning?" Ning Fengzi had no objection to his arrangements. After all, he was the prince and he was more familiar with these matters. "No problem." Avalanche said, "Then what if you go to my palace? I will thank you for your help on behalf of my father." He had a sincere face, and he did not have a trace of playboy temperament in his whole body, and he looked like a qualified prince. Sure enough, that guy in Avalanche is hiding himself. The old poison is right. No one in the royal family is simple. Tang San said secretly that he had no say in this occasion, but he was already wary of the Tiandu royal family. You can cooperate, but there cannot be too deep intersections. Tang Yuehua and others looked at each other, and Ning Fengzi also understood their thoughts. He said, "Then please ask the 4th prince to lead the way, we will disturb you." A trace of joy flashed in Avalanche's eyes, and he was still humble on the surface. "Please follow me." The group left the Snow Ye Emperor's bedroom. Prince Swexing sighed when he looked at the unconscious Emperor's brother. "This position is really hard to sit in." "Thank you, Brother Huang. Your eldest son is more calculating than you and is more ruthless than you. Unfortunately he defected to the Spirit Hall. Since ancient times, the struggles between royal heirs have been very cruel. Every time the heirs of the Tiandu Empire take power, it seems calm, because it has experienced countless undercurrents before. Invisible knife and calculation are the most difficult to guard against. The Xingluo Empire's method of inheriting the throne sounds cruel, but in fact it is an invisible exercise for the prince. Therefore, the emperors of the Xingluo Empire all had the same powerful style of ruling, and the emperors of all dynasties had the lowest level of conquer. The imperial family of the Tiandu Empire gained support from powerful sects or noble forces through marriage. The martial Soul Palace is always a knife hanging over the heads of various forces. Prince Swexing took a look at Emperor Sui and left. Chapter 341, The Vast Sea of the Universe, the Kunyu city talks to Poseidon. After Tang San and others walked into the Avalanche Palace, a three-dimensional triangular blue item in the Tiandu Royal Treasure House lit up. Kunyu city, hiding in the dark, naturally felt this aura, Poseidon. His figure disappeared and appeared in the Tiandu Royal Treasure House. Looking at the soul guide emitting a gentle blue light in the darkness, Kunyuchen slowly walked forward. After careful examination, I felt a lack of interest. This vast sea cloud cover is used to save lives. In today's terms, it is very suitable for those in the gossip school. It seems that Poseidon had experienced a lot of hardships when he became a god at the beginning of a level 100. Qian Yuchen murmured and took a few steps back. Looking at the vast sea cloud cover, he said, Poseidon, come out and meet me. I know you are paying attention to Tang San. I am worthy of being the sixth god king, I admire you. A thick male voice came, mixed with a sense of flowing waves. Poseidon's phantom appeared from the vast sea cloud cover, which was almost the same as the image in the anime. Qian Yuchen looked at Poseidon and asked directly, that Tang San is the one who is the fateful chess chosen by you and Shura. What are you going to do about Tang San's soul in that world? Hearing his question, Poseidon also gave the answer. The two should be combined into one, so that they can withstand greater divine power. He will be the first new god in the divine world in tens of thousands of years, surpassing the 5 great god kings. Qian Yuchen disagreed with this. This is a blatant card bug. The souls of the two Tang Sans can carry the dual divine power of the sea god and the Shura god. As for the Shura divine sword scabbage, the explanation is still up to Shura himself. Although I have not entered the divine realm, I also know the principle of prosperity and decline. Tang San in this world cannot disappear. I can't agree with your approach. He also expressed his attitude. Since he agreed to Tang Hao, he had to fulfill his own attitude. Promise. Poseidon's face became serious and he said, Spirit God, we are thinking about the future of the god realm and this Douluo world. The dragon god was born from this world and has entangled with too many causes and effects. If there is no suppression of people with great luck, he will definitely fall into a crisis of destruction in the future. The same is true in the god realm. We can't sit idly by and watch. This sounds like a righteous person, but Qian Yuchen directly retorted. Humph, that soul in another world is cultivated by the killer organization. As such a selfish person, aren't you afraid that he will regard Douluo continent as a private object, and even the founder of the god realm, Long Shen, will not be able to return because of him? You have special feelings for the dragon god, but he doesn't. The dragon god is now a taboo in the god realm, and the center of the god realm suppresses the golden dragon king, one of the dragon god's clones. But no matter what, the dragon god is the ancestor of the current god king. The 5 great god kings and the divine realm committee cannot do the work of deceiving their masters and destroying their ancestors. But Tang San is different. His soul itself is not from this world, and his feelings for the dragon god are different. In addition, people from the killer organization have to try every means to deal with it if they are threatening their existence. Poseidon, or do you really want the dragon god to disappear completely in the world? In this way, there will be a catastrophe in the future, and you will become the bosses of your hands, but others should bear this cause and effect. The 2 dragon kings, gold and silver, one fulfilled Tang Wulan's bloodline and the other fulfilled Tang Wulan's other half. All of this made wedding dresses for Tang San's descendants, which was simply outrageous. Next is the auspicious beast related to the rise of soul beasts, which was intercepted by his son-in-law, Huo Yuhao, who is known as Huo Guai. In this way, the hope of the soul beast rising again was directly cut off. The hope left by Dragon God at that time was really gone. It is impossible to get the Dragon God to return again. He is all from Tang San's own family in the divine world, so how could outsiders come in and intervene? Poseidon was a little shaken, but he still insisted on the future role he combined with other gods to deduce. Spiritual God, no one can tell the truth about the future. We just chose the right person based on the arrangement of our destiny. Before Poseidon finished speaking, Qian Yuchen asked back, since it is the arrangement of fate, is the appearance of my 6th God King ever expected by fate? The God King is the top existence in the divine world, representing the most primitive laws and the strongest existence under the Dragon God. Poseidon, you have only been ascending to the divine realm for many years. Why did Shura come to you? Besides, there are countless soul masters in this world that have existed for tens of thousands of years. How many are stronger than your talent? Why are you conquering the ocean and becoming a sea god? They 5 of them cut off the way to become gods in the continent, but they made you a sea god in your era. Don't you think there is something wrong with this? Kyunyuchin threw a bomb directly, disrupting Poseidon's heart. This is not his nonsense. After all, Douluo continent used to be a titled Douluo everywhere, and there were also many peerless Douluo. This Poseidon couldn't argue. He couldn't say that he had found records of becoming a god while traveling through the sea, right? Then why did he find this record, but no one else can find it? It's still a very obvious location, and there seems to be a problem with all this. Now the residents of the sea all know the legend of your sea god, but why can't you even destroy the deep sea demon whale king? I have nothing to say if I want to leave something for Tang-san, but the sea soul beast is also a soul beast. Do you dare to say there is no problem with this? The soul beast Sea Lord appears, and no matter whether you are a soul beast on the continent or a sea soul beast, you will be under unified leadership. Before this, the soul beasts on both sides need to have super strong existences to stabilize the strength of the soul beast. The sea soul beast is divided into all directions, but the appearance of the deep sea demon whale king can be said to be the temporary leader of the sea soul beast. As long as he really speaks, other sea soul beast races will definitely be led by him. The demon soul great white shark clan is an exception. After all, they are the mount of the sea god and have their own pride. Needless to say, the soul beasts on the continent can explain the value of the 10 ferocious beasts. Especially Dityan, this beast god's strength is the strongest among soul beasts, not considering the silver dragon king. Spirit god, do you really want Tang-san of the baby's soul to be separated? Poseidon looked at Kyunyuchin, and his tone also had a more compromise. There is no way, what the other party said is really right. All of this seemed to reveal something strange. He was a first-level god. Even though he had a good relationship with Shura, he could not refuse the arrangements of the party. I will come again when Tang-san accepts the Hanhai Kyunkan shield. You can separate Tang-san's soul in this world, and I won't interfere in other things. Qian Yuchen also gave his own guarantee. After all, they had to continue to act in this scene. Since he chose to meet Poseidon, he naturally made follow-up arrangements. Okay. Poseidon agreed. If Qian Yuchen really intervenes, then Tang-san will become a god? Let's go back and be a blacksmith. Go back and tell Shura, just don't regret your decision. Leave this sentence and Kyunyuchin disappeared. Poseidon shook his head, but disappeared, and the vast sea cloud cover returned to normal. Chapter 342 The Vast Sea of the Universe The Master Tang-san. 3 days passed, during which time, Emperor Sui woke up and immediately ordered Avalanche to temporarily handle government affairs, with Prince Swexing and all the ministers assisting him. In order to show the help of Tang-san and the others, Emperor Sui allowed several people to choose a treasure from the royal treasure house as a gift of thanks. Both Avalanche and Prince Swexing said that there is no problem, and this favor must be paid back, and this arrangement is reasonable. So, after the Avalanche fell asleep on a snowy night, the Emperor sent someone to summon Tang-san and others. Except for Tang-san and Ning Fengzi, Dugubo, Yang Wudi and Tang Yuehua all refused. Tiandu Palace, Royal VIP Room. Avalanche looked at Ning Fengzi and Tang-san and said, in order to express his gratitude, my father ordered me to take you to the royal treasure house and choose a treasure that suits you. Ning Fengzi flashed a hint of surprise. The Emperor of Snow Night was really big. This is the first time he has been able to visit the royal treasure house for so many years. Tang-san's expression was dull and would not miss any opportunity to get it. The royal treasure house is the core of an empire, and there must be good things. If you are lucky, it will be a good thing for the Tang sect. I won't waste your time either, go now. Avalanche stood up and was about to lead the way. Then I'll trouble the fourth prince. Ning Fengzi and Tang-san stood up at the same time and thanked. After 8 inspections, the 3 of them arrived at the royal treasure house of the Tiandu Empire. Avalanche took out a token, which only had the simple word snow on it. Put the token on the groove of the door, and a magical scene happened, and the token actually disappeared. In the dark, Kyunyuchin watched the 3 of them walk in a hiding state, and then followed. The door was closed and the crystal light in the treasure house lit up. The soft light illuminates the treasure house, but it is not dazzling. However, Tang-san felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if something had been attracting him. Now that the Avalanche has not spoken, he can only suppress his curiosity. Qian Yuchen also felt the fluctuations, but he was still quietly watching Tang-san and the other 2. Poseidon has already agreed to him that the most basic thing for being a god is to believe in words, otherwise he would be punished by God. Avalanche stopped in front of the steps and turned to look at Tang San and Ning Fengzi. Zhenzu Ning Insect Master Tang, you two can take a look and choose a treasure that suits you. Tang San and Ning Fengzi looked at each other and said that they understood. The two of them observed the grid where the treasures were stored one by one. The direction Tang San chose was the direction where the Qunkan cover of the sea was located, and Ning Fengzi was the opposite of his. Looking at the calm eyes of the two, Avalanche fell slightly and his heart gradually relaxed. Tang San walked towards the Qunkan mask step by step without leaving any trace, and his eyes were also looking at other items. Ning Fengzi was different, just looking at the items in the treasure house with an appreciation attitude. The foundation of the 7 treasures glazed sect is no worse than that of the Heavenly Do Empire. He just came here to watch it. Soon, Tang San came to the front of the Qunkan cover in the sea. This triangular and peculiar object was the source that attracted him. Maybe, this thing is destined to be with me, he said intimately and stretched out his right hand. The moment the fingertips touched, the blue light instantly emitted, illuminating the entire treasure house. Avalanche looked at Tang San's location in surprise, with an incredible look in his eyes. That's the vast sea cloud cover, the magic weapon of the country. This magical artifact in the country resonated with Tang San. Is this Tang San the key figure in the Tiandu Empire's crisis? If it was my own guess, Avalakai Tesvara thought that he must tell his father about this. Now the Wuhan Hall is aggressive, and the Heavenly Do Empire must have someone to break the deadlock. There are records in the secret history of the imperial family of the Tiandu Empire. Those who can motivate the vast sea and the universe are all leading figures in leading the empire out of crisis. Ning Fengzi naturally noticed the abnormality of Tang San. The magical artifact of the royal country is really a person with great opportunity. Well, let follow him first, after all, a classmate. The Tang sect and the Jubeo Glazed Li sect are also considered cooperative relations, but there is definitely no deep friendship. Going to the Tang sect can be regarded as fulfilling his friendship as a classmate. Tang San closed his eyes, and this person was feeling the gentle power conveyed by the vast sea cloud. Poseidon sighed and then appeared in Tang San's spiritual world. This is the spiritual world opened up after the accumulation of purple energy. No wonder Xiao Tang San's soul still exists. Then, after a quick glance, I found a weak ball of soul light in a corner. This is the original soul of Tang San in Douluo continent, and his age is about a baby of about 1 month. You are lucky. Whatever your future fate depends on the arrangement of that guy Sheng Guang. I can't afford to offend both sides. Poseidon shook his head, put away the ball of light, and then left Tang San's spiritual world. Qian Yuchen felt the faint soul breath and nodded with satisfaction. Sea God Poseidon, I will not interfere with your inheritance of the position of the sea god. But Tang San's path to the throne is not that simple. After Poseidon left Tang San's spiritual world, the vast sea cloud also turned into a ray of light, landing on Tang San's eyebrows, turning into a pattern of a trident. Similarly, the blue light disappeared and the treasure house returned to normal. Tang San and Ning Fengzi came to the front of the avalanche again, looking at the two of them, with empty hands. Avalanche was a little stunned. This. Ning Fengzi took the lead and said, I came here just to see it. This curiosity is enough to satisfy, and it cannot be exchanged for any treasure. Tang San said, that triangular treasure similar to a soul guide has left this mark on my head, as if it is integrated with me. He said, pointing to the trident pattern on the middle of his eyebrows. The magic weapon of Genkuo really chose Tang San, so it's decided it's him. Avalanche moved slightly and had already made a choice. The so-called sword given to a hero is given to a hero. Since this vast sea cloud cover has chosen you, that's also your chance. My Tiandu royal family keeps your word. This soul guide is now your personal belonging. He smiled and made a promise to Tang San. Since you have agreed, you must keep your word. Tang San bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The superficial skill must be done well, and you will discuss other things with others when you return to the Tang sect. Since we have chosen to end, we have to leave. Avalanche said again. Yet. Tang San and Ning Fengzi both felt that it was okay. After the three of them left, the gate of the treasure house opened and closed again, and silence and darkness fell into the treasure house again. Poseidon and Kunyuchen appeared at the same time, looking at each other with a smile. This is the soul you want, I'm leaving. After saying that, Poseidon left a ball of light and disappeared. Kyunyuchin stretched out his right hand, and a gentle golden light shrouded the ball of light, and then put it away. What promised Tang Hao is done, and the next step is the matter of the Sea God Island and the City of Killing. Chapter 343 Bibi Dong becomes a god. After the avalanche was released from the treasure house, Tang San and Ning Fengzi waited for a while in the treasure house, and hurried to see Emperor Sui. After all, the Hanhai Kyunkan shield is the magic weapon of the Tiandu Empire. Now that he has recognized his master, he must tell the Snow Knight Emperor about this matter. By chance, when the avalanche came to the Emperor's bedroom at Snowy Night, the other party had already woken up and was still drinking porridge. Father! Emperor Shuya looked at the solemn expression on his face and was a little confused. The empire should be relatively stable now. What does this mean? What's the urgent matter? Father, the magic weapon of the country, the vast sea, the universe, recognizes Tang San as the main force. What? Emperor Shuya was caught off guard by this sentence. The role of the magical artifact of the country is definitely self-evident. Now I told him that his own magic weapon for the country is to recognize outsiders as the main thing. Isn't this a fool? Avalanche said again, Father, my son is not talking nonsense. The Hanhai Kyunkan cover has already left a trident mark on Tang San's forehead. Well, Emperor Sui completely believes it now. In his grandfather's era, the owner of the Kyunkun Mao in the sea was also of this characteristic. The man led the army to quickly quell the rebellion and was named king of different surnames. He is also one of the few kings of different surnames in the history of the Tiandu Empire. Emperor Sui thought of Tang San's identity and made arrangements in his heart. He looked at the avalanche and said, Go and get a blank book of reward orders. I have something to arrange. Yes, father. Avalanche hurriedly walked out of the bedroom and returned in less than 5 minutes. He held a blank reward book in his hand and a quill that specialized in writing imperial edicts. You remember it, I will make the following arrangements. Tang San was recognized by the magic weapon of the country and had the merit of saving the emperor. According to the imperial laws and regulations, he was named King Lan Hao. Tang sect. Emperor Shuya said that the avalanche was carefully recording. Tang San and Ning Fengzi sat opposite each other, and they didn't understand why they went to see Emperor Sui. The Martial Spirit Hall. As soon as Kyunyu City landed, he felt a powerful divine power gathering. That location is Dong'er. After a quick swipe, he instantly came to the vicinity of Bibi Dong. Someone has come here. The Golden Crocodile, Ling Yuan and Qian Daoliu are in triangular positions, releasing a barrier to block the negative aura released by Bibi Dong. What kind of divine position does Bibi Dong inherit with such a terrifying negative energy? My unborn grandson should not be affected, right? Qian Daoliu looked at Bibi Dong with his breath gradually increasing, and felt a little worried. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was very satisfied with Bibi Dong's current state. She is now concentrating her divine power and preparing to reborn. She can break the level limit and reach the divine level later. It is worthy of being the most talented saint woman in the Martial Soul Palace in 1,000 years. The twin Martial Soul owner is so terrifying. Kyunyuchin released the holy light barrier and said, Thank you for your hard work, I'll leave it to me now. With his move, the Golden Crocodile and the other two didn't feel the pressure in an instant. After stopping the movements in his hand, they all came to Kyunyuchin. Qian Daoliu, her situation will not affect the children in her belly, will it? Qian Yuchin said, Don't worry, I have set up 3 guarantees for my child, even if she breaks through the gods, and will not have any negative impact on the child. After Bibi Dong becomes a god, the divine power is the pure original power. If the set guarantee is lifted, the child will be born. This child is like Neza in his previous life, and has been in the womb for quite some time. In Bibi Dong's spiritual world, she stands against Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong, you have successfully completed the 9 test of Rakshasa gods. Congratulations on becoming the new generation of Rakshasa god. Looking at self in front of him, Bibi Dong's face was still calm. Rakshasa god, I completed the assessment half a year ago. Why did I find that your god is a bit unreliable? I thought you forgot. Hearing this, Rakshasa god was stunned for a moment and immediately said, Bibi Dong, if you complete the 8 exams, you have already inherited my divine position with a 98% chance. If something hadn't been delayed in the god realm, I would have passed this damn god position to you. 98%? I'm not at 100% chance. Bibi Dong didn't care about those. Okay, if you inherit the position of Rakshasa, I can be free and easy. I have contributed tens of thousands of years to the god realm, and it's time for me to enjoy it. After saying that, Rakshasa god turned into purple light and flew into Bibidong's eyebrows. Bibidong, you will be the Rakshasa god from now on. I hope you will abide by your priesthood and make your due contribution to the stability of the divine world. From today, I am free. In an instant, Bibidong's spiritual world was expanding rapidly, and he was rapidly condensing his spiritual consciousness that was exactly the same as her. Bibidong and Kunyuchen and the others' eyes had already appeared in the air. The Rakshasa divine equipment fits on her body one by one, and the Rakshasa god's exclusive artifact, the Rakshasa demon scythe, also appeared. Bibidong looked a little more evil. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor appeared one by one and appeared behind her. 20 soul rings also rapidly increased under the influence of divine power. Qian Daoliu asked, what kind of divine position has she inherited? Her aura is so evil. Qian Yuchen said lightly, Rakshasa god, the god who controls evil thoughts. No wonder I feel that the divine power on her body has a strange feeling. It turns out that it is the god of evil thoughts. The doubts in the golden crocodile Douluo's heart were resolved. As a god-level strongman, he could feel that the strength of this Rakshasa god is very strong. The divine ring is about to be condensed. Ling Yuan said, diverting their gaze at once. The soul rings of Bibidong's two martial souls have undergone great changes. The soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor turned into 9 reds, and the soul ring of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor also turned 9 reds, but it was covered with purple patterns. 20 soul rings circling around Bibidong in turn, and then a purple gold soul ring was slowly condensed. The exclusive divine ring of Rakshasa god. It's going to be done. After Kunyuchen finished speaking, Bibidong held the Rakshasa demon sickle in his right hand and lifted it up. Rakshasa divine power gathers. She shouted sweetly, and the speed of the divine ring condensation suddenly increased. The purple and golden soul ring was condensed in 10 seconds, and Bibidong's momentum instantly reached its peak. I'm done. The new generation of Rakshasa god is me Bibidong. Bibidong's eyes flashed with purple light, and then he put away the martial soul and soul rings. I have to say that this feeling of surpassing the extreme Douluo is really good. Kunyuchen's voice came, Donger, the inheritance of the divine position has been completed. Bibidong looked at him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, I've become a god. Then, she slowly floated towards the location where Kunyu city was. Ling Yuan frowned and found that things were not that simple. Chapter 344 The Third Son, Qian Yaodong. Kunyuchen also found something was wrong and hurriedly flew in front of Bibidong. How is it? Is it a child? Bibidong nodded slightly. He is very noisy, probably because he thought it out. Leave it to me. Qian Yuchen finished speaking and disappeared with her. When I opened my eyes again, I had already arrived in Bibidong's bedroom. He put Bibidong on the bed and his eyes fell on her abdomen. You little guy. Qian Yuchen looked at Bibidong, and the two looked at each other and said, I'll let the child come out now. You can remove the magical outfit first. The divine power fluctuated from Bibidong's body, and after the divine outfit was removed, it turned into an ordinary casual skirt. Qian Yuchen stretched out his hands, and 2 soft lights fell on Bibidong's slightly raised abdomen. Holy light, birth. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink baby was shrouded in light, and Bibidong's abdomen returned to normal. Qian Yuchen took out the baby cloth from the storage soul guide and quickly wrapped him up. Holding the little guy in his arms, Qian Yuchen's eyes fell and his closed eyes opened. Dad! The sound of his anger in his breasts made him feel incredible. Bibidong also heard it, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Brother Cheng, was the child talking just now? Qian Yuchen nodded and handed the child over. Bibidong took it, and the baby felt his mother the dear breath, the hands began to make noise, and the meaning was very clear. Unfortunately, Bibidong is a novice mother and doesn't understand the meaning of the child. She looked at the child with a puzzled look on her face. Why did she become unbearable when she got into her arms? Qian Yuchen had some experience and said, the child is hungry, and he won't make trouble when he is full. Bibidong Urgenzi also understood what he meant. You feed the child first, I'll call a Yuan over and name him later. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he left Bibidong's bedroom. As soon as they left the gate, Ling Yuan and Qian Daoliu rushed over. How about it, boy or girl? As soon as Qian Daoliu saw him, he couldn't wait to ask. Old man, congratulations on having another grandson. Hehe, you kid, my family is not prosperous, and your mission is still very heavy. Qian Yuchen really wanted to say, you don't look like 100 years old. Why don't you give me a younger brother? I want to see the feeling of blood suppression. Ling Yuan said, how is the situation of Sister Donger? Qian Yuchen said, I am feeding the child, so please teach her some experience. Then, the three of them walked into Bibidong's residence together, and Ling Yuan walked to Bibidong's bedroom first. When she arrived at the door of the second floor, she said, Sister Donger. Bibidong, who was feeding the child, seemed to hear that the savior was coming, and immediately said, Sister Ling Yuan, come in. Ling Yuan opened the door and saw Bibidong feeding the child. She smiled and said, this child has a good appetite, much bigger than Linger and the others in the past. Bibidong smiled and said, I hope he finishes his meal soon and then take him to see his sisters. I have to say that this child has a really big appetite. It took more than 10 minutes to finish his first meal in this world. Of course, the child's energy is also limited, and after eating, he starts to enter sleep mode. Ling Yuan walked up to look at him. Her subtle golden hair was very recognizable and she could recognize who her baby was at a glance. I fell asleep. It's so good for the child. I'll have no worries when I'm full. Bibidong Xiao did not reply, but got up and hugged the child and prepared to go out. Ling Yuan said again, the child is relatively fragile at this time. Remember to use your soul power to protect him to avoid being exposed to the wind and cold. Bibidong nodded, and then a soul barrier instantly enveloped the child in his arms. After the two went downstairs, Qiandao smiled happily, and his eyes naturally fell on the child in Bibidong's arms. Thank you for your hard work, this has no effect on your strength, right? Hearing Qiandaoliu's words, Bibidong shook his head, it's okay, God's physique is different from ordinary people. Their conversation was very light and did not disturb the child's sleep. Qian Yuchen whispered, do you name this child or me? After all, the eldest son Qian Pengzhu and the second son Qian Yunlin were all taken by Qian Yuchen himself, so he still wanted to ask Qiandaoliu for his third son. Qiandaoliu thought of his two sons instantly, and quickly waved his hand and said, you should do the naming yourself, I won't get involved. He had a profound idea of naming his two children back then, but who would have thought it was a thing of the past that was unbearable to look back on. Seeing that he had expressed his opinion like this, Qian Yuchen entered the process of thinking. Bibidong is also looking forward to what name he will give this child. After a brief thought, Qian Yuchen said, how about just call Qian Yaodong? This youngest son is preparing to be the pope after Qian Rongxiu. The eldest son and the second son have their own mission, but the heirs of the Wuhun Palace cannot be cut off. Qian Rongxiu is the heir to the spirit hall after him. After she ascended to the divine realm, someone would always come to pick her up. In fact, Qian Yuchen intended to match Qian Rongxiu, Qian Linger and the two disciples he accepted, but in terms of the current situation, the fate has not come. Bibidong thought the name was pretty good and said, yes, yes. Qiandaoliu looked at him with a strange look, as if he knew Qian Yuchen's thoughts. Ling Yuan didn't say much, and she unconditionally supported all Qian Yuchen's arrangements. Besides, the future of a child is decided only after careful consideration. As of now, the other children have a very stable road and are all walking very well. These children are happy from the bottom of their hearts, whether in life or in cultivation, which is enough to prove that they are a very good father. The little guy is called Qian Yaodong. I will register it with him when I go back. Qiandaoliu loves his grandchildren very much, and he is really a relative of his generation. Qian Linger is usually around Qinyu City, but she is a small cotton jacket with leaking wind, which is completely different from Qiandaoliu. The same is true for Qian Rongxiu, who is also very close to Qiandaoliu. When the other children saw Qiandaoliu, their little mouth was as sweet as if they had been smeared with honey. This made Qian Yuchen, the father, feel a little sad. Old man, why are you anxious? Qian Yuchen looked at Qiandaoliu. He was so old and didn't know how to be steady. At least, after the full moon, call the others back to gather together, so it's better to be more lively. This was also said to Bibidong. Her childhood experience was a bit miserable, and Qian Yuchen knew that she had always had a knot in her heart. Although the ending of the original work has been changed by myself, some things are difficult to change. For example, missing relatives. It also made Bibidong understand that he has always regarded her as his family. This why forget it. Bibi Dong was also surprised that Qin Yuchen would do this. None of his previous children had done this before, and he and his children could not be so special. She was very moved, but she didn't want to do so. Ling Yuan looked at Bibi Dong with a smile and said, just follow his arrangement. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Daoliu and Qin Yuchen's gaze again, and no longer objected. Chapter 345, set out on the amp-killing capital of the Sea God Island. Half a month passed, and a lot of things happened during this period. The most explosive thing is the newly established Tang sect. The leader of the sect, Tang San, was appointed as the national teacher by the Tiandu Empire and was named king of a different surname. This is like a deep water bomb, blowing out countless waves directly. Even Qin Yuchen praised Emperor Sui as a character. This is basically telling the world clearly that Tang San is a force supported by my Tiandu Empire. If you want to have bad ideas, let's see if my empire agrees. Besides, Tang San is a king of a different surname, so he has great power. Anyway, in one sentence, Tang San is protected by my Tiandu Empire, no one can touch him. At the same time, Tang San was also ready to set off to the Sea God Island according to the hint of the Sea God. Of course, the most important thing is that he invited Shenzhong Tower Gao. Before leaving, Tang San also went to Haoshan sect to meet Tang Xiao. In half a month, with the assistance of the four major families, the once abandoned resident of Haoshan sect has begun to take shape. And some disciples have moved out and joined this in full swing. Tang San was still surprised to see this scene. After meeting Tang Xiao, he told the other party about his upcoming experience in the northwest. Tang Xiao instantly understood where Tang San was going, and told him some of the past events of Haoshan sect. Tang San also understood that there were 3 extremely powerful extreme Douluo in the Soul Master world. However, the times have changed now, and God-level powerhouses have appeared in the Temple of the Spirit, so they cannot fall behind. Even if my grandfather and Qian Daoliu had an agreement, they could only protect Haoshan sect for a while. If Qian Daoliu disappeared one day, the Wuhun Palace would tear the agreement, and the Haoshan sect could only be fish on the chopping board. Tang Xiao also understood this. If Tang San really encountered an adventure on the Sea God Island, he could also protect Haoshan sect in the future. If Qian Yuchen knew this idea, he would probably wake up with a smile. In the original work, the peerless Tang sect is indeed protected by people, but it was because of the decline of Haoshan sect and the 2 Ming dynasty lower realms that sent the Ming dynasty lower realms to Haoshan Castle. The purpose of the 2 lower realms was mainly to protect Tang Wutong. Tang San had already cut off himself from the Haoshan sect and forgot the ancestral land where his father was born. If he pays more attention to the Haoshan sect, at least his Tang sect will not become so miserable when it is in decline. The name of Haoshan sect's most powerful martial soul is not something that has been vain. The 2 families work together, at least they will not cause the foundation of the Tang sect to be stolen by others. After Tang San left, Qian Pengzhu was also ready to set out to the capital of killing. Although he really wanted to go to his brother's full moon banquet, for the sake of the overall situation, he had to go to the capital of killing. He also guessed that Tang San's purpose of coming to Haoshan sect was to find the inheritance left by the legendary god. He also found Tang Xiao and explained his thoughts. Uncle, I'm going to set out to the capital of killing. Tang Xiao didn't expect that he would choose to leave the sect at this time, so he asked, have you told your mother about this? Qian Pengzhu nodded and said, Mom said I would go to Yuexuan before leaving, and I have prepared something for me. After hearing what he said, Tang Xiao stopped saying anything more. He reminded, that place is full of depravity and danger. You must be cheered up and come out smoothly. Qian Pengzhu promised, Uncle, I understand. I will definitely complete the assessment smoothly like my second uncle back then. Finally, Qian Pengzhu left Haoshan sect and came to Yuexuan. By chance, Tang San and Qian Pengzhu both chose to leave on the same day. Qian Yuchen naturally arrived as promised and came to Yuexuan. Looking at the firm gaze in his son's eyes, he was also ready. You go to the capital of killing this time, and I will send you there in person. This is something that is prepared for you, all in this storage soul guide. After saying that, he handed a bracelet-like soul guide to Qian Pengzhu. Thank you, Dad. He took it with joy. Tang Yuehua was still a little worried and said, you must be extremely careful in that place and don't trust anyone easily. Qian Yuchen looked at her and said, I will tell him these precautions carefully on the road, so don't worry. He still took special care of his eldest son and made complete preparations. On the other side, Tang San was still very moved when he looked at Yu Xiaogang and his group of people who were saying goodbye. Looking at the other 6 monsters around him, he felt that he was still lucky. Little do they know that all this is a deliberate arrangement. When Oscar learned that there was an opportunity to become stronger in that place, he naturally thought what to do when it comes. He is the only 2 hidden deepest among the 7 monsters, and he will definitely not miss this opportunity. What's more, the Jubeo glazed Li sect and Tang San cooperated closely, so he didn't have much to say anything outsider. Ma Hongjun didn't want to go, but after Shaixiang made some remarks, he agreed to Tang San's invitation. After all, when I said in front of my son that I was a titled Douluo, my old father's status suddenly rose. Zhu Zuqing naturally knew this opportunity, and she would not miss it even if she was a soul saint. She will cherish any opportunity to become stronger. Daimyo Bai and Ning, they basically decided their own affairs, and they agreed to Tang San's invitation as soon as possible. In this way, the Shrek 7 monsters formed a team to go to the Sea God Island, and it was done. Misery, I don't know how long you will go this time, but you must pay attention to safety. Yu Xiaogang reminded that the place where Tang San is going to this time is very dangerous. The difficulty is not inferior to the capital of killing he experienced. That place, even the Spirit Hall was defeated. Teacher, we will return to the Tiandu Empire safely, so you can wait for us to return with peace of mind. Tang San had a smile on his face, and a little calm and composed expression. The other Shrek 7 monsters also had confidence on their faces. After all, before they could enter the Soul Master competition, no one was optimistic about them. Strength is the most advantageous weapon to prove yourself. Flander looked at the 7 of them and smiled, little monsters, you must work hard this time and strive to create another miracle. Lu Erlong looked a little sad, but he still encouraged, when you come back, if your strength doesn't improve much, let's see how I beat you up. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, Aunt Erlong, don't be able to beat him then, you're cheating. Lu Erlong glared at him and said, you little brat, you're itchy, right? The group of people had no worries about parting. No matter what happens in the Martial Spirit Hall, you must accumulate strength. Teacher, I'll trouble you all this. There is also the royal family. We must remind them to act calmly. The power of the Martial Spirit Hall is far beyond our imagination. Tang San was worried and still gave some advice. Miss, I will pay attention. Yu Xiaogang showed a serious look, naturally knowing that things were not that simple. In the Martial Soul Hall, he always wants to destroy the other party. This hatred will not be eliminated until either of them disappears. No matter how powerful you are, Yu Xiaogang will definitely achieve revenge based on what he has learned. After saying goodbye to everyone, Tang San and the other 7 embarked on a journey to the Sea God Island. Qianyuchen took Qian Pengzhu, flying to the slaying capital while flying with his sword, while telling him the details there. The 2 cousins embarked on a journey to become stronger again. Chapter 346 The Plan for Yu Xiaogang. Qianyuchen told Qian Pengzhu a lot, which also gave him a deep understanding of killing. The most profound sentence, if you don't kill someone, you will be killed. This is also the most basic survival rule in the city of killing. As mentioned before, Qian Pengzhu himself can be said to be a walking beast. It would be even stronger if you don't use your soul skills to kill a 100-year-old soul beast, and the skills taught by Qianyuchen. Soon, the father and son felt a dark aura, and the source was the small town not far below. Remember, after drinking the Bloody Mary, she wrapped herself with her soul power, and just find an opportunity to spit it out. This is also very important, and Bloody Mary itself has problems. Dad, I know what to do about these things. You are ready to land. Qian Pengzhu has already kept a lot of things in mind, and what is needed now is practice. Then we will land. Qianyuchen smiled and then slowly descended. After landing, he looked at the entrance of the town in front of him and said, the tavern under construction is the passage to the capital of killing. Go. That place is the entrance where Bibi Dong sent Hulina into the capital of killing. Of course, it is also the entrance to Tang San's entry into the capital of killing. Dad, I will definitely find my grandfather and bring him out safely. After Qian Pengzhu finished speaking, he showed a firm look in his eyes and headed towards the town. Remember, no matter what happens, I'm by your side. Qianyuchen said this before his son disappeared. Dad, this is the beginning of my rise. Qian Pengzhu came to the tavern and walked in and encountered the situation of Tang San in the original work. His response is very simple, do you like to call? Then shut up. After a meal of Hammer King's set, the surroundings suddenly became silent, and he successfully entered the capital of Killing. Tang San and the others took a bus to Haishan Island, and are still on the way now. The key is that there are secret whistles left by Qinyu City along the way, and their whereabouts have been under the surveillance of the Wuhan Hall. Moreover, the people he arranged to learn the martial arts in Xiantian Bailu, and they were all the same as Dachan. With the training in the Martial Soul Hall, they are all elites among the spies. At 800 meters apart, they can pay attention to Tang San and his group. On the side of the Wuhan Hall, there are already many whereabouts of the Shrek 7 monsters on the desks in Qianyuchen. The route is almost the same as the original work, and the next enemy is the infamous Wolf Thief. Wolf Thief, this is a small test left for you. All the other places have been cleaned up by the 5th Special Team. Tang San, cherish this hard-won peace period. Qianyuchen quickly browsed these reports and said to the front, tomorrow's Mainland Weekly publishes a major event for me. The title is Yu Xiaogang a true master or a person who seeks fame and reputation? Swish! A black shadow appeared, and respectfully appeared below. Sir Pope, I'll go now. Wait, these are comparison materials, which are more accurate than what you found. 10 pieces of paper flew out and landed in front of the black shadow. I'm leaving. I picked up the paper and the shadow disappeared. After a while, Bibi Dong walked into the Pope's hall. She asked curiously, are you planning to attack Yu Xiaogang? This man thought he had read a few books in the Martial Spirit Hall, and some of the content was his own. He had been walking in the mainland for so many years under the name of a theory master. Do you really think we don't know? A large part of the long-standing inheritance of the 7 major sects is the theoretical knowledge of martial souls, and civilians cannot access these. He has a good impression of himself among the civilians, but what is fake after all, and it should let the public know the truth, right? Qianyuchen looked at Bibi Dong with a smile and expressed his plans. This is not about taking action against Yu Xiaogang, but about explaining the truth. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has no inheritance of martial soul knowledge. Why didn't he teach these things to civilians? On the contrary, the basic theories of the Wuhan Hall were slightly processed into their own things and spread among the civilians. Isn't this a plagiarism, dog? Qianyuchen would not let him say such shameless words as in the original work, I actually cultivated a god. Tang San's rebirth of God is his own talent and opportunity and the role of the protagonist's halo. What's wrong with Guan Yu Xiaogang? What's more, after he became a god, he brought the golden iron triangle into the divine realm. That's true. He borrowed the knowledge and research of the Wuhun Palace to build himself into a martial soul theory master, which is indeed a matter of seeking fame. Bibi Dong thought about it and felt that what Qianyuchen said made sense. Isn't the little guy naughty? Qianyuchen stood up and came to her and said. I'm very well behaved. I'll go to bed when I'm full, and I'll be very well behaved when I wake up. With Sister Ling Yuan taking care of her, there will be no problem. Bibi Dong also has a bit more denominatorial brilliance, and he is becoming more and more proficient in raising a child. There is also Ling Yuan helping from time to time, which makes her even more relaxed. By the way, the invitations to the full moon banquet are all my family, but Xiaoju went to the killing world and could not attend. Qianyuchen still told her about this matter. After all, the boss is the eldest brother, so logically he should participate. The big thing is important. The situation in the mainland is now in a state of tension and turmoil. I think Zhaizhou can't do anything about it. Bibi Dong still understands it very well. Qian Pengju is a very good child and has already become a leader at a young age. There must be special reasons for choosing to go to such a dangerous place in the city of killing at this time. Oh, to be honest, if I can, I really don't want to be in the position of Pope. But the Martial Spirit Hall has become the target of public criticism. I must maintain this foundation in order to be worthy of the ancestors of the 6-winged angel lineage. In front of outsiders, Qianyuchen always smiles, as if calm. In fact, no matter how powerful a person is, he will feel tired. Bibi Dong also understood that he tried his best to change the result of the god's calculations, so he was ready to unite other forces to conquer the god realm. All this can't be wrong, it's very exhausting. Even though his true strength has reached the God King, there are 5 God Kings in the God realm. Once a conflict arises, the result is really hard to say. Brother Cheng, we are very strong now, so don't stretch the strings too tightly. Maybe in another 5 years, your arrangement may be completed. Bibi Dong comforted. I just sent it with my feelings, and the other worshippers have to complete the last step. Qian Yuchen smiled and told her good news. The 7 great worshippers have reached the god level of the golden crocodile Douluo, which is far ahead of others. Except for Qian Daoliu, the progress of the other few people is actually not slow. Once you break through, you will be a strong man at the lowest level of level 3 gods. If you concentrate on practicing, the second level god or even the first level god is not bad. Bibi Dong shook his head and couldn't help but smile. It feels like an extraterritorial demon. Chapter 347 Yu Xiao Gang, I'm just invisible. The next day, the latest mainland weekly update, directly dropped a deep water bomb in the Soul Master realm and Soul Master Bagua realm. Yu Xiao Gang is actually a person who seeks fame and reputation. The core theory of martial souls he studied is just the castration and alienation version announced by the Martial Spirit Hall. This also made the Soul Masters who were grateful to Yu Xiao Gang suddenly feel ashamed. The newspapers and magazines recorded in detail, and carefully compared Yu Xiaogang's theory with the theory of the Wuhan Hall, and immediately made a judgment on the superiority and inferiority. This is something no one expected. After hearing the news, Avalanche was really unbelievable. The Master's path to rise is so novel. It's really an eye-opener. But now the Shrek Academy and the Tiandu Empire have close cooperation, so no punishment can be imposed on Yu Xiao Gang. In addition, Tang San is his disciple, which is even more difficult. Really, no wonder I always feel that what he teaches has a familiar feeling. Avalanche sighed and quickly thought about how to solve the problem. At Shrek Academy, many students whispered behind their backs, obviously having a different view of Yu Xiao Gang. But due to the college's regulations, they can only discuss it privately. At this time, Flander and his teachers gathered together. Xiao Gang, this must be a conspiracy of the Wuhun Palace, but we cannot reverse this public opinion. The students in the academy have also been affected a lot. Flander said first, frowning deeply. Obviously, this emergency situation exceeded his expectations. Since this matter was arranged by the Wuhan Hall, even the Tiandu Empire could not suppress public opinion. Yu Xiao Gang was also a little at a loss, but he didn't expect that the Spirit Hall would really start to slander himself. Although I have learned from my theory, it was also for me to see. What am I wrong? What's more, if you monopolize these things and prevent the civilian Soul Master from knowing that if I spread them, are you still wrong? Even when facing the true threat of the Wuhan Palace, Yu Xiao Gang still chose to be stubborn. How can cultural people say that they are plagiarism? This incident has a great impact on the academy, and the royal family must have complained a lot. I'll hide it first. If someone asks me, I'll study the connection between soul beasts and soul bones and go out to collect data samples. He also understood that he could not appear in the Soul Master world now, otherwise the negative impact would be further expanded. Before the mistress left, I gave me a bionic mask. I happened to change my outfit and just act as an administrator in the college library. Seeing that Yu Xiao Gang had a way to deal with it, Fland and the others couldn't say anything more. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, Yu Xiaogang's best choice is to leave Shrek Academy. At least if people are not in the academy, they can reduce a lot of rumors. Besides, Professor Yu Xiaogang's method of soul power cultivation is quite helpful to those students with poor qualifications. If the parties involved are not here, they cannot spread these resentment to Shrek Academy. Can it be simple for academies that both the Empire and the Nine Treasures glazed sect? After the few people dispersed, Zhao Wuji returned to his room and passed the news to the Wuhan Hall. When will my undercover life be like this, Lao Zhao? And although life is good here, it's really good that your wife and children are around you. With a sigh, Zhao Wuji lay on the bed and began to sleep soundly. After receiving the message from Qian Yuchen, he smiled and did not issue any other orders. Anyway, the plagiarism of Yu Xiao Gang has been concluded, and his reputation in the Soul Master world has disappeared. If you want to recover, unless the Spirit Hall no longer exists. In this way, he can use Tang San's power to bleach himself. Yu Xiao Gang is now a rhythm master, and the royal family is willing to accept this result, but they don't know what kind of announcement the Shrek Academy will issue. In fact, Shrek Academy was moving very quickly and an announcement was given at noon. The general content is that Yu Xiao Gang knew his shortcomings and was embarrassed by the great teaching task. He announced that he would leave Shrek Academy and go out to conduct research on soul beast theory, and his return date was uncertain. The students also found that Yu Xiao Gang was really not in the academy, so they reduced the discussion about his rhythm. At the Tiandu Royal Academy, the two brothers Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng did not expect that their uncle would fall into such a big rhythm. But when faced with the evidence in newspapers, they were unable to refute it. The two brothers were not impulsive, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family still needed them to revitalize them. They have also learned a lot of these martial soul theoretical knowledge, and combined theory and practice, and made progress much faster than before. They had a premonition that they might be able to reach the Soul Saint within 2 years. To be honest, the Royal Academy has also increased the study of martial soul theory knowledge over the years, which is really beneficial. Oh, can Uncle be the first to enter the martial spirit hall and then want to create a new path, but he failed to draw a tiger and learned the 4 nonsense. Yu Tianxin sighed and felt a little bit of gratitude, but fortunately Aunt Erlong had nothing to do. Who can tell the truth about that kind of thing? Some of the martial soul knowledge we passed down from our family are consistent with the theories of the martial soul hall. I can't explain the truth clearly anyway. Uncle Xiaogang is fine. Maybe he needs his advice in the future. Yu Tianheng was quite calm. This time, the matter was obviously the fact that the Wuhun Palace was behind the scenes. Anyone with a discerning eye knows it, but there is no trace of the attack on the Wuhun Palace. It is rare for us brothers to practice with peace of mind in this Royal Academy. In the future, the Empire and the Spirit Hall will have disputes. On the premise of ensuring your safety, you will also be able to repay this favor. Yu Tianheng said again. I know this, I will repay you with kindness. This is a tradition that I will never forget. Yu Tianxin patted her chest, and naturally knew the reason. Outside the situation in the world is becoming increasingly unstable, and working hard to improve your strength is the right solution. The two brothers finished chatting and entered the cultivation again. After reading the latest weekly magazine, Douluo Mansion immediately guessed who the person behind the scenes was. No one can do this except you. But Yu Xiaogang is indeed lacking in character. He wants to curse after putting down the bowl after eating. It's really unauthentic. Douluo knew the twists and turns. He didn't know the original grudge between Yu Xiaogang and the Wuhun Palace, but he was still a little surprised to be able to do such a thing. This is also because he didn't want to get involved in the Soul Master realm too much. It was a place where people can eat. When a real war breaks out, even the titled Douluo may not be able to protect himself. What does this matter have to do with me? Stop it, make it mess up, it's interesting to make the Soul Master world a mess. Chapter 348 Poseidon Oracle, Qian Pengzhu transforms into the Hammer King. After several twists and turns, Tang San and his party finally arrived at the Sea God Island. During this period, he also accepted an apprentice named Jixiang. With the help of auspicious words, they also gained a preliminary understanding of the Sea God Island. That is the field of the Sea Soul Master, where they can exert their strongest strength. The belief of the Sea Soul Master is the Sea God. And the Sea God Island is the holy land in the minds of all Sea Soul Masters. Similarly, it is also a place to worship the Sea God. As the messenger of the Sea God, the great worshippers of all generations led the most powerful Sea Soul Master to worship the Sea God on the Sea God Island. Any Soul Master needs to go through the test when he arrives on the Sea God Island. This test was not given by the Soul Master on the Sea God Island, but by the Sea God. Outsiders like Tang San must go through the test. Success means staying on the Sea God Island, and failure means being expelled immediately. Teacher, there is the Sea God Island ahead. There is an island protecting beast there. Once it approaches, it will wake it up. Jixiang looked at the black dots in front of him and reminded him in time. The island protecting beast. Dai Mubai looked at him in confusion. It is a demon soul great white shark that has been practicing for 100,000 years, and is the most aggressive and ferocious sea soul beast. After it settled here, at least hundreds of demon souls great white sharks gathered in the nearby seas. Jixiang said again. Tang San frowned slightly, and forcibly passing would definitely not work. The previous group of demon whales had already caused them to suffer. Jixiang, you go back first, just take a lifeboat. Tang San immediately made a decision. Since he was only one step away from the Sea God Island, he could not give up. Teacher, take care of yourself. Although Jixiang was worried, he still supported Tang San's approach. He released the lifeboat, and Tang San and the other 7 immediately sat on it. Don't worry, we will come out of the Sea God Island alive. Tang San looked at Jixiang, left this sentence and set off directly. On the other hand, Poseidon has been paying attention to Tang San's situation. It is naturally impossible to let him be attacked by the demon soul Great White Shark. As a result, the stone statue of the sea god island fluctuated. Posezi is very familiar with this. This is a sign that Lord Sea God has brought down the oracle. She came to the stone statue of the sea god, bowed and said respectfully, "Dear Lord Sea God, what instructions do you have to send the oracle?" The sea god's eyes emitted two blue lights, forming a light curtain, and the picture was exactly what Tang San and the others were preparing to go to the sea god island. Bosai, pick them up and participate in the sea god island assessment. The demon soul Great White Shark is not allowed to attack. After giving the prompt, the stone statue of the sea god returned to normal. Although Bosai was puzzled, she still did the servant of the god of the sea god. She raised the high priest's scepter and began to communicate with the demon soul Great White Shark. The island protecting beasts, 7 humans are about to enter the scope of the sea god island. The sea god oracle is not allowed to attack, so they can be guided to land on the sea god island. A powerful demon soul Great White Shark who was playing under the water stopped and then quickly moved in one direction. Tang San and the others entered the Long Yuan boat they obtained at the previous auction and moved quickly towards the sea god island. In 10 minutes, the demon soul Great White Shark met them. That's the demon soul Great White Shark. Tang San looked at the huge creature in front of him with a little shock in his eyes. But he did not feel any murderous intention from the other party's expression, and he thought he was not hostile. It's over, why are you so unlucky? Ma Hongjun drooped her face, with a little frustrated in her eyes. Fatty, can you have some success? Dai Mubai said angrily. The demon soul Great White Shark looked at the Long Yuan boat curiously and said, "You are the 7 people who come to the sea god island from the high priest? Come with me." After saying that, it turned around and moved forward. Tang San and others looked confused, but they still controlled the Dragon Yuan boat to follow the demon soul Great White Shark. About 15 minutes later, the demon soul Great White Shark gave up his position. The island of sea gods ahead. You can land on your own, I'll leave first. Leave this words, its huge body quickly disappeared into the sea. Because Bosixi received guidance from the sea god, Tang San and the other 7 were quickly taken to a place to take the test. They came to the first level of the assessment, the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Presented in front of Tang Sanba, it turned out to be a pool of water, like a pool of water in the sea. The most strange thing is that this inland pool, which should have been extremely calm, was as turbulent as the sea, and there was no wind automatically. The pool is surrounded by dense forests, which looks like a diameter of about 500 meters. In the middle of the pool, there is a triangular platform with a strange stone pillar standing on it. The stone pillar is like a pointed cone, and a special sculpture is carved at the top. The entire column is engraved with countless complex patterns. It seemed to be a kind of text, an invisible and strange energy that was emanating from this strange pillar. Through the purple demonic eye, Tang San could clearly see that a person was sitting upright under the stone pillar, with his eyes closed and his back facing the stone pillar, as if he was meditating and practicing, and the clothes on this person were black. The middle-aged man who led Tang San here began to introduce, the Holy Pillar of the Seahorse is one of the 7 holy pillars of the Sea God Island. The Sea God has given the divine power of the 7 holy pillars to spread God's will through the 7 holy pillars. Any holy pillar can be tested against foreign soul masters. You will get the question of the test of the Sea God here. Then, he showed off his soul ring and began to communicate with the man in black under the holy pillar. Sir Haima. The man in black, sitting under the holy pillar of the seahorse on the triangle platform, suddenly opened his eyes, and it was more than 200 meters away from where he was sitting to the shore. But the moment he opened his eyes, the Shrek 7 monsters on the shore couldn't help but shudder. The 2 resentful gazes were like 2 deep pools, just so far away, but each of them felt the power of the man in black. This person is a titled Douluo. Tang San immediately made a judgment in his heart. In the city of Killing, Qian Pengzhu has participated in 5 hell duels, but he still has 5 consecutive victories. A newcomer took decisive action without any drag, especially with the hammering method, which made the hammering person buzz. His opponent has a deep understanding of this. Everyone expressed, yes. The king of Killing, who was observing secretly, always felt that his hammering technique was a bit familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. To be honest, Qian Pengzhu's physical strength has reached a very exaggerated level. When fighting against Conra, which does not use soul skills, it is all done with just a blow. The hammering technique of the chaotic cloak is to crush all existences. This is just a weapon, not your own martial soul. Qian Pengju also found that someone was observing him secretly, but he didn't take it to heart. The only one who can do such a thing in the city of killing is the king of killing whom he has never met. Dad, where is the grandpa? How many people do I have to hit this to be the only one? He sighed, returned to his residence, and closed his eyes and calmed down. Chapter 349 Baby Tang Yin. Qin Yuchen fulfilled the agreement and brought Ling Yuan to the Holy Soul village. He has lived in this place before, but I don't know if the location of the house has changed over the years. Compared with the past, many buildings here have been completely renewed. It can be seen that old Jack is still very concerned about the village and leads the villagers to live a rather prosperous life. The sign of the Holy Soul village has not changed, standing 50 meters away from the entrance of the village. Things are changing. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I wonder what happened to village chief Jack. Ling Yuan had a good impression of this simple village. He is a tough guy, he is an old man. Qian Yuchen smiled, then took Ling Yuan's hand and slowly walked into the Holy Soul village. Tang Hao, who was basking in the sun in the yard, felt the aura of an acquaintance and opened his eyes. He said to the room, "Aman, a guest is here, make a pot of good tea." Aman responded briefly, "Okay." When the Pope comes to the Holy Soul village at this time, is it said that the mistress has accomplished? Tang Hao thought secretly. On Qin Yuchen, the two of them met old Jack not long after they walked. "Ah, aren't you the young master you used to be? It's almost 20 years, and you're still as handsome as you did." Old Jack was very happy, with a little more excited look on his face. "Captain Jack, what do you say? This time I can be considered a revisiting trip to the old place. How are you doing well?" Qian Yuchen also greeted him enthusiastically. "Haha, my body is very good. Now that my life is getting better, I can live at least 20 years. Village Chief Jack smiled and said, the noble young man in front of him was indeed not an ordinary person. His appearance has not changed for 20 years, and the same is true for the woman beside him. He guessed that these two people must have been the children of powerful soul masters from a major force who came out to travel to the mainland. "I have kept the place where you lived. Just next door to Tang Hao's house, we renovated it according to the decorative style of the wealthy families in Notting City. This is also a little thank you from all the villagers of Holy Soul Village. Thank you for the medical production method you taught us at the beginning." Old Jack has always remembered Qin Yuchen's kindness, which is insignificant compared to a house. "Captain Jack, you are too polite." Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "We focus on one fate, okay, please take us to see." "No trouble, no trouble." Guardian Jack waved his hands repeatedly, "Please come with me, two of you." Then, Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan followed old Jack and went to the house prepared for them by Holy Soul Village. 5 minutes later, the three of them passed by Tang Hao's house. Old Jack took the lead and said, "Tang Hao, I will take this young master to his house first. If you want to know about things outside, please wait a moment." Tang Hao nodded and continued to lie on the rocking chair. Qin Yuchen sent a soul power transmission, "Sir Haoshan King, let's have a detailed conversation when I come back." Ling Yuan smiled and said nothing more. The location of the house is only about 20 meters away from Tang Hao's house, which is relatively quiet. Old Jack brought the two to the yard and took out a bunch of keys from the cloth bag. "Young master, this is the key to the house. You can go in and take a look. I still have something to do, so I won't go in." Qian Yuchen took the key and said, "Captain Jack, I'm really troubled you. Come here to have a meal in the evening. Then okay, I'll disturb you tonight." Jack left in a hurry after saying this. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan moved quickly and looked at the house inside and out, which felt very good. The villagers of this Holy Soul village are really. This is fate. The good cause that was made back then has good results now. Qinyu City closed the gate and headed towards Tang Hao's courtyard. After all, the main purpose of this visit is to meet Tang Hao. The matter about this house is just a small episode. When Tang Hao saw that they were coming, he got up and welcomed them in. After he asked the two to sit down, he asked directly, "Is it the mistress who came this time? Just call me Mr. Qian, there is no need to be so serious in private." Qian Yuchen smiled and said again, "This time it is indeed about Tang San. That weak soul has been warmed up by me." A hint of joy flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. It would be fine if his child was fine. He bowed and bowed, "Tang Hao, thank you Jian Gongza here. What are you doing?" Qian Yuchen waved his hand and directly restored Tang Hao to stand. Sister Hao Shenqian, sit down and talk. Ling Yuan looked at Tang Hao and his wife and spoke. The four of them sat opposite each other, and Amon, as a mother, was still very concerned about the child's situation. There is no problem with the child's soul, right? Qian Yuchen said, everything is normal, but if you want to retrain, you need to create a new body for him. In this way, he is an independent living body, not this state of sleeping soul. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and asked Tang Hao, if this child was born normally, what name would you be going to give him? Tang Hao said without thinking, his grandfather had already made a name at the beginning. Tang Yin is suitable for both boys and girls. I named him Tang San in order to miss Amon, but did not follow his father's original arrangement. Tang Yin, a good name. Qian Yuchen nodded. This name has been seen in some books. This child has been sleeping for so long, and it's time to come to the world. Qian Yuchen stretched out his right hand, and green particles began to slowly gather, forming the appearance of a baby. This is the essence of life of ghost vines on the mainland. I only take one drop and it will not have any negative impact on them. Although Amon is the queen of ghost vine, it is still difficult to mobilize such a huge ethnic vitality. Soon, the baby's appearance condensed and formed. You couple each gave a drop of blood, which is the key to whether he can merge smoothly. Qian Yuchen said again. Tang Hao and a man cut their index fingers one after another, and blood beads oozed out. Qian Yuchen controlled it and divided the blood of the two into the body of the newborn baby. The green light gradually disappeared, and then it showed the appearance of a baby born. Curled up and closed his eyes. Now is the last step away. Qian Yuchen was still very satisfied with his rhythm, and the baby was outstanding in all aspects. He stretched out his left hand and a white ball of light appeared in his palm. Go! With a slight raising of his hand, the light ball flew into the baby's eyebrows. Baptized of the holy light. Qian Yuchen said softly, then golden particles began to cover the baby, and a new heartbeat sounded. This is the child's heartbeat. Tang Hao looked at the scene in front of him in shock, feeling a little unbelievable. This magical method is simply beyond common sense. Ling Yuan smiled and said, you won't have a baby cloth prepared, right? Amon came back to his senses and hurriedly said, yes, yes. She took out an exquisite baby cloth from her storage soul guide, which was grey and had a silver vine pattern embroidered on it. Qian Yuchen transferred the baby to Amon and signaled that she could start. Amon quickly wrapped the baby cloth and hugged the child directly. Child, my child. Mother and son are connected to each other, and a denominator of her instantly emerged from her body. Qian Yuchen glanced at Tang Hao and said, let's go out first. There are some topics between women behind it, which is inconvenient. After saying that, Qian Yuchen walked out. Tang Hao looked at the child carefully and got up and went out. Ling Yuan said, the baby is very well behaved now. When he wakes up, he needs milk to feed him. Chapter 350 Progress. The matter of Tang Hao's child has come to an end, and the family of three is very happy now. Unlike when facing Tang San, the couple's smile is real from the heart. Tang San, who was far away on the Sea God Island, was not aware of it. He is now working hard to pass the assessment of the 7 Saint Pillars with his friends. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan rested in the Holy Soul Village for a night before leaving. After Tang Hao felt that the two left, he seemed a little reluctant to leave. Amon saw that he had something to do, so she held the child and asked, How, what's wrong? This Pope's style of conduct is unique throughout history, as if he is not from the same world as us. Even the elder Ling Yuan beside him, I can feel that there is always an invisible distance between the two. Although he is here to fulfill his promise this time, we still owe him a great favor. Tang Hao sighed slightly, telling his thoughts. Amon was silent for a while and said, this Pope's words gave me a deep shock. What he should pursue should be the name of eternity. So, his thinking is always at a very high level, and this kind of person is lonely deep in his heart. Tang Hao thought about it carefully and it seemed that this was the case. If he has kindness to us, then according to his request, he will contribute our insignificant strength. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan returned to the spirit hall and were both busy with their own affairs. Ling Yuan's current task is to completely stabilize Qian Linger's power, and then accept the next power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Qian Rongxiu's inheritance of the throne progressed steadily, unlike in the original work, Qian Daoliu gave her a green light all the way, and after becoming a god, he was suppressed by Tang San for a while. Occasionally, Ling Yuan would arrange for them to compete, and they basically tied. Fortunately, there was the Holy Light Barrier in Qinyu City, and the martial arts field was not demolished. Qianyuchen did not go to the Pope's hall as soon as possible, but summoned the 4 disciples he had taken in the first place. Wang Lei, Shui Qing'er, Shui Weiwei, Mu Lan. Wang Lei, Martial Soul Powerful Hammer, Level 99 Strong Attack Extreme Douluo, titled, Hammer King. Shui Qing'er, Wuhun Ice Grass, Level 99 Control System Extreme Douluo, title, Han Bing. Shui Weiwei, Martial Soul Zion Jiang Hua, Level 99 Auxiliary System Extreme Douluo, titled, Li Yang. Mu Lan, the Blade of Martial Soul Leiling, the Level 99 Level Strong Attack System Extreme Douluo, the title is, Leiling. The 4 of them are less than 40 years old and their strength is already at the top of this world. Qianyuchen's plan to break through level 100 is not far from completing it. Fortunately, the 4 of them were also paired up. Wang Lei and Shui Weiwei became husband and wife, and Mu Lan and Shui Qing'er became husband and wife. As for the children, their unanimous idea is to make plans after breaking through level 100. After seeing Qinyu City, the 4 of them also sat down one after another. Teacher, I am very pleased with your growth. You have reached the peak of your soul master's cultivation level at the age of 40. Qianyuchen showed the smile of an elder and looked at the 4 of them with satisfaction. They are all taught by the teacher. According to the past, my 4 brothers and sisters are the useless soul masters who cannot practice. It is all our hard teachings from the teacher and our luck. As the eldest brother, Mu Lan's gratitude to Qianyuchen has not been reduced in half for so many years. When Shui Yunyan took them in, she thought they were just a feast for food, but who would have thought she would meet the magical teacher Qianyuchen? To put it in a little bit of literary words, I was a useless martial soul and could not practice it. Fortunately, Aunt Yunyan adopted it and met the teacher again. I was so grateful that I didn't know what to say. I have never forgotten your kindness instructing you, and I have clearly seen that barrier. I am sure to break it within 3 years, within 3 years. Wang Lei patted his chest and said confidently. Your 9th soul ring is 100,000 years old, and you have also understood the exclusive soul skills of your martial soul. But in the future, you should not be careless when facing Tang San with Haoshan Hammer. Qianyuchen reminded that he would not dare to act recklessly when facing the protagonist. In Tang San's eyes, the 4 of them are NPC-like characters. If the protagonist's halo is experiencing, it will be uncomfortable. Besides, the soul rings attached to Tang San's Haoshan Hammer are all advanced years, and with the assistance of Haoshan's unique skills, the power it bursts cannot be underestimated. My powerful hammer martial soul has now completed its transformation. With the fusion of the 9 rings, it can suppress the golden crocodile senior who has exploded with all his strength for half an hour. Wang Lei said again. That's okay, but you can't slack off. Qianyuchen naturally knew what this was. Tang San's strength was not something that ordinary peers could compete with. In the original work, Douluo died tragically under his hands, becoming a stepping stone for him to fulfill the promise of Haoshan sect. Although it was a sneak attack, it was enough to prove that Tang San was strong. The role of the protagonist's halo is a magical existence. As for the 2 female disciples, Qianyuchen had a brief conversation. After all, as long as they stabilize the rear, they will make the greatest contribution. The real life and death battle is a powerful collision between the strong attack system and the agile attack system. As long as the family is safe and sound, the soldiers fighting ahead will burst out with unlimited potential. The 2 of them understand very well, they arrived at their level, there is still a big gap between martial souls. Even after level 95, the martial soul will change further, and it is very difficult to make up for the quality defects. After reminding the 4 disciples to practice seriously and break through level 100 as soon as possible, Qianyuchen still came to the Pope Palace. As soon as he sat down, a light curtain appeared to check Qianpengzhu's situation in the capital of killing. Feeling the murderous aura on his son means that the other party has entered the state. His eyes were still bright, which meant that he was not affected by murderous intent. Of course, he also discovered that the king of killing was also secretly observing Qianpengzhu. You're buzzing. You've learned this cloak hammering technique. Now that you meet younger generations, it depends on whether your will can break free from the constraints. Qianyuchen looked at the king of killing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Similarly, he also felt the decay in the other person's body became stronger and stronger. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King, even though he is already a demigod body, his original body is almost unable to bear the divine power. Seeing this strong man who was of the same age as his father, Qian Yuchen couldn't help but sigh. However, whether the inheritance of Shura God can successfully intercept who or help you depends on the development of the matter. Tang Chen is a proud person who is not looking for posesi in order to promise that he can be a god. Qian Pengzhu entered the genealogy of Haoshan sect, and naturally he was also a member of Haoshan sect. Besides, it is an existence with talent that surpasses its predecessors, and with the grace of saving lives, it is basically a foregone conclusion to become the leader of Tang Xiao. The 7 elders of Haoshan sect admire Tang Chen very deeply. Especially the Great Elder and the Second Elder, who were Tang Chen's direct nephew, a person who witnessed the rise of Haoshan sect with his own eyes. Tang Chen handed his token to Qian Pengzhu, and everyone in Haoshan sect would support him. Tang San, who is a person who is determined to develop his Tang sect, is not in the Haoshan sect, so why should he talk about support? I still hope that Pengzhu can intercept Hu Shura's divine sword. If it is recognized by the god of destruction, it is okay. Even a demigod can have god-level combat power. However, the throne of the god of life is about to be passed down, and the god of destruction must also be planning. In fact, in the divine realm, the god of destruction does have this plan.